Ćao svima i dobrodošli u Lab 76 broj 253. Dobrodošli u jedno posebno izdanje. Sezona je završena, kao što ste mogli vidjeti, izložba Valentina ROSIJU posvećena i otvorena, a tu su, na moje oduševljenje, gospodin Matt Oxley i gospodin Henk Kuelemans. First of all, thank you. I usually make a long introduction, and I'm probably going to do it again in Serbian, so don't mind me speaking in Serbian. I'm just going to explain what we're going to do if nobody knows what we're going to do, and I hope you'll have fun. I mean, the point is, we just want to chat with you. There is no special agenda or anything, any topic. And I'm going to just switch into Serbian now. Ćao svima još jednom ljudi, mazite se i pazite se pre svega, samo da napomenem, malo smo opušteniji, već nekako novogodišnji praznici počinju, Met i ja imamo pivce, gospodin Keulemans je na vodi, ali hoću da vam kažem pre nego što krenemo, nemojte da pijete i vozite, to jest ako pijete, a ja pijem pivo večeras, s obzirom na činjenicu da je Met rekao, ukoliko ti piješ, pijem i ja, pićemo, dakle pijemo sek, inače, ali to je 99 yardije večeras, nemojte nikada da pijete i vozite, molim vas. Dakle, to nije šala, uzmite taksi, Uber, ne znam, šta god da koristite, KRAJU, ne zanima me koja aplikacija, samo vodite računa jedni u drugima i vozite računa jedni u drugima. Udrite like, naravno, subscribe i sve ostalo. Šta ćemo da radimo večeras? Malo ćemo pričati na engleskom. Pokušat ćemo u nedeljama koje su pred nama da sve prevedemo i titlujemo za sve oni koji ne znaju engleski, da ne bih prevodio sve i da ne bih sad napravio još duži podcast, ko zna koliko ćemo da pričamo, nemamo ograničenje, pa čisto eto da krenemo da ljudi ne čekaju pitajući se šta ja to ovde pričam, sad ću njima da prevedem i nadam se da ste sa nama, znam za oni koji navijaju za Republiku Srbiju da je od 20:00 veliki meč, jel te, protiv Švajcarske, Vanja me gleda i kaže, ej, nemoj da zaglavimo ovde, sa obzirom činjenici da on hoće da gleda utakmicu, ali ko zna, stavi nas na total i pusti nas da pričamo ako preteramo. Anyway, I just said a couple of things because we always try and start the podcast as I try to translate, like, I don't know, cuddle each other and be careful to each other, be kind to each other. That's something, it sounds strange in English, I presume, but I just said that I'm not going to translate tonight anything in Serbian, just for us to have a talk and have a chat. And later we are going to translate it, and I explained why we are drinking beer. I mean, if I'm drinking, you are drinking, so we are drinking together, and I said that Henk is having a glass of water, but the point is don't drink and drive, never. So that's what I was saying in Serbian. If you drink, don't drive, get a cab, I don't know, Uber, KRAJU, whatever the application is, Karim called, just don't drive and be careful to each other. There is also saying, vodite računa, be careful to each other, but it's a word play, vozite računa, drive carefully, like drive carefully and take care of each other. I cannot translate it. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for coming to Belgrade. I mean, I'm super excited. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm like super excited because obviously the book, the whole body of work, both yours and yours, for us, you're stars for us, so I hope you don't mind me behaving like that. I'm going to be like a giddy boy, probably, and I don't have any agenda. I just wanted to introduce you guys and talk about your careers a bit. Obviously, the book, but not so much the book as more of how it was made and the stories that you can share with us for a couple of hours. I don't want to hold you, and you don't have any obligation. Like, if you get tired, just say so. We're tired, man. Let's go, I don't know, have a drink or go for for some food or whatever. So anyway, thank you for coming.
Thanks for having us.
No, please. It's an honor. Trust me, for us, I told you, this is a dream come true. The idea of us getting together 3 years ago and having the two of you here is kind of like pinching ourselves. You know, maybe the doctor, if he came, it would be even more surreal. But having you is for us surreal. I mean, having your books, watching your photos, and now having the exhibition. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, no, we're having a nice time. I've been wandering the streets today, a couple of museums, all that kind of stuff, learning a bit of history. Yeah. What I like to do.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the museums. What museum did you?
I went to the National Museum.
Oh, that's
I spent
nice.
quite a while there, and yeah, that was great. I learned a lot.
It has a huge collection.
Yeah, I learned a lot.
Yeah, and it's a city of contrast, as we spoke. A lot of architecture. Turkish, German, Austrian, I don't know, post-World War II, I know, socialist, brutalist, whatever you like. Yeah. And the new architecture. You have whatever you like, whatever your heart desires. But really, thank you so much for being here. And if you like, we'll start the official part. I mean, there's no official part. I would just like to introduce you first. For those who don't know, Mr. Henk Kuelemans is officially a photographer, but Henk, that is your literary profession, or not?
Not only photographer. I also do writing.
Oh, sorry, writing also. Yeah, because I don't speak Dutch very well, so yeah, I missed that part. Sorry.
No, I do also. What Matt is doing is in English, and I do it in Dutch. And together we can make a book in English, because in Holland we can hardly make any books anymore, because the language is too small to have books nowadays, and that's a pity. But yeah, I'm happy to do it with Matt together, because now we can make something which almost everybody in the world can read in English. So
yeah, but they can read it in Serbian also.
Yeah.
So, and German and Japanese, if I'm aware.
Yeah, I think the book has been translated into, already published in German, or already published in Serbian, and coming out soon in Japanese as well, I think. And sure, I think that's about it. Yeah. So, not bad.
Well, it sounds amazing that it's not going to be published in Dutch. Somebody's listening to the phone on a mobile phone, so if you hear yourself, that's our monitoring what's going on.
It may happen in Italian one day, but I think Italy's got so many Rossi books, they're kind of drowning under them. So do they really need another one? I don't know.
There was an Italian guy today visiting the exhibition, and he asked us, what is the connection between Valentino Rossi and Belgrade? And I said, Lab 76. Well, the whole, everybody who watches MotoGP in this part of the world, actually, that's interesting. I'm sorry, but the idea that it's not going to be published in Dutch, and is literally what we are trying to do here, because there are no books about Formula 1 and MotoGP in Serbian, and this is our pushback, basically, to have books in Serbian or Croatian or whatever you like to call it, or whatever language people speak or understand and read, just so the people from the Balkan region, the so-called ex-Yugoslavia, can actually enjoy it. Because we had people yesterday at the exhibition saying, we don't speak English so well, so for us, this is like golden nugget. Like literally, we are buying the books because now we can understand better the sport.
Yeah, I mean, your population here is 7 million in Serbia. 7 million in Serbia, So to kind of undertake these translations and these publications is pretty amazing. So, good job, basically.
Thanks.
Very good job, because I know it takes something special. Maybe you're a bit of a Pied Piper or something, to kind of get people excited about stuff and lead them in the good direction,
I think we're all a little bit crazy, nothing else.
Well, that helps. I mean, it's a crazy sport, which is why we like it. So I think you have to be a bit crazy to be involved in any way, basically. It's not tennis, is it? It's a bit wilder and a bit more insane and a bit crazy, which is, those are the main reasons I like motorbike racing,
Yeah, and a bit more dangerous.
Yeah, it's a kind of stupid thing to do, which is why I like it.
Yeah, I mean, so that's interesting for me, because we always believe that everybody else is going to publish it, whether in Dutch, in Spanish, or whatever, books of these kind. So yeah, we're not going to stop, at least until if we fold and the company disappears. Well, obviously we won't be doing it anymore, but we are hoping we'll be here for quite some time.
The main thing is to have a good time when you're doing it, isn't it? And I think the reason that books like this don't get published in more countries is because it's kind of, I'm not saying you're not a proper publisher, but you know what I mean. Like big publishing houses, they just look at the pound, they look at the money, and they're like going, maybe we're only going to make X amount of money out of that. That's not worth it. You know what I mean? So you have to, and it's the same when I write books and publish them myself. You have to kind of just have that belief, and you just do it, and you just hope that you make money out of it.
Winners, sinners, and grinners.
And you do it, and as long as I break, my thing is always, if I break even, then I'm happy, because I've done it because I wanted to. Obviously, I want to make money out of it as well, as long as I don't lose money. But you need somebody like you who's going to say, we don't care, we're just going to do it. And we're going to make it work, rather than having some accountant come up with some kind of boring, can't be asked. We're only going to make 100 grand out of it. Why bother,
Oh, if we were to make 100 grand, trust me, we would be in it for the money. Yeah. But no, but we are having fun, literally.
Yeah, I made 40 years a yearbook. 1977 was the first one on motorcycle racing. I did it with a colleague. till 2017, but then it was not possible anymore financially. So it was already done with help, with advertisement from the Assen circuit, from importers and so on, to keep it alive. And the last book I made was 2 years ago on Egbert Stroyer, the Dutch sidecar racer who was 3 times world champion. And we did a big exhibition in Assen. He comes from Assen, so that's close to the circuit. And we only could make that because it was cultural money. So for a great exhibition and the book. So, and now I hope to make in 2025 the book 100 Year Dutch TT. I made a book 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years. Was financially not possible, but 100 year in 2 years' time, that should be great to have an end on all my writing and photography.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we hope, I'm pretty sure you're going to do it. And, we have to translate it for the sake of it, even if it doesn't make any money. While we can, we are going to do it.
Yeah. No, it is also what Matt said. It is not, of course, you must make some money to make a living. And but making a book is never, the hours, especially look now in the Rossi book, we put in many hours.
How much time did it take to make it?
I don't know.
It's impossible to say.
Yeah.
I mean, with most of the books I've written, if you worked out to kind of hours, how many pounds per minute you're being paid, I mean, wow.
But for instance, now
you just shoot yourself. You just go, I'm a complete idiot, you know.
But for instance, now with the Rossi book, which is about more than 40 years, you know, I got my archive and I work constantly on it. So it's not, okay, we're going to make a Rossi book that I have to start. No, I have already a big collection. Only the biggest problem is you have to make a smaller collection because you have too many. So I discussed it with Matt. I sent him, say, 100 pictures for certain years, and he picks the ones out because it's too many. Yeah, it's luxury.
You have to be really, kind of photo selection's a kind of weird thing. You have to be really vicious, you know, because you have to, like you say, you might have 100 photos for 1 year, and you've probably got room for 8 or 9 or 10 in the chapter. So you've got to get rid of 90 photos. So it's just a constant filtering down, you know, distill it, and until you get down to where you are. But it's you know, it's something you get used to doing. It's just like writing. It's just a process, you know.
You just start, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. I used to be terrified of the first book I wrote was a Duan biography in 1998. I was asked by a publisher, and I was like, oh my God, I don't want to write 50,000 words. Where do you even start? You know? So you kind of have to break it down into, well, you go, okay, there will be a chapter on this, a chapter on that, a chapter on that. So that's 10 chapters, so that's 5,000 words per chapter. And suddenly you're like, okay, 5,000 words, that's not so bad. And off you go, you know. And writing books is quite enjoyable in a way because you can go where you want. You know, you're not, when you write a feature for a magazine or for the internet, you've got 1,000 words, 1,500 words. So you have to be really constantly kind of, you know, self-editing and saying, oh, I can't go that way, I can't do this, I can't do that. So when you write for a book, basically, you can just kind of let yourself go in a way, you know. Kind of quite nice.
You know how many characters this one has?
I think it's 120,000 words in English.
705,000 characters. I know, I was translating it, trust me. I was like 750,000 characters. Oh my God, who is going to translate this? So I got to meet you, and I got to meet you too also, because we went through everything. The whole team did. I mean, it was actually a labor of love. But for me, it's an amazing book. And I'm not saying it because we translated it and you made it, but I really loved it because it's so different. I didn't expect so many words, honestly. When we bought the rights, I was like, well, it's probably going to be a monography. And then it says literally all his races. It's literally all his races.
I signed the contract with the publishers in November 2015 because I found the contract because I was like, how long have I been working on this? And I finally found the contract in November 2015. I was like, Jesus, long time ago. And because we thought maybe
he just wouldn't retire.
Maybe he'll finish at the end of 2018, and then he's going to go on another year. And then maybe he'll finish at the end of 2019. No, he's going to go on another year.
And the book ran thicker and thicker.
Just kind of. I mean, you know, obviously, huge respect for Valentino. I love him for what he's done and everything. But I was just saying, you know, when he announced his retirement, I was like, yes.
And there was another thing also from Matt. He was still waiting for his money.
Yeah, well, no, absolutely. You didn't get paid anything till. So I've been writing for 5 years before I got paid anything. You know, just
upon delivery.
Yeah.
Next time, take in advance. Take in advance next time.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, it was in advance, but you only get it when you turn in the copy. You know. So I mean, it's a kind of. Don't be an author, guys. You know, I mean, really, there's better ways of earning a living, really.
No, but I guess it was fun also. I mean,
I mean. No, it was fun, and you just get into a rhythm with it, you know, and you just. What I'm doing when I'm writing all the time is trying really hard not to be boring. That's the main thing, is trying to kind of make it into a story that has a rhythm and a flow, rather than just saying, and then we went to Assen and this happened and that happened, then we went to Sachsenring and this happened and that happened, to try and make it a rolling story, you know.
Yeah, but this was difficult because it's race after race after race after race.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you make it any longer, I mean, it's going to be like, I don't know, 700 pages.
Absolutely. It's like, I always say when I go to races, you could actually write a book about every Grand Prix. You know, every Grand Prix, you could write 30,000, 40,000 words, and I'd one day like to do that. Well, no, actually, wouldn't really. I'm kind of, you know, but you know what I mean. If you were able to spend 24/7 with a rider from like Thursday morning till Sunday night, and you were like with him, I mean, it would never happen. But if you were with him and you could listen to every decision process he made, with him in the garage, in his motorhome, when he got up in the morning to have breakfast, and you were there the whole time, the amount of decisions that he made during a weekend and what he did, you could literally make a book of 30,000 words of it, I think. And if you did it well, it would be quite interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like kind of, was it Norman Mailer who wrote a book about the Rumble in the Jungle? You know, the Muhammad Ali fight. He wrote a book about one fight.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you've got the creativity and so on and so forth, and it's a big enough event, sure, you can do it, because it's a huge human endeavor. You know, every race, and that's the thing, I think people don't understand how much work and how many thousands of important decisions a rider makes over a weekend. You know, should we do this? Should we do that? Should we use that tire? Should we use this suspension setting? Should we use this? Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I mean, I would love to do that one time, but on the other hand, I wouldn't. If you know what I mean?
And with the Rossi book, we're very lucky that we made a book about a very colorful guy. You know, it was never boring with him.
Well,
no, we didn't have one Grand Prix that we said, okay, he's boring. You know, he rode so many different bikes, so many enemies, you know. So, and if you look back, I'm happy that a part of my pictures is in the book, so they are not in a dark room or in a cabin, you know. Now, we saw that last night with signing the book. We make many people happy with the book.
That's the idea.
And that gives a very good feeling, you know.
But can I ask you about this? It's not book related. You have been doing this since officially 1975, right?
My first picture I took 1969.
1969.
Yeah, Helmut Vat, Franco Sham, I still have them. I got a roll of 12 pictures, black and white, with the camera of my father. One picture is not good. I still have 11 pictures of that.
That's amazing.
1969. Yeah.
What were the races like at Spa?
Great.
On motorcycles.
Great. Also because it was always 1 week after the Dutch TT.
Oh.
So on Saturday then was the Dutch TT, and the next Sunday, 1 week later, was Francorchamps. So many Dutchmen went to Francorchamps. The same what happens now in the Formula 1 with Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
And we had, as Dutchmen, we also had great successes there. So, but the atmosphere in Francorchamps, to make pictures there was great. The old circuit, the Patat, you know, the Belgian Friet was great. It's a pity we don't race there anymore. But
do you think it's possible with these new MotoGP bikes?
Yeah, because they changed the circuit. You know, they will have the long distance races back again. But I think from safety now, it's possible. It's just a matter of money now that if Dorna wants to have a Grand Prix there, we have to wait to see.
I mean, sadly, everything comes down to money, and God, I'd be so happy if we went back to Spa. I started a long time after Henk, so my first season was covering MotoGP was 88. So we got 88, 89, 90 at Spa. And I used to do the endurance race there.
Yeah.
So, and it's just God's own racetrack. I mean, if there's a racetrack in heaven, it's Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah.
100%.
The old one.
No, the new one.
No, the old one.
the new one is just you cannot.
Both.
I mean, apart from the Isle of Man TT, it's just the best fun you can have on a motorbike. And I spoke to Chaz Davis after the 24-hour race, the Ducati guy, rider, and he said that already it's up to WSB spec. They reckon they could have it. He's been doing World Superbike for forever, and he says it's pretty much there. So a few more changes and it'll be ready for MotoGP. So it then just becomes a point of view of, whether MotoGP wants to go to some oil-rich nation, let's say, that is prepared to pay a huge amount of money to host a race, or to go to around a, let's be honest, not very exciting racetrack, or go to Spa-Francorchamps, which is just, so fast, so challenging, so much fun for a rider. I mean, all the riders, Scott Redding rode there a few years ago, and he was just, in a classic event on a Schwantz RGV 500, and he just came in, just the best thing ever,
Yeah.
So I really hope, if I was in charge, we'd be going back to Spa. People in charge, I don't know. How much is Belgium going to pay for a race? Is it going to be able to pay as much as Saudi Arabia?
No,
probably not.
No, you see already now with Formula One, it's only sure for 1 year more. But even Verstappen racing and winning there.
Yeah.
So
they actually, I don't know, sorry to interrupt, but they moved the Belgian Grand Prix to the end of the first part of the season. So now between Belgium and Zandvoort, it's no longer 1 week's time of difference, because from what we have gathered, they believe more people will come to Belgium to spend more money, because Zandvoort is sold out and it's sold out. But if you move Belgium ahead, then they believed it's going to fill up. But the Belgium already made a record. It had a record attendance this year. I don't know. I would love to see it. But you mentioned something, and it comes down to Rossi and now Max. Max is so popular in Netherlands. So, for us, Netherlands was always like a bike country, like motorcycle country. Now it kind of became a Formula One country with Max. And I think if you look at the star power with both him, Lewis Hamilton, with Valentino Rossi, that was like a giga star power. Like he was the main draw. It wasn't on a national level. It was on a global level. I have never seen anything like it. Did you? You have seen races I can only dream of, but was there another star like that? 70s, 80s, 90s that had so much appeal?
The only guy that's been, Sheen, basically. Barry Sheen was the kind of prototype for Valentino Rossi. He kind of properly broke into the mainstream, and like Valentino, he, it happened because he's the person he is. Both of them have very outgoing characters and so on. They're both very clever and
colorful,
and Sheen, worked probably harder than Valentino, I think, to make. He was already getting in all the teen magazines and stuff in England before he got super famous. So he really knew how to make it. So I think he actually worked a lot harder than Valentino. I think it just happened to Valentino. He was just who he was, and it just happened.
For instance, Sheen was the first one who made money with his starting number, with number 7.
Yeah. He was the first one to actually keep the number, right?
Yeah, exactly. To make it into a kind of trademark, basically.
Yeah.
And people complain about riders not running the number 1 now. He never wore the number 1.
No,
because number 7 was his trademark, and he sold merchandise off the back of that. He wasn't stupid, and it's the same now. That riders don't want to run the number 1 because
it doesn't belong to them.
Exactly, yeah. But it's kind of, people say it's sad. I don't. doesn't really bother me at all. You know, I mean, it's just a bit of plastic stuck on the front of the motorbike. I mean, who cares, really?
But both Dan and me, we believe that it's different when Rossi does it. With Max actually took out the number 1, and Max is still selling the equipment with the number 33.
Sure.
But what I'm thinking about number 1 from a marketing perspective, because if you do something differently, it brings greater appeal. We are discussing that because for us, I don't know if you agree with me, and I always wanted to ask both you guys. We always thought that Mir should have had number 1 because it may turn out to be the last Suzuki's championship season winning. But for us, it was like with number 1, you stick out. That was the idea thinking, because if you show mainstream media or mainstream people from mainstream sports number whatever you like. I mean, you take out number 20, number, I don't know, 36. I mean, 42, whatever you do, does it draw immediate comparison, or you say, oh, that's Quartararo, oh, that's Mir, or that's Rins. With Vale, it's like 46. Oh, 46. Even our number of the address is 46, and people ask us, is this on purpose?
Yeah, that's also what I said.
They were like, is this on purpose? No, this is the only place we could find back at the moment we were moving in. But it's a funny story. That's what we were thinking about number 1. I don't know if it makes any sense to you guys. I mean, to have it like that.
Like I say, I don't really care. I just the number on the motorbike isn't that important to me.
Okay.
No.
You know, it's the riders and the bikes and the racetracks and the racing. The number is just a number.
It's
you know,
a number,
it really isn't that important, and it's up to the rider. I mean, the people that used to be really keen on it were the factories.
Yeah.
You know, they wanted to have the number 1 as a factory.
Yeah.
You know, that showed that Honda or Suzuki or whoever was number 1. So, you know, the way to get a rider to run number 1 is basically to say, we'll add 100K onto your 100,000 euros onto your contract, or 500,000 or whatever, and they'll put on the number 1. It's just the way the world works, you know.
Yeah, I want to see what will happen with Bagnaia, if he will race the number 1 next year. I think if I know it from Casey Stoner, you know, Casey rode with the 1 on the Ducati and later then on the Honda. I think for Ducati it's important to have the number 1 on the bike, and then it depends, on the rider what he chooses.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't agree about it with Matt. For me, there should be the number 1 in the starting field. That's the world champion.
I know
it's
a rider.
It's not necessary, but yeah, I think also for a rider it should be another. You know.
Yeah, but Fabio said he doesn't deserve it. I don't agree.
Yeah,
you deserve it because you won the title. It's your choice, but you deserve it.
Everyone who wins the title deserves it.
Exactly.
At the beginning of the season, the aim is to get more points than everybody else by the end of the season. And if you get more points than everybody else, you're the champion, and therefore you deserve it. I mean, it really, every season is different.
Yeah, you see, Mir only won one Grand Prix in one MotoGP Grand Prix in his whole life till now, and he is world champion. But it's not about it's only about most points at the end of the year. So
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean that's how it's calculated.
Yeah.
If it was calculated any different, then we can talk about it.
You know, every year somebody has a disadvantage and advantage for different reasons. In 2020, a lot of the races were not, because of COVID, the calendar was completely upside down. A lot of the races were held at strange times of year, so the track temperature wasn't the same as it normally was. So all the data that the teams have got from the last 5 years of Barcelona or whatever is useless. And so basically, it was a strange season, but whoever adapted to that challenged the best title. It's as simple as that. Yeah. You know, it really is.
I mean, you always have some pros and contras during the season.
Exactly. You know, the tyre spec changes, and that helps Suzuki, or that helps Honda, or that hurts Honda, or it hurts Suzuki.
Did Dovi lose the title because of the tyres? Or
well, yeah. I mean, the new rear tyre that came in 2020 finished Dovi. It finished Petrucci, and it helped finish Valentino as well, because they had kind of old style, more aggressive riding styles that didn't suit this softer, squishier tyre that kind of deformed too much if you were very aggressive on the bike. So you needed a sweeter, smoother style. And you look at the way everyone rides, they're much sweeter, smoother. Even the more aggressive riders, like Quartararo and Binder, they're still, compared to what they used to be, they're not doing what they used to.
No. The tyres are still probably most important.
The number one.
There always have been, and people kind of say, "Oh, it's not right that they should be so important." But you know, I mean, the tire is the final interface between the rider and the motorcycle and the rider and the machine. So it cannot not be important. You know, I mean, Jeff Duke lost the 1950 500cc World Championship because his Avons or his Dunlops fell apart at 2. So I mean, it's nothing new. So I mean, he lost his championship when motorbikes were making 50 horsepower because his tires didn't work. It's just always
the way
been like that.
But do you see everything changes and everything basically staying the same? I mean, in terms of people complain about this and that, there was more overtaking, there was less overtaking, there was this, but when you go through the history of Formula 1 especially, but also with motorcycles, was it similar, or did we really get to something really new, a new norm in the last 2 seasons?
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, we have 7 or 8 different winners. And I remember the times that Agostini won all Grand Prix, you know, in 72.
Whole season.
Yeah, but I think it's there are more riders capable of winning a Grand Prix, but at the end there's only 2 or 3 who can become world champion, because before this season, Bagnaia and Quartararo were the biggest favorites, and at the end, who were fighting for the title, those 2. So for me, a surprise was Mir in 2020, but further on, mostly. The years before, it was always 4 riders, you know, Lorenzo and Rossi and Stoner. You could always predict one of them will be world champion.
Yeah, the kind of big difference now, and it's been coming for 10 years since the rules were changed to make bikes closer, and we had the spec tires came in, and then we had the spec electronics come in. You know, the idea is to make the bikes closer so that nobody can disappear into the distance. You know, so you've got big fight. And now that's everything's so close, and the reason the results are so up and down is that 0.2 of a second makes a difference between a lap, makes a difference of finishing 2nd or 3rd and 9th. You know, so one weekend, if the tires exactly match your bike at that particular track, the allocation of tires, then that gives you that 0.2 and you're 3rd. And then you go to the next track and the allocation of tires doesn't work for you, like, and you're 9th. You know, so that's why we see this incredible up and down all the time. So that's why it's so unpredictable. That's why it just seems a bit strange, because you don't get that kind of pecking order. But as Henk says, in the end, it's generally you know, you get these standout races from one guy at one track or 2 tracks, but generally the top people that you thought would win that are kind of at the top, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always like that. I mean, in Formula 1, they changed the rules this year to make it more exciting. Yeah. And we get more or less the same thing. I mean, you have Max Verstappen, Red Bull, you have Ferrari, and we lost Mercedes for a season, but it's temporary until they learn how to read the technical regulations. But basically, it stayed the same. There was some progress for Haas, for instance, but it didn't change the world. It's not like Haas is going to start winning all of a sudden. So basically, that's why I'm saying, as much as they say they change, they stay the same. I mean, you know who is probably going to be up front.
One thing in MotoGP has changed, of course, and that is Honda, who was always at the top. And now the last 2 years, they rely on Marc Marquez if he is not there. Honda is not winning races anymore.
What happened to Honda? I mean, what is the bottom? I mean, what's the source of all of this? Is it down to?
Well, I would say there's 2 main things. Obviously, Marc getting hurt, and Honda have always kind of built their bikes. You know, they built the bike, and then they hire superstar to ride it. You know, and that's
around one guy.
So you can, you know, you build a motorbike that can go the fastest around a racetrack, but it needs someone really heroic to ride it. And Honda have, not always, but a lot of the time, been like that. And it works pretty well. But then you get somebody, you know, Marc gets hurt. And I think one of the problems for them was not only that Marc got hurt, but that coincided with the introduction of that new tires. And it can get a bit boring. But I mean, this is the reality, I think. You know, so Honda, they lost their top rider, by far their top. and then this new tire came in at the same time, so they needed to adapt to that. But how do you redesign your motorbike without your top rider to help you? So you've got this kind of, so they're in a downward spiral, and they redesigned the bike hugely for this year. But the trouble is, there's no pre-season testing. You get 5 days of pre-season testing. You lose a half a day at Sepang due to rain. Mandalika they lost 1 day because the track was full. Right? So basically, you've got 4 days of pre-season testing. How can you develop a new motorcycle with that amount of testing? You can't. So that's having an effect on the way the manufacturers develop their bikes. Don't change it. Basically, don't make any big changes, because you do not have enough time. And Ducati found that this year. They didn't make a huge change, but they made quite a significant change, and it took them 4 or 5 races to get going. And they will have learnt from that for next year. And I could be wrong, but I think the bike will be very similar to this year. They'll just and it's, again, when you're working on the hundredths of a second, you don't need to redesign the bike. And even if you look at the Honda with Mark on it, they're not finishing that far behind.
But only with Mark.
No, exactly. But the thing is, you only need one rider. Look at Yamaha. Quartararo scored 248 points or something like that. Something like that. The next Yamaha rider was Morbidelli on 48 points. So it's becoming more and more of a thing. When the bikes get more and more the same, it's only the rider that can make the difference.
Yeah, but I have to ask this. I mean, Mir is going there. Rins is going there. What now? From what I've gathered, please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, they're going to use Takaki Nakagami to basically be a test bed rider, to test everything out. But Rins, is he going to test as Carl did and race, or is he be allowed to race? I mean,
well, they're allowed to race, but I mean, as an independent team rider, and it's the same with Ducati.
I presume.
And also with Bastianini, he was the first guy with the seat aero at Silverstone. Okay, you're not our top rider going for the title. Nearly did in the end, but you're not our top rider going for the title. So we're not going to risk wasting Bagnaia's time by asking him to spend one session testing something. They have so little time now, because every session is like a qualifying session. Well, the FP1. I mean, the most, if you looked at the crash stats that came out a couple of weeks ago, the most crashed-in session is FP3 in MotoGP by a huge amount. And that's because everybody is just going absolutely mental, trying to get that last hundredth of a second to get into Q2. So, FP1 isn't a huge qualifying session, but FP2 is. And FP3 is. So every session you're throwing...
And next year even more with the
sprint races.
With the sprint races.
So the riders and the teams are under...
big pressure.
Horrible pressure. And, you just don't have the time to try stuff.
The FP3, we call it, actually our colleague Alexander Jankic named it Q0.
Yeah, exactly.
It's basically Q0.
Well, exactly.
Now they changed it now.
Q.5,
exactly.
What we talk about, the development of the bike... I don't fully agree now with the rules we have, because at the beginning of the year, when we had it several years ago with Suzuki, and the bike is not good enough in the first race, the engine, you cannot change anything. That's the same more or less with Honda. I should make a different technical rule and say, for instance, halfway the season, you can change also your engine, so you can develop something. But at the moment, they cannot develop anything on the engine. So then the whole season is gone.
I always... No, exactly. You get... and Suzuki did that in 2017.
With Iannone.
With the Iannone. So the engine
and Espargaro.
The flywheel was the integral part.
The crank had too much crank inertia, so they were trying to damp the engine down so they didn't get so much wheel spin, but it had so much crank inertia it wouldn't turn into the corners, and that's one of the reasons Iannone lost his ride, because the bike was useless. And by the time the end of the season he'd lost his ride. But I agree that I think that they should be allowed one upgrade during the season. And you get into a situation like you used to have in World Superbike with Honda, because Honda obviously spend a lot of money on the Suzuka 8 hours. You get that fantastic season 2002 when Bayliss was running away with the World Superbike Championship on the Ducati, and then after the Suzuka 8 hours, Honda, they've been spending all that money developing new parts for the bike the Suzuka 8 Hours, but nonetheless, they say, okay, here you go, you can now have this for World Superbike, and suddenly Colin Edwards on the Honda starts coming up and catches him and beats him to the title. So you get that kind of, the story can change, and that's interesting, you know. So I agree. I've always thought when they went to, you know, engine control, that they should be allowed to have one update in the season.
Also, I should like to see more tire manufacturers, not only only Michelin. Yeah. We should have also a tire war.
I mean, I agree with you, because why?
That's prototypes.
Exactly, and there is one more thing. I mean, Ferrari started winning titles with Bridgestone, and Valentino moved from in 2007 to Bridgestone for 2008. Yes, the first couple of races were, you know, finding the feet. And the famous race in Qatar when Dovi was fourth, and he behaved like he won something on a Scott Honda because he overtook Valentino for the fourth place. But you know, those kind of moments are historical. For me, it's like historical. And then you get the wall, and then you get the story, and then Danny ditching Michelin mid-season and stuff like that. Yeah. But it brings more to the world, I think. I mean, everything is starting to become so homogeneous. It's like nothing is everything is the same.
Cadalora on a, I think front tire was Michelin, rear tire Michelin from Dunlop.
Yeah,
really?
In 1994, was when after Rainey got hurt, Cadalora was kind of Team Roberts #1, and I can't remember, but they had a Dunlop contract thing, but the Dunlop front wasn't up to it, so about halfway through the season, they were running Michelin fronts and Dunlop rears. Yeah. I think that's the.
Can you imagine front Bridgestone and rear Michelin?
Well, yeah, there you go.
I don't know if it's possible now anymore, but then it was still possible.
Back in about 2002, when, you know, Michelin just ruled everything, it's kind of before Bridgestone were coming up, but Michelin were also helping the Honda team in BSB with kind of factory MotoGP tyres. And at the Irish Mondello round of the BSB round, the Honda truck was broken into, and one tyre and one wheel. Rear tyre was taken.
Suddenly disappeared.
So, I mean, it has to be industrial espionage, and I'm not going to get sued here. But, you know, the rival factories then were Dunlop and Bridgestone, and I mean, maybe somebody else could have done it as well. I don't know. But, you know, I think Michelin need to kind of, if I was them, I'd be crawling around at the Le Mans 24 hours trying to steal a Bridgestone front and take it to bits and see why the Bridgestone front was so good, because it was an astonishing tyre. And, you know, that's why Rossi went to Bridgestone in 2008, because he'd been racing with Casey on the Bridgestones in 2007, and, you know, he could just see the front tyre was just
much more better.
So much better. You know, the riders talk about they're going into the corner, knee on the ground, still with the brake fully on. You know, with the brake lever fully on, knee on the ground, coming corner, and the front tire is still sticking.
It will pancake. I mean, we called it the pancake effect. It was like this. You're riding it, and you go brake to brake. You're braking it goes like this. And then it's like a huge basically wheel that you have. The wheel didn't change.
And the Pirelli is a bit like that. It kind of collapses to give a bigger footprint. And speaking to Jonathan Ray a couple of years ago, when they used to, remember at the end of the season, they've stopped it now. I think get a bit embarrassing for MotoGP, but you know they had combined tests in November, MotoGP and Superbike, and Ray would go out at the end of the day, at the end of the last day, on some sort of super soft pair of Pirellis, just going probably harder than he's gone all year, just making sure that he's kind of, and several times he went faster than MotoGP guys on Michelin's, and he would say if he was out there with the Michelin guys on MotoGP bikes, he could dive straight into the apex on the brakes, whereas the MotoGP guys on Michelin's would have to take big arcing lines, you know, not overloading the front. So I mean, it would be interesting to see a MotoGP bike on Pirellis. But then you have to kind of then you'd have to redesign the bikes again. Got a very stiff chassis and a very soft tire, so you know that you have to, if you've got a stiff chassis, you need stiff tires. You need vice versa.
With regards to the tires, I mean, I don't know if it was similar before. I guess it was, as you mentioned, the same. But for me, the fun was in having. Do you remember in 2007 the Dunlops were in contention at the Le Mans because you had Sylvain actually leading the race on a yellow Tech 3 Yamaha.
Yeah.
That was interesting. And then you have...
And they were the main sponsor of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it was the yellow bike, and it was fun because you had Dunlops, you had Michelins, and you have Bridgestones. I mean, everybody fell down that day. If I remember well, Randy Depunier was on a Kawasaki, leading at one point.
Yeah.
I remember,
and Guintoli, he crashed. They were basically, it was kind of win it or bin it.
That's it.
Ross Podium or hospital.
Chris Vermeulen won it. I mean, that was fun because I remember one of my friends, he started watching MotoGP that day. That was the first race he saw, and he said, if this is always like this, I'm gonna watch it forever. And I said, it's not always like this, but it was a pretty good season. But that for me, that was a lot of fun. Having the three manufacturers. Obviously, Dunlop had only 2 riders, but it was still fun. I think that would help immensely, but I don't think it's going to ever happen.
Just the general trend now is mono tires. You look at every major world championship. I think
only the 8 hours.
Yeah, only the EWC is still multi-tire. I mean, I'm kind of like most things. I could argue either way. You know what I mean? I'm a bit in the middle. I kind of think the last couple of years when it was Michelin Bridgestone, you'd go to one track and the first 5 would be Bridgestone, and Michelin would be nowhere, and the next track would be the same. But then you go to the third track and it would be the top 5 would be Michelin, and Bridgestone would be nowhere. So that kind of gave a bit of falseness to the racing. Basically, it wasn't, it doesn't matter who you were as a rider or what bike you had. All it mattered was what tire you were on. So
okay, kind of makes sense. But I mean, from next season, we're going to have only 2 compounds for the rear tire. For me, that's a bit scary. I was like, limiting them again. So at least we had some races where you would see somebody select a softer rear tire, and we were like, okay, can he make it? Or medium or hard. And then, you obviously see with the KTMs, they're always using the harder front tire. So that's interesting. If we lose even that, it's coming down to basically, I don't know, a single control tire, and that's it.
Yeah, I think Michelin started out at 3 rear. Bridgestone started out at 3 rears and then went down to 2, and it kind of does reduce the sort of possibility of something weird happening. And in racing, that's what you want.
Exactly.
You want something weird happening.
Wait a minute. You said why you like motorcycle. Why do you like motorcycle racing, Henk? I mean, for us, I mean, because
I grew up nearby the circuit of Assen. So first I went to the motocross, and then I went on the bicycle to Assen to see the practice of the Dutch TT. And what impressed me were the Hondas in the 60s. So
the
golden age, the 50cc twin.
It's in the book.
Especially the 1.255 and the 256, 356, 504. The noise, but also the design, the color.
The smell?
Also, but as a young boy, you are fascinated by a logo. Also, I was fascinated by the Honda logo. I don't know why, but other people were fascinated by Arai logo, and he make big business of it. The Dutch importer of Arai Europe. So it started with me going to Assen, and
Did you ever?
And I was especially interested in the 50cc, tuning it, 2 strokes. And so it started, and worked on the bikes, and I did some writing, for the local paper. And I worked since 1974 for the Dutch motorcycle magazine. I still do. It's all by coincidence, by passion, and just do something, as you start a company, I did that.
I mean, my father was a journalist. So for me, it was like, I wanted actually to make some money for summer vacation when I finished high school. So the editor of the daily newspaper, I was lucky enough, my dad was working in the biggest sports daily newspaper. And I asked for a job just, being a courier, just taking papers across the place. Because back then you had the vacuum tubes, you would send you would type out the report. It was 1995, and you would send it with a tube back to the printing floor. And that's what I wanted to do. And they said, well, you're the son of the journalist. Let's see if you can write something. And it became a passion. Although he did say I was never going to graduate from college, which I never did. he told my mom, don't do that. I mean, the journalism is addictive. So that's how I started, basically.
Yeah.
And then I got the assignment to watch the World Motorcycle Championship race. And I saw Mick Doohan, obviously, win it because it was 1995, and I fell in love. And my first full season was actually in 1996 when Ivan Goy and Valentino Rossi showed up.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's kind of started with Valentino also because he was immediately, it was so interesting to follow this, I don't know, charismatic guy. So that's how I started. It was
I must say, I was
assignment.
in the first place when I started it, I was interested in the technical side of it, the bikes. Of course, also the riders, but the bike was what made me what I am now.
Passion.
Yeah, the passion, especially of the Hondas.
Yeah.
And working on the two-strokes.
I remember the 50s and kind of never got very excited about them because they just seemed kind of ridiculous, so tiny and so slow, basically. But about 10 years ago, I wrote a story about them, and oh my God, I mean, the technology is just astonishing. You know, I mean, they're kind of crankshafts that last half an hour. You know, these things are revving so hard, and 14-speed gearboxes, and the riders getting so tucked in on the little two-strokes with the expansion chambers that go backwards. You know, getting so tucked in that all their elbows are getting burnt by the exhausts
and the legs,
and they have to they have to make notes about you've got 14 gears, and you've got maybe 500 RPM wide power bands. So if you they basically make a note of each gear for each corner, and if they got it wrong, you know, if you change down one gear too few, you just didn't come out the corner because the engine would just die. And if you change down one gear too many, then the crankshaft, you know. So I mean, you know, the precision that was required was pretty special.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the mechanical engineering, I actually enrolled into the mechanical engineering. I was supposed to graduate from mechanical engineering, so I had that kind of background. For me, it was a connection between, you know, fascination with engineering and then seeing people use that machines to race and to race them really hard. I mean, I know that's what drew me to Formula One, but all of a sudden the motorcycle was, oh, what is this? This is a whole new world. But it was almost an unknown. And even with Mick, I mean, his celebrations were like, ciao, that was it, you know. And then when Valentino showed up, it was like, oh, there is entertainment in this, and that's the fun. That's what I think nobody ever saw with him. But he's not just an entertainer. He's really, I mean, what amazes me is obviously the small details that show up. I mean, you met his father. You said that last night when you were opening the exhibition in 1970s, right? 75.
Who?
Graziano.
Yeah, I work in Italy in 1975 with two other Dutchmen. We built 50 and 125 two-strokes for Eugenio Lazzarini because in Holland there was not any money. And when I was in Pesaro, there were several Italian guys because the whole of Pesaro is motorcycle racing. I never paid in a bar, never. As long as I talked about motorcycles racing, then it was for free. And then one of the guys, the Italian guys who was there from the group, he started racing. And that was the guy who won 4 years later in Yugoslavia, his first Grand Prix with starting number 46.
Yeah.
And 6 days later, he won the Dutch TT. And that was in June, and in February, he got a son, and the name was Valentino. And by coincidence, I made a picture of them together in 1980 with an Italian championship race. That was the first race that Graziano, who raced the 250 Morbidelli before, raced the 500cc Gallina Suzuki. And I had to finish a film, black and white film, and I took a picture because Graziano had a baby on his arm, and that was Valentino. And that is all how it all started.
That's how it started.
I got into bikes in 76 and started going to races pretty quickly. And one of the first British Grand Prix I went to was 79 when Graziano Rossi was on the Morbidelli, and the white bike with a kind of the Italian tricolore, like in lightning strike zigzag across it, carried on up his back, across his helmet, which pretty unusual in those days. And he's had this long hair. Looked like Jesus, basically. I mean, Graziano's just an old hippie, basically. And he was leading the 250 race on the last lap by 2-3 seconds, and he crashed.
And that cost him the world title.
And I thought, he's my man. I thought, he's my man. You know, I really like this guy. And then about 10 years later, after I became a journalist, because I wasn't a journalist then, before the Italian Grand Prix, I'd heard about the mini-moto craze, which was just starting. You know, it's everywhere now. This was 89, 90. And I went over to the Rimini, which is the kind of epicenter of the mini-moto thing, and to do a story, and I rode them around. You know, you just turn up and rent one, and you go to the tracks at like 11 at night, and all the kids are coming out of the bars completely
the go-kart
drunk and just riding around.
Cattolica.
falling over and ending up in big piles and giggling and laughing. And it was and I was at one track, and I saw Graziano Rossi staying. Graziano Rossi, I haven't seen him since 1979.
No, because he had the accidents.
Yeah, so I thought, you know, I'm not a big kind of sort of star shagger or whatever, but I thought, no, I really need to go over and just say, hi, Graziano, I really loved you when you were racing, you know, basically. So I went over and sort of shook his hand and said, hi, you know, I was a big fan of yours and when you were racing. I said, so what are you doing here? And he's like pointed down. He said, oh, this is my son, Valentino, whizzing around on this. You know, I'm like, okay, cool, see you later. You know, I never thought any more about it. So quite a weird coincidence, really, considering what happened later.
I mean, when you hear about those stories, you're taking the photo of somebody who's literally going to change the world, but it's just a moment in time. Like, I need to spend the film.
Yeah. But I did not realize, because I didn't see the picture till 2003, I think. By coincidence, I discovered the negative, and then I printed it.
Do you mind if I show the photos?
Oh, no,
Vanya, I'm gonna send you a couple of them via Slack. I mean, I didn't prepare any photos. We just wanted to talk to you guys and, you know, use the time while you're here. And I hope we're not
it's all good.
Boring you or whatever.
No.
We wanted to make sure you also enjoy the end of the season. Oh, you cannot bore us. Trust me.
I'll have a go.
Oh, please do, because that means. And Vanya, don't worry. If we overstay, I'm gonna ask our colleague from the sales, Irene. That's her moniker in Serbian is koleginica iz prodaje. So that's because she doesn't like to show up in front of the cameras. So we just, you know, fool around with nicknames. But she said a couple of weeks ago, you know, I have a name, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna use your name now. Vanya, I'm going to send it to you where we are talking. But for me, it's interesting because, you know, you look at some of the things. I mean, the details with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on his helmet, like, and then you connect with the turtle now to this day. I mean, I don't know if that's a real connection or not, but I
think so. Yeah. I mean, it's you know, if you're a racer, I mean, Valentino is always. I mean, he's got an ego. He's got a huge ego, like any racer. But I think he's better at kind of covering it up, you know, until he needs to use it. But it's a kind of self-deprecation, isn't it? You're a motorbike racer, so you have a tortoise, the slowest thing in the world, kind of thing, tattooed on your belly. You know, you're kind of taking the piss out of yourself, basically. He's pretty clever at that.
I mean, Valentino, as he's slow.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean that's something that he had on one of his first racing bikes. The Italian for he's slow is Valentino. Yeah, and he actually had. So you couldn't make it up, really, could you? Yeah. I mean, that is literally the Italian for he goes slowly, basically Valentino, and weird, strange.
Yeah, but you know, like Valentino, it so many things connected basically, but. One of our, well, not friend. I mean, he's a friend above all. But Dan is the co-host of the Lab 76 when we do MotoGP. He always said about Valentino. Valentino is the chief marketing officer of MotoGP.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, you go to races this season, and still the biggest marketing stall around the circuit is a Rossi marketing. He's not even riding anymore. It's pretty weird. Yeah, and then, you know, literally the year after he retires, a VR46 rider becomes MotoGP world champion, which is pretty weird as well. I mean, what they've done at the VR46 Academy is astonishing, really. And that's something with Rossi. Whenever he does something,
he does it good.
He does it properly. You know, there's nothing he's ever done, well, with a few exceptions, where he didn't do everything absolutely perfectly. He's, there's four VR46 riders on the grid now. Obviously, Morbidelli's having a tough time, but Bezzecchi is just astonishing. Yeah. I mean, he was just wonderful last year, and he's got a lot of. To me, he's got quite a bit of Rossi in him. He's a bit of a, much more so than Bagnaia has. I think he's a bit of a rebel. You can see, and he's a bit crazy. And then there's Luca Marini, who's just getting far because he's half brother, so he's just getting faster and faster and faster because Valentino's dad was a hippie, basically school teacher, hippie, and Marini's dad is a fairly well-known Italian psychologist. So they've both got quite different minds, I think. But you can see with Marini,
it's the opposite.
He very rarely crashes. He's just build speed. He'll sit down with the engineers and work out how to go a little bit faster. Just keeps chipping away. And to be honest, modern MotoGP, that's the way to do it. Although Bezzecchi and also I'd say Bastianini show that kind of natural flair can still. To me, Bezzecchi and the natural flair and big balls, let's say, can also make the difference.
But I think it's also the foundation is also in the understanding of what you can do with the bike. Yeah, I mean, we asked. I have to confess, my colleague Jelena and myself in Qatar. We actually went to the garage, Inez, and she had an interview, and we were filming, and she said, "Let's do one question, so let's split the interview." And but because he had to run somewhere, I got one question, and I was like, "Okay, this is one of those you just popped them out of your mind." And I said, "How many races are you going to win this season?" And he started laughing, and both Jelena and myself we were absolutely sure once we saw him. And his girlfriend and everything. I don't like talking about his girlfriend, but he looked grounded. He looked in a happy place. And you can see him fooling around, taking pictures of her and sending photos to her so she can publish them on Instagram. And you see a happy teenage couple almost. And you know how he's the beast, literally. And you can see him being in a happy place. And then you look at his engineer and you're like, this guy worked with Dovi. I mean, he knows what to do with the Ducati. And the Gresini teams looks like a good place to be.
Yeah, it's always a family.
It's always a family, exactly. Yeah. That's what Nadia Patovani, I think she accomplished quite well. I don't know her, but we see him from the outside, they looked good. And it's a heavy thing. I mean, with the loss of Fausto, I mean, it was like, will this team even exist in a year's time? And all of a sudden, they're winning races. That's like super crazy. Oh, there's the photo. So, I mean, that's like long hair, and that's Valentino.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is 24 years later, right?
I think, I asked him, because when I found the negative from 1980, I make a big print of it, and I bring it, I think, to Jerez, to the Grand Prix, and I give it to Graziano. And Graziano did what I hoped for. He went to Valentino and show it to him, and then Valentino came to me, Henk, do you also have a print for me? I said, yes, but you have to do me a favor, and that was making the picture again after 23 years, I think, and he did.
Yeah. I mean, and this is, do you mind? It just crossed my mind. I sometimes do these kind of things. It just crossed my mind that, I didn't want to prepare for this podcast. I was like, let's go free-minded, And I just realized, because there's an exhibition, if you don't mind going through photos just a little bit so you can give us a background.
Yeah, no problem.
Because this will stay on YouTube. So, I think we can also use the stories. And, Vanya, you can put us in picture, but can you put that one back, please? Thanks, Vanya. I mean, Vanya is the main guy, actually, he wants to kill me from time to time, but, it's still love relationship. Anyway, I mean, looking at this photo, for me, I mean, so many details. I mean, his boot is spent. I mean, it's not like it's a new boot. I mean, and if you look at the shielding, I mean, I don't know how to call it. I mean, there's a yellow duct tape holding basically, I don't know, some kind of protective gear, and you have like small Ninja Turtle on his helmet.
He still has the turtle.
Schwantz replica helmet as well.
Schwantz replica helmet, yeah.
He liked Schwantz a lot. But I mean, Graziano, although he rode for the Yamaha factory, he rode for the Suzuki factory, he rode for the Morbidelli factory, I don't think he ever made a lot of money out of racing, and he's not a wealthy man by any stretch of the imagination. So, you know, this wasn't a rich family going mini moto racing.
Exactly.
You know, it was
just
I
passion.
mean, in fact, you know, the idea was to go kart racing and then car racing, wasn't it?
But it was too expensive.
And because obviously Graziano got very badly hurt, had a very bad head injury at Imola in '82.
Yeah.
And he crashed with a rally car.
Yeah. So he basically he said to Valentino, you didn't want Valentino to race motorbikes. He wanted him to race cars, but they got to such a level in the Italian karting championship, and the idea was to then go on to the European karting championship. But even then, in 1990 or 91, it cost a huge and Graziano said, I'm sorry, I can't afford it. And Valentino said, well, right, let's try Minimoto.
That's it. This is the Minimoto.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally a Minimoto. I actually had a problem translating this. How do you call a Minimoto?
Minimoto.
It's Minimoto, exactly. Nothing else.
Mini is small, a moto.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a small motorbike.
The guy behind is wearing a Cadalora replica helmet as well. So, the
Schwanz and Cadalora
thing.
And straw bales in the background.
Yeah. I mean, this is what when I went there in 1990, it was just people having fun, you know, and even grown-ups like me riding them. And
they
really
still do now in Cattolica.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Minimoto kind of changed everything, really. Just like little mini motocrosses in the States when Honda started building them in the 70s, changed motocross. Minimoto races changed everything in road racing. Yeah. Suddenly you could start your road racing career, not at 15 or 12, start your road racing career at 5 or 6. And that's what you'd have to do now. And so the Minimoto was an incredibly important kind of change in motorcycle racing.
Sorry, I have a question for Henk. What took you to take the picture of a kid riding a mini motorbike?
Yeah, because it was Rossi.
I mean, because of Graziano?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you went to Cattolica?
There was always an event. There are still events with this, and
You know, I mean, it's part of the history now. I mean, the 46 number and everything. But it's at that point in time, it's just a kid riding a mini moto.
Yeah, but it was the kid of Graziano Rossi.
Yeah, I mean, how things change. It was the kid of Graziano Rossi. And now Graziano is the father of Valentino Rossi.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I love these kind of photos because they show so much. And I love the photography because you have one frame. You have one shot to show everything. That's why I wanted to have the exhibition. You said how many pictures you have. You had like the problem of choosing the photos, like cutting down the number of photos.
Yeah.
And I thank you for the exhibition because I will run through the photos if you don't mind. You know what crossed my mind? Because you're here now. So we can tell the stories behind, you know, the seasons if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we don't take too much of your time. Don't worry. We won't bother you. But I think it's lovely because you're here. It just crossed my mind. We can do it like this. And obviously I will ask you some of the questions because that will show also what you are about also. And obviously we are here because of Valentino. I think Valentino connected a lot of people and with MotoGP, literally it connected us. And I'm going not on a rant. I digress often. So this is a digression, but I'll try to get back to focus. But no, really, for me, maybe it's the beer talking. It's amazing to have you here. Literally, trust me, I'm like a kid.
It's good to be here too. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I mean, no, we have one more before. The one with the two guys standing and Vale that's the one. Yeah. Actually, this photo, why did you take this photo? I mean, was it because of Rossi now? Or?
Yeah, no, it had also to do with the Aoki brothers. This is Barcelona, 95. 95.
The mic.
Yeah, and Aruchica, he was racing for a Dutch team.
Yeah.
So I did also the photography for the Dutch team. So of course you get a connection. And he became world champion in Barcelona 95. And left as his brother and he raced the 250. No.253, and he finished 4th in the championship. So it was a very successful year with them in the Dutch team. But also Haru and Noble were great friends already then with Valentino. And Valentino raced in a European Championship race. Yeah. I think it was the last race of the day on Sunday. So I also did not take any action pictures then. Only I went to the grid.
This was the Barcelona Grand Prix when they had the round of the European Championship.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Valentino's always any good racer, any racer that makes it to the top, one of the things they need is a huge amount of intelligence. They're not just nutters. And Valentino was very clever. You know, Haruchika Aoki won the 94 and 95 125 championship. So he was the best 125 championship rider in the world. And who did Valentino choose to befriend? Haruchika Aoki. You know, and I'm sure they obviously did get on, but, you know, without a doubt, you know, Valentino was like, well, I'm in a learning position here. I need to learn so much, and who better to teach me than
the world champion? Why
not make friends with the world champion and learn how to ride a 125? So that again was Valentino being very clever, very clever.
But at the same time, if I recall from your book, obviously, Haruchika, he invited him back to his home and they became friends, etc., etc.
I mean, obviously, graphic design has always been, design in general and graphic design in particular, very important to Valentino. And the kind of Japanese in the 90s were leading the way in graphic design at that point. You know, they had an amazing... Exactly, they had an amazing way of interpreting our alphabet, not your alphabet, our alphabet. You know, in ways that we'd never seen it before. You know, the way they were using different letters, and like, God, that's fantastic. And Rossi really loved that, and that's why he started having Japanese logos on his bike and all that stuff. He loved the whole Japanese vibe, I think. And that at that time, there were a lot of Japanese riders across all three classes which came out of the Japanese motorcycling boom of the late 80s, basically. But yeah, I mean, he just loved that whole thing. But like I say, I'm not being nasty, but I don't think it's entirely coincidental that he chose to be friends with the with the reigning world champion. You know, I mean, that's what you have to do to make it. You've got to, you know, it's not just going out there and racing. You've got to be thinking. Every part of your life, you've got to be thinking, you know, who can I learn from? Who can I make friends with? Who do I not need to be friends with? Who can I tell to piss off? Who can I not tell to piss off? You know, you've got to. It's a very complete. Your whole attitude has to be very complete. It's not just about going out on Sunday, opening the throttle.
That's what Dan mentioned when he says the chief marketing officer. I mean. If you look at Adorno is trying, but from my perspective, this is not the way to go. I mean, it's not, I want to say good enough. I mean, it's not good enough. It's simply like basics of marketing. And we are so way past that. And they had with Valentino a jump start. He taught them how to do good marketing. And in terms of being still humble, because when I didn't meet him, actually, I had a couple of questions with Valentino, just as every journalist can have a couple of questions. But one of my questions back then, because we were like, I don't know if you remember in Federica De Zotis was working in the Ducati office. So I badgered her for like 6 months just to get the 2 questions, because we are, you know, she doesn't know who we are. We come from a relatively small country. What do you want to do? So I was so boring. And I was sending emails that are like 100 pages long, explaining what I want to do, who I am, who we are, blah, blah, blah. And I kept introducing myself to her at every race I attended. In the end, she asked me, do you think I'm stupid? And I said, I don't get it. And she said, you're introducing yourself each time you see me. And I literally, it crossed my mind I was a little bit cheeky because she's Italian, and then I used my mom. And I said, well, my mom taught me to be polite. And she was like this. Okay, you can have 2 questions. and I asked him how, I mean, he's been racing for 15 years back then. And I asked him, how can you still give autographs, take photos, and do stuff like that? It was before the selfie time.
Yeah.
And I asked him how, because we have seen how much energy it takes. I mean, it's so tasking especially for him. And he has bodyguards he used to have bodyguards in Mugello, 2 bodyguards actually, from what I've seen. It was a Ducati time. And he said, look, when you see the yellow wall on the front, on the finish straight, of all the people who are supporting you, you have to give yourself back to those people. And I remember that, and I was like, okay, I mean, these guys are really thinking, and even if it's marketing, he still takes care of all the people who are supporting him. For me, it was like, okay, this guy is not, it's really a superstar. That's what superstars do. They understand the not only the moment, but the wider picture also. I mean, just from the perspective of him thinking a lot ahead of time. Vanya, can we use the other photo from 1996?
I mean, I would kind of draw comparisons with him and Muhammad Ali, who really knew exactly what to say and what to do and how to behave to kind of make people like him.
Yeah,
you know,
public persona,
and obviously that has to be part of your natural persona, because you can't just pretend. That's not good enough. People are going to, you know, we all know of riders that try to pretend to kind of be like Valentino Rossi, and it's see right through them. But you've got to have the character, and then you've got to have the brain to think, well, okay, so this is
how you do it
of what to do. And yeah, Muhammad Ali was like that. You know, he used to go around selling tickets to his own fights. you know, going around knocking on doors and saying, buy tickets. You know, so it's a push. You've got to have the natural ability. You've got to have the natural character, but you've got to work hard on top of that.
Yeah, and also he was very good, also surrounded by good people. There were some mistakes, but not many in his whole career.
Yeah, I think he's always stuck with the people that he's known forever. Because,
with Uccio, for instance.
Yeah, with a couple of, you know, his manager,
Drudy,
Aldo,
his old manager, you know, who got him into a lot of trouble with tax and stuff. But apart from that, he sticks with the people he's known for a million years, because they're the people you can trust.
Them,
you know?
Yeah. But Henk, I mean, in regards, we'll see a couple of photos later, but this is Brno. This is the first victory of Valentino. Did you go to all the races back then, or
not all, but
a chance?
I did quite a lot.
Yeah, but you
I never done a season all the races.
Yeah,
no.
But you were there for the first victory.
Yeah.
And this is also film. This is not digital photography. Right?
Yeah, this is still film. This because it's 1996.
You can see how pissed off Jorge Martinez. so this is
he was angry then.
This is the beginning of one guy's career and the end of another's, basically. So Martinez, I think after that race, he said to the Spaniards, because he was in the paddock already racing when Valentino was a little kid running around in the paddock with his dad, and he said to the Spanish press afterwards, he said, I wish I'd run him over then. so that is it's a really nice picture, because you've got the old guy who's on the way down, and you can see he's not happy. I mean, they had a really vicious last lap, and Valentino was being
quite rough.
Super aggressive, you know, and
that's the way to put it.
And you know, this was the new style of riding coming in, where you had to physically fight, run into each other to kind of make your position, you know.
Yeah, Henk, did we type your name properly, Henk?
No, AU.
AU, yeah, we have to AU. Yeah. That's my.
He's going to sue you for that.
Yeah.
Well, we're on the record. We'll change that. Vanya is changing it as we speak.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, Vanya. Yeah, but I mean, but
no, it's okay now.
It's okay now. Yeah. But also Valentino, you know, with the hairstyle and being cheeky, I mean, that's literally like something also new, because nobody was celebrating like that.
I think, very colorful and you know, looks quite kind of feminine, basically, doesn't he? You know, and that was something new, you know, a guy that wasn't trying to appear macho, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think...
he was young, he was funny.
I think that was quite different, you know. Motorbike racing is quite a macho business, you know, but here was somebody that was doing well without being macho, visibly anyway, you know, off the bike. On the bike, obviously, but off the bike, you know, he wore an Alice band, and you know, which is a girl's thing, really, and so I found that really interesting, you know, that he wasn't quite happy to be who he was.
Who he is,
He didn't feel that he had to conform. He basically, this is who I am. This is what I do.
Accept me or not.
Exactly.
No, that's also part of the fun, of the attraction. But this is for me, what's interesting also. Ivan Goy won the race before the Austrian GP.
Yeah.
And then they came to Brno, because I was always thinking Ivan Goy was also going to accomplish a lot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, his fate was not so the fate was not so good to him. But Ivan Goy for me was at that moment like two Italian riders coming up, because I also started, you know, finding out things, you know, learning. I was a kid and I was like, I wanted to understand better. And I was thinking Ivan is going to also do a good job, but he only had that one victory. and Valentino won this race, and that was the sole victory of that season. But you can see already that there was something going on with this kid. And the next photo actually is 1997. How we structured the exhibition is one shot, one season, because that's, for me, that's what photography is also. You know, I like print advertising in terms of you have one basically image that you can show that will show you what it's all about. No, the one before. The one before. No, this is the one. I put them in correct order, literally.
So was that Takedomi's second?
Nee, Makato.
Yeah.
Ueda.
And Ueda.
And Takedomi.
Yeah.
Noboru Ueda. Yeah, I mean, it was a Japanese category, basically. I mean, the time was also so many Japanese.
Many Japanese.
Yeah. I remember who was back then also Yuichi Ui. I mean, he almost won with the Derby, if I remember.
And they all came from this.
That's a couple of years later.
They all came from this late 80s boom in motorcycling that kind of in Japan that lasted into the 90s, and all coming, you know, the 125 championship was basically just Honda RS 125s, which is one of the greatest race bikes ever because it was cheap and good. And at that time in Japan, you'd have heat races at every national championship. You might have 80 entries. And they'd have to get it down to 30, 40 for the race, you know, so have heats before. Yeah, what happened there to the Japanese motorcycling?
No, they're coming back now.
Everything goes up and down, doesn't it? And you know, the 80s boom in motorcycling coincided with the 80s Japanese economic boom, which kind of went very wrong in 1990, and they're kind of still struggling to kind of come back from. And you know, you go to Japan now, you really don't see a lot of motorcycles. You go to Tokyo and you ride it. It's not like other cities where it's just motorbikes everywhere, scooters and everything. Very few.
Interesting. I've never been to Japan, but hopefully we'll change that. But this photo, this is the World Championship season, first title, 11 victories. I mean, that's the record that still stands. I mean, that year for me, what amazed me was his last laps, obviously. How he would plan the attack for the I mean, it's similar to Moto3 now in terms of you're going to have a bunch of riders coming in the last lap really hot, and he would have the intelligence basically to do it 11 times in 15 races.
But he had also a very good bike with Aprilia comparing to the Hondas.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of Joan Mir in 2016.
2017 with Leopard.
You know, he was very like that as well. You know, he would sort of be in the gang and then
we'll just watch
lap,
them.
Boom. You know, he just kind of. There's no point in leading the last but one lap. You know, there's only one lap you need to lead.
I mean,
really,
it was not like Nieto did in the 125. You know, he was playing with the other ones. Yeah, he was playing, but not in the way Nieto could do because he was far stronger than them, and he was stronger, but not that.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Do you think he was, you know, like making a show out of it a bit?
No, I don't think no. At that moment, no, he didn't make a show.
That was like just, this is the way I'm going to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he won a lot.
Yeah.
And then he moved to this. This was an interesting, there's a great chapter about the super team of Aprilia. Yeah. I mean, actually 3 teams. I mean, that's, for me, it was amazing. But in terms of Valentino, he got like with Loris, Capirossi, and Tetsuya Harada.
Yeah.
I mean, my favorite three things in the book are the interview with Pernat, the interview with Burgess, and the interview with Alex Briggs, his mechanic. Yeah. And at the start of this season, Pernat had 3 factory riders.
Yeah.
You know, that's never it's too many, basically. He had Rossi,
3 egos,
and they could all
Loris Capirossi and Tetsuya Harada. And he thought, okay, the only way to make this work is not have them in the same team, have them in 3 different teams, separate. And there was an incredible amount of fighting between the different mechanics and the different tuners trying to get, you've got that new expansion chamber, why haven't we got it? And at the beginning of the season, he decided, Pernat, being in charge of Aprilia then, decided who was going to be whose crew chief. And at some point in February or something, Valentino went to Pernat and said, I don't want my guy. I can't remember who was meant. I want the guy that got working for Loris. And Pernat kind of,
Bracci.
you know, Pernat's not...
Bracci.
Yeah, Bracci. Pernat's not stupid. You know, he knew the way things were going.
Yeah.
He knew what Rossi... I mean, he was the guy that gave Rossi his first contract in 1995, you know, before anybody really knew...
with Graziano being so persistent.
Yeah, without anybody really knowing who he was. So he basically... he agreed... I mean, again, this shows how strong Valentino was in his mind. He basically said, if you don't give me this guy, I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm out. So Pernat went, oh, what am I going to do? You know, so he said, okay, you can have Brazzi. And then he went to Loris and said, you know what I've been thinking? I think that so-and-so, I can't remember who the crew chief was, but would be better working with you than Brazzi. So
I think naturally.
Loris went, really? Do you think so? And he said, yeah, I think so. And it was 20 years later when Pernat told Loris what he'd actually done, you know, and Loris kind of went, yes, you know, and... but yeah, that, I mean, again, you know, I was trying to point out, although we all love Rossi and so on, he comes across as a happy, smiley guy. Man, you know, when it comes to the big decisions, he is nailing
to the point.
Yeah. He is nailing it, and he's just as vicious as everybody else, which is what you've got to be. You know, you don't get to win 9 world titles without being a grinning assassin, really. You know.
No, I mean, I cannot see anybody winning anything basically because I mean that's how the game is played. Basically, I mean. Maybe it sounds too vicious, but it is what it is. But also, you can see, we can tell, I mean, with his helmet, I love this shot because of all the always the details. I mean, with Rossi Fumi being so colorful, cheerful, but you can see also some, I mean, Nastro Azzurro is obviously a big sponsor, but you can see some other sponsors. But the helmet, in terms of design, you can see the flowers, the heart,
sun and the moon.
The sun and the moon, yes.
Yeah. That is the light. That's the yellow.
Solo Luna.
I mean, the Aprilia 250s, they were just beautiful.
Yeah.
And I mean, that paint job is just great.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite shots in the book, actually.
Yeah.
Coming onto the Mistral straight. This is when his chain broke, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's winning. He's kind of battling for the title with Okawa, and I can almost hear the bike in the picture. You can just hear a 250 coming on the pipe, coming out of a corner, which is a really important corner. You've got to get that corner absolutely right because you've got to run 1 and a bit kilometres straight. So every extra kilometre of speed you carry out of that corner, you're going to carry for the next.
And you know why the chain broke? Because they fitted a smaller one to have less friction.
Yeah.
So it was maybe that bring 1/10 of a second a lap, but it cost them 25 points.
Yeah. But actually 2 pipes just falling around. But you know what I love about this shot? I mentioned that to Henk last night. Actually, you know what these Aprilias, the 250s, the obviously the street bikes, a couple of years ago, like, well, not a couple of, 10 years ago, they were selling in ex-Yugoslavia for like peanuts because people were just getting rid of them. Now you cannot buy them. Now they became a rarity. Actually, we tried getting one. We have an RS125, the street bike. I mean, it's in our warehouse, literally standing, waiting to be prepared for the summer season. And I love those 2 strokes, old 2 strokes, because they kick in at 11,000 RPM. Before that, it's like, just sounding vicious, nothing else. But I'm probably too fat now for the 125, but it's okay. But with this bike, what I love is the left hand and the 2 fingers on the clutch.
Yeah.
You always had to have fingers on your clutch. I mean, and that's, if I remember well, Jorge Lorenzo mentioned in Sachsenring, when he's going through the waterfall, he used to have a problem with his arm even in MotoGP because he kept the finger on the clutch even on a 4-stroke, which he didn't have to do.
It's just a habit that you struggle to get, and you can also see him lifting his backside onto the seat. There to try and get a better airflow across the bike. Might gain him 1 kilometre an hour or 2 kilometres an hour, you know.
But it's something.
But and this is also analog picture, right? This is film.
Yeah.
Amazing shot. And you don't know if you have the shot or not. Do you know when you take the shot? Did you know that back then you were certain, like, I got the shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
The only thing is it 100% sharp in those days because you did it by hand.
Yeah. We had an exhibition, and actually I'll show you later some of the works. Miloš Cvetković Cvele, he used to go to the Monaco Grand Prix in 70s and 80s, obviously with an analog, with a film. And some of the shots of Formula One with Gilles Villeneuve and stuff like that, which is super sharp, and you're like, wow. I mean, he doesn't know, and he cannot even develop the films in Monaco. He has to send them to Ljubljana because that's where the first outpost was for the daily newspaper for Yugoslav papers. And so he sent them by mail to Ljubljana, and he's waiting for the information if they're any good or not. Interesting times. I mean, it's completely different. And obviously now the move to you know, the big bike, the 500cc. But he has no, that's what you mentioned yesterday. There is no Repsol, although this is private bike, but it's basically a factory bike.
Yeah, but there was Repsol on it during the test. But at the end, there was no agreement, and they took it off.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing him without the Repsol colors. Actually, last night, we'll see that picture later, there was a guy who came to me and he said, I remember him being a Repsol rider, but today, at this day and age, to see Valentino Rossi in Repsol Honda colors is so strange. But he moved to Honda. I mean, that was actually, can we go back to the last shots? Sorry, Vanya. We didn't mention one important thing. I mean, then that's that he's now a multiple world champion. I mean, he won the title in 1997 with 250, and now he's slowly going, you know, to the big class. And there was a huge jump between 250 and 500. I mean, rarely did a rider succeed in that. And I would just like to add one more dimension to this. Max Biaggi. Massimiliano went to the big bikes, and he won the first race in Suzuka. I mean, Duan fell down, I think, in first corner, which is really difficult in Suzuka. And Max won the race, and he was leading the championship in his first race in 500cc. He was working with Erv Kanamoto, if I remember.
Kanamoto, yeah.
I think Biaggi, Suzuka is very much a corner speed circuit.
Yeah.
It carries, you know, and if you come from 250, you make all your speed with corner speed.
Yeah.
And Suzuka is a very flowing corner speed circuit. So what works there might not work, you know, and Valentino really struggled when he went to 500s. You know, he crashed out of his first two races. Yeah. And then he was still trying to make all the speed into the corner with the front tire. And this is not the way to work on a 500. You need to instead of taking a big, long, sweeping corner, you have to take more of a V than a U line around the corner. And it took him about half the season to work that out. More than, in fact. Yeah. He reckons that it was Brazil end of 2000 when he started getting the hang of it. And actually, he said after Malaysia in 2001, end of the 500s, was the time he'd finally got the hang of riding a 500s, like a month before they became obsolete. So yeah, he had to really learn that thing of getting in and then picking the bike up. Don't try and accelerate on the edge of the tires because the thing's going to just spit you to the moon. Yeah. You've got to get in the corner, lift the bike up onto the fatter part of the tires, and then you've got enough straight. Then you've got enough contact patch to use the torque. Because I mean, 500s were horrible things. Really, they had just a huge amount of torque that would just come in all of a sudden, and that's why.
And they were light.
And that's why people. That's why they chucked people over the top. So.
Can I digress a little bit? Did you? I mean, I obviously know about you. You were racing, Matt. But Henk, did you go racing also?
No, I only worked on bikes.
Yeah.
My mother didn't like me to race.
I can relate.
But I must say, I was not so interested. I like to spend hours on the test bench.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just to see if you had some horsepower more on the 50cc.
Yeah, so. And Matt, you obviously liked riding them and racing them.
Yeah, I'm the opposite to Henk, really. I like riding them. I'm pretty rubbish at working on them. Really, really. You know, I mean, when I was racing production bikes and stuff, where the preparation is very simple, quite lazy, basically. You know, I don't really want to do any work on the bike. I just want to ride the thing. You know, you'd see the state of my road bikes at home; they're just a mess. You know, I like riding them, and I don't really care.
Yeah, but did you ride this one, the 500 NSR?
I mean, I rode a lot of NSR 500s from 89, 90, 91, 92, and I did it all the way through. Used to go to Suzuka at the end of every year to test them. And, man, I mean, they were just terrifying to begin with. And they got more and more civilized. So by the time Valentino came along, two-stroke development had been so much that they were actually... They were easy to ride until you really tried. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. They were easy to ride until you tried to go fast, and that's when they bit you. thought, oh, this is okay, and then
yeah, they were changing the ignition, basically the Big Bang and the Screamer and the timings.
Yeah, I mean, they changed the sort of engine firing order with the Big Bang that came in 92, which was a complete change. Yeah. Just completely changed everything. So by the time Valentino came along in 2000, they were hugely well developed.
Yeah.
So he had the right time to, and I mean, he said all the way through his career that favorite bike was.
Yeah, he kept saying that.
And just going back to it, there was the talk, will he go and ride for Repsol Honda? And then Mick Doohan was trying to establish a team. Obviously, he was injured, had to come out, and he was trying to get Shell money, and that didn't happen. And basically, Honda Europe then stepped in and said, okay, we'll run our own team.
Yeah.
And basically, it was with factory support. But the sort of big thing from Valentino's point of view was that he could finally run the bike in whatever color he wanted.
Yeah.
So of course it's yellow, and that's why the bike's yellow. Not because the sponsors are yellow, not because anything, because
he got the opportunity.
He was like, yep.
He was happy to have the bike and the people around it, with Burgess and the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, he was incredibly lucky that.
Yeah, how did that come across?
That
Doohan
got hurt at that time.
Doohan broke the legs in Jerez in 1999.
No, he broke a shoulder and maybe a tib and fib. I mean, he'd obviously already been hugely badly injured in 92, and then he lost a lot of feeling in the arm, and he was trying to come back. And by August, September 99, he was like, "I'm out of here."
Yeah.
So suddenly, Burgess and the whole team, which was
free,
I would say without a doubt, best crew on the grid at that time, one of the best ever, were free. So, as has happened so often with Valentino during his career, everything just
on the right place.
Everything just falls into place, and you're like, "Wow, how did that?" It's like when he won Honda's 500th Grand Prix victory, at Suzuka in 2001. So that's the beginning of season. It could have happened in any class at any track, but it happened in the Premier class with Valentino at Suzuka.
And also. 2 races before had to be won by the 125 and the 250 by a Honda rider, and that happens.
Yeah, I mean, actually, everything was coming along. Like it's like a dream coming true.
No, exactly, yeah.
But for me, what's interesting was also can you put back that shot, Vanja, and watch about the timings whenever you like to leave. Don't worry. I mean, I know you have a football match to watch. Although Vanja, he knows a lot about American football, so. He's an expert in American football. And by the way, what I like about this one, obviously, you can see the engine, the bike. It's bigger than in the last 2 shots, but all 4 shots. But for me, what is the sign of times? There are 2 things. The PlayStation. I mean, the PlayStation is now beginning to be so important and that is for me. It's like a generational change. It's not only about the bikes anymore. Now it's about fun and games. And you can see Valentinic, it says. And like I look at the details and stuff like that. The helmet is pretty similar to 250. You have the flowers. There is no heart. But, sun and the moon and etc. And Nastro Azzurro, obviously, which was also present in previous seasons in 125 and 250. And the NSR. I love that, in above the Polini when it says NSR. And then it's PlayStation. It's so Japanese. Like... and the controller is actually drawn out ahead of him, like he's playing a game. That's how I interpret it. I'm not saying he did that because of that. I don't know.
Kind of, although that's the kind of new age, there was also, that was the kind of dying of the old age.
Yeah.
The Honda hospitality unit used to have a Nastro Azzurro pump in it. You used to be able to just go and help yourself.
Yeah. And we did.
And Jerry Burgess and his crew, they're Aussies, pretty much all of them, so they like a drink, they like a beer. I mean, JB 100% had to sit down at the end of the day and have a beer. So, and because they were pretty on top of everything, they'd generally be done by 5:30, 6.
Yeah.
It's not like now where you just never stop working. There's always, racing now is so complicated that you just never stop working. But then... They used to come into the hospitality at 6, and we'd be in the hospitality at 6, and you'd have you'd have a few beers with them before dinner, and JB was amazing. I still miss him. He would be able to sum up what had happened in the day, not just to them but to everybody else, in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, somebody else
And
could
for us
spend
it was
3 hours.
Yeah.
For us, it was very interesting.
For somebody else,
Not only as a friend, more or less, with JB, but also for the information. You know?
Yeah, as a
yeah, no,
journalist.
he was amazing. You know, he had this amazing kind of Australian pragmatism. You know, they have this way
Keep
of
it simple.
cutting,
Keep it
yeah,
simple.
the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid, and of always just cutting to the chase and just no bullshit. Just this is what happened, and that's why it happened. You know, and he was. I think he was also very important to Valentino's development because he was kind of like a father or an uncle to him, and JB didn't suffer fools. You know, I mean, just because Valentino was Valentino, if he did something that JB didn't like, JB would tell him. You know, I can't remember which, they had some furniture sponsor. Valentino, and at some race he brought this big armchair, plastic armchair, outdoor furniture kind of thing, and JB was like, "Mate, that's out. You're not having. Piss off. Get rid of it now." Nice. You know what I mean? So JB really, I think, really brought a seriousness to Valentino's racing, and because obviously once you go to 500s, it's everything's technical.
Yeah,
and obviously then they went to 4 strokes, everything became multiple technical.
But sorry to interrupt, but just to add to that story, I think that cultural moment was also important for Valentino in terms of having Aussies at his side, not only Italians. No. Yeah, because, and I'm not thinking anything. I'm not saying anything bad about the Italian engineers. I'm just saying that you need. That's my belief. I mean that that being. A so wonderfully colorful society, as a global society, is a beautiful thing. And I think that pragmatism that you mentioned, because we tried getting Alex Briggs like 10 years ago to a conference that we were organizing in Budva in Montenegro. And I met Alex just by chance, and we started talking about something, etc. Actually, what they did, we had a colleague of ours, which is now pretty famous, the host in Serbia, Dragana Kosjerina. And that was the first meeting for her in MotoGP, and she really had I'm sorry to say this, but short skirt. And we were walking down the paddock on Thursday morning. Nobody goes there on Thursday morning. That's our little secret. We still go Thursday morning. We go because usually still, that was 2012, you had the garages open. But all of them were closed, except all of a sudden the Ducati garage opened. Briggs, Stevenson, and I don't know how many guys from the Rossi's crew laid down on the floor to look at her legs. And I was
healthy guys.
And I was like, what the hell? And they were like, oi, mate. And I was like, oi, mates, come on. And, we moved along and then, kind of met and started talking about some things, etc., etc. And in terms of just talking to him, I wanted to get him because he was obviously then famous on Twitter also. And it was an internet conference. And I was like, come on, get over here. We'll bring an M1 to Montenegro. Just talk about what you can talk about, because he had to go through PR education because he was revealing stuff he shouldn't have been revealing. So that was interesting to meet him. And from what I've gathered, they were all no-nonsense guys. Just like pop.
I mean, there were certainly times in Valentino's career when he probably had a few, I won't name them, arguments, when he probably had too many yes men around him.
Yeah.
And
2015,
Burgess and that lot were not yes men. Like I say, if they thought that what Valentino was doing wasn't correct, they told him, because and that's the only way to go racing. You can't.
Well, that's the only way to do anything.
If you know, no, exactly. If you know what you're doing, then your opinion counts, and you should not be afraid of saying, whether you're a manager or a rock star or what. No, you don't.
Exactly.
You don't just keep it to yourself. You say, "Don't do this. Stop it." Something. And JB and like that lot were very much like that.
And he got to work with them in 2000, and then later in 2001, which is a huge season. I mean, this is 2001 because there's Kenny Roberts Jr. with the number 1 in the background, and this is Barcelona, right? Yeah. This one didn't make it to the exhibition because it was the second one from 2001. So we said, let's use the other one with the doctor shot. Actually, Vanya, can you show us the doctor shot, please? The point of that shot with the stethoscope is, Henk, if I'm not mistaken, and I know this, like we didn't prepare for this, but that's an exclusive shot that you got in Le Mans, if I remember well. So nobody else could take this shot.
No, because Valentino himself closed the door of the pit box on Thursday. I prepared it for the Dutch TT.
Yeah.
It was the cover of the magazine No.253 I work for. And I've got many more pictures of the whole shot with the whole team. It was great because he likes to do it, you know, and then he comes also with ideas. Shall we should do it this? No. He is organized.
Chief marketing officer.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that makes fun, you know.
And he does it with panache, with style, so it's not. It doesn't come across as artificial.
You cannot do this 10 times a year, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe you can do. In those days, it was still possible, and then you know, I went on Thursday already to Le Mans, and we prepared it. It's also not done in 5 minutes, you know. It takes half an hour for it, no problem. Nowadays, or the last years, it was not possible anymore because there's so many things around. But in those days, we had a lot of fun and nice results, especially when you look back. So.
Yeah, and if you look at also the bike, I mean, that's the bike that brought him the first. I mean, obviously that's 2001. So this is like the last 500cc.
Yeah,
winning.
that is his bike. He still doesn't get from Honda.
Yeah, that's the infamous one now. Not the famous one. But I love the shot. And can I ask you something, if it's not a secret? Why you? I mean, is it because of the connection you've created?
But also the idea.
Oh, okay.
I asked him, and maybe in Jerez Grand Prix before, I said, okay, I like to do this and this and this. And he said, and he knew I should have done also other things with him, but this was, the most famous. But he's doing it right, you know, and then he said, okay, we do it in Le Mans. So, and we did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's good. And I like the fact that he actually he respected that it was your idea, you know, not just That's so nice. And obviously, I mean, I suppose, I don't know, I mean, did it help that you were there before he was Valentino Rossi?
I don't know. You must ask him.
Oh, I wish I could. But okay, one day. But anyway, this is a historical shot. I mean, that's literally the doctor in his office. Okay, Vanya, we shall move on. No, there is one before that. This is 2003. Barcelona. Yeah, we need Barcelona, him spraying the champagne. This is 2003.
No, Barcelona, the start.
Oh, that's the start. Yeah, we had a start, and then we had 2002 with the champagne and everything. I'm just going to say something in Serbian. Kaže nam Ivan da secka s vremena na vreme metov mikrofon. Metov, da. Ne znam da li... ako neko može ko je na streamu također, da li i vama secka ili je samo kod Ivana? Ivane, hvala puno, Ivan Vojsinović. Aha. Ne secka mikrofon, okej. Okay, we had some mic issue, but it's okay.
I think this is the famous race where Rossi won it. I think he got a bad start, even though he's on the front row.
But that's the fight with Biaggi?
Yeah, the fight with Biaggi as they went into the kind of in the podium ante-room, basically, where
with the fly.
Yeah, it kind of got pretty tasty, and actually, kind of Biaggi probably came out of that one the best, actually, because I think he managed to get a headbutt in, didn't he? I think the Honda crew were holding him back and had his arms around his back, but he managed to use his head on Valentino. So I mean, man, that was a rivalry, you know. I mean, they were just
that was a heated rivalry.
Such different personalities. I mean, you know, the way they behaved, just completely opposite personalities, which is why they clashed so badly. You know, they just
especially then the Grand Prix before in Suzuka.
They literally hated each other.
Yeah, I mean, with the finger in Suzuka. Yeah. I mean, when he pushed him
off the track.
Can I ask you something? What do you think would happen with the judges, the referees?
He would be in big trouble for that. I mean, where Biaggi kind of gently. I mean, what Biaggi did then is actually nothing that new, really. You know, you're coming out of a corner and you feel the guy coming around the outside of you. So you just carry on going to the edge of the track because then what's he got to do? He's going to have to brake. He's just going to have to roll off the throttle, isn't he? So, but Rossi was coming around the outside and Biaggi heard him and just kind of you just see that he just elbow goes out, and Valentino's on the grass at about 120 miles an hour, and there's no, because this is 2001, there was no, and it's kind of not a place where you'd normally crash. There's no hay bales or no air fence or anything there, so it was a pretty dangerous
concrete wall.
And when
especially
I think it
in
was
Suzuka,
2 laps later, I think, was when he went past him at the first turn and kind of gave him the finger. And that's kind of one of the all-time great motorsport moments, really, where you see somebody overtake somebody and then still be able to take one handle off the handlebars, look behind them and give them the finger. I mean, you go, wow. I mean, you've got a lot of extra headspace, brain space going on here. You know?
I mean, that's Suzuka. So there, the first corner are basically 2 corners.
Yeah, I crashed there once. No, the way in is very fast.
It's a quick corner, and you're going in, and then you're on the gas, on the throttle, and you're giving the finger to somebody behind you. Yeah. I have to digress just a little bit.
And also in front of the television.
In front of the television. I think that the message was for the whole global audience. But I don't know if you've seen the new RoboCop reboot, like 2 or 3 years ago. They have a ridiculous shot because of Valentino. I always think about Valentino when I look. Well, I didn't watch that movie more than once. But they have a cop, RoboCop, riding around, and he's holding just his left hand side of the bike and shooting everybody. And I'm like, I'm sorry for being vulgar, but other Fs. I mean, how can anybody ride just using the left hand? Yeah. It's like so ridiculous. And he's shooting at everybody. And I'm like, Jesus, at least get their hand the right side. But anyway, Valentino, that was amazing. I remember that. I recall that so vividly. And that's still, again, just increasing the show. The show is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, even if you know, and as you said, it's important, like 500 victory, and there's this Yamaha guy, because Biaggi then moved to Yamaha, if I remember. He wasn't on a Honda anymore, and he was like, I'm going to stop you. No, you're not going to stop me. It was an amazing race. But more importantly, the last 500cc champion, and he actually did something so amazing. 125cc, 225cc and 500cc, and all of that in 6 years' time.
Yeah, and only Phil Reed, I think, had done
Phil
that
Reed
up to that
before
point.
him.
So, God bless his soul. And even now, I think it's only Reed, Rossi, and Marquez who've done that. The 3 primary categories. If you like.
Lorenzo has 215 MotoGP. Yeah. He never won the 125. Dovizioso won that one.
Yeah.
That was an interesting season, 2004. And with that regard, Rossi is now becoming somebody people strive to become. Actually, the kids are impressed, and he's like making the whole new generation of kids want to become racers. And it just the appeal increases with the next season. I mean, that's the champagne shot. I mean, when the Repsol and Honda say, no, you have 2 Repsols.
Yeah, 2002 is coming now, I think.
Yeah, 2002 is coming.
I think it's the start of the first race in Suzuka.
I'm going to show this one.
Oh. Yeah.
This one.
That's 2003.
That's
Modelo.
2000. I think it's 2002.
Because Caparossi's there on the...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's 2003. Yeah, no, you're right.
Anorak side.
Now the 2002 shot
2002 is this one. Thanks, man. Sorry, Vanya. My mistake.
And you kind of notice how his celebrations were very theatrical back then, and just gradually, that kind of tailed off. He kind of knew when he knew once it had run its course. I mean, when did he last? I mean,
Awesome.
Yeah, was that 13, 14? So kind of after that, he knew he'd done it all. I mean, you can't just keep on making up fantastic celebrations every time. You just have to realize that you've done it all and just,
Yeah, but the cold shower was 2006 with the castle and the Knights of the Round Table. They had everything prepared.
Yeah, I think, was that 2006? It was...
I think
so it's Sachsenring. I can't remember the year, but they'd made a replica of the Tavulia town church steeple, bell tower, and they'd managed to convince the priest of Tavulia, who was in his 80s,
to come to the race to ring the bell.
I mean, he must have thought, "What the hell is going on?" And so they'd got him. He was going to when he won the race. If he won the race,
they
were going to drag this replica of the Tavulya Church bell tower onto the track, and the priest was going to be in the top and would ring the bell, which is what he did back in Tavulya every time Rossi won a race. But I think he was leading into the last corner with Gibernau. I can't remember. I think it was in the Honda years.
Yeah,
I think it was 2003 or something.
Yeah, but
he was leading into the last corner. He lost the front of the last corner, and Gibernau beat him to the line by a fraction. So while this was going on, all of his fan club are dragging this replica of the bell tower through the gravel trap onto the circuit, and then somebody tells them, no, he didn't win it. He didn't win it. So then they're suddenly dragging this replica of the bell tower back away from the track with the priest sat inside it or stood inside it, probably thinking he's about to die, probably wondering what the hell was going on. So, sometimes the kind of defeats can be kind of more fun than the victories. They're kind of better stories.
And it's only pictures. It's a pity there is no pictures of it.
Yeah, no, that's weird, isn't it? The pictures.
Actually, for this one with the Knights of the Round Table, I recall the guy who is no longer the director of Dorna production of TV. He moved now to be the boss of the whole production. He was mentioning that in 2006, the Rossi's crew came to agree to make an arrangement for the Knights of the Round Table. So they prepared the whole castle and the round table, because that was supposed to be one more, actually, the title number 8. So they were preparing it, and when he crashed out in the second corner, they were like, oh. So Dorna had everything agreed with his team already for the celebration of the title, because he was leading the championship. But in your book, you're mentioning Saxon, you're spot on as always, with regards to the celebration. But that was an amazing victory by Gibernau. But we didn't mention one important thing. In 250 and 125, he never had a rivalry that strong as with Max Biaggi, who actually he didn't even meet on the racetrack until 2000. And Max was a huge star in Italy before Valentino. He was like really a big star. 4 titles, 3 with Aprilia in a row, then with Honda. And he had the same deal as Marquez is going through now. Valentino went through that, and Max went through that. You're just winning because of the bike.
Yeah, and also it's important to say that obviously Biaggi was the number 1 Italian, and very jealous of his number 1 status. And he it already started between them when he was in 250s. Yeah. And Valentino was in 125s, and already making bigger news in 125s than Biaggi was in 250s. And I think he said something about Biaggi that Biaggi didn't like, and Biaggi told him to kind of shut up, and which obviously just made Rossi all the more determined not to shut up. So kind of that's a big thing where people think that riders from the same countries are more likely to be friends. In fact, it's completely the opposite, because you want to be the number 1 in your country. Yeah. Just because you want to. But also that means, you want to be the guy getting the most Italian sponsorship. You want to be, if you're Italian. And that was one thing in 2015 with the whole, Marquez, Lorenzo, Pedrosa thing. People said, oh, it's a Spanish stitch up and everything. Marquez and Lorenzo, Pedrosa didn't particularly like each other. No. I think you see somebody from your own country as a bigger rival, because you might have come up a bit together, and you've probably got festering sores going back. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that is generally the case. It was the same with Doohan and Gardner.
And also the journalists from that country.
Yeah, absolutely, because you're competing for the same market. Yeah.
That's interesting.
And you want to be the number. You want to be the main man in the world, but you also want to be the main man in your country. You don't want.
Local is always important.
Yeah, especially in Italy on Monday in Gazzetta dello Sport.
Yeah. Actually, Gazzetta, we like reading Gazzetta with Ferrari, because there is always somebody living in a Ferrari garage from Gazzetta dello Sport, and you know that what's coming out is somebody's conveying a message, basically. But that's interesting. With regards to Italy, one of the first interviews I ever did was in Assen, actually. It's 2008 with Colin Edwards, and I asked him, how do you feel? Because I was working for Eurosport, but I couldn't film anything for Eurosport. They weren't sending anybody as a reporter to don't worry, Mahin, it's okay. This is a free studio. Just enjoy yourself. Trust me, the ringing doesn't bother anybody. What, you know, we had falling guitars, falling props. We had everything here. It's always fun, you know. We bring in the cakes. This is the podcast. I mean, literally, this is not some Hollywood production, so just enjoy yourself. And the point is, with I don't know what I was saying anymore, but anyway, I wanted to say, sorry?
Colin Edwards.
Colin Edwards, yeah.
2008.
Two things about Colin Edwards. I asked him because I was working actually for some sort of a Hello magazine, if I can call it like that. That's the only way I could get accredited. And because I was an advertising director back then, I was in sales and I was working at Eurosport. And I got the accreditation, and I said I have to ask him some questions for Gloria magazine. That's the name of the magazine. And I was thinking, like, what am I going to ask him? And I asked him about his wife. What is the best gift you have ever bought? And he was like, Mercedes SEL 500, and I took her 4 girlfriends to New York for a shopping spree. And I said, okay. I mean, I don't care about that, but, you know, I had to bring something back to the editor. And I asked him also, how do you feel being famous? But he was famous for me. And he was like, me famous? What are you talking about? Like, are you crazy? The only fame I get is in Italy. If I stop at Autostrada, on an Autostrada to pour in some gas, I get free coffee. And that's it, basically. Yeah. He actually told me the story. He got stopped by the police. And they stopped him. And he was like, oh, I'm in trouble. And he said, no, we just want to take photos with you. So Italian police took photos with him and went away. So yeah, that's indeed with regards, you know, stories like that. And he was the first guy I saw drinking beer. He was the rider. And I was like, what? And he's like, do you want a beer? And I was like, you're riding tomorrow. It's just one beer. And I'm like, okay, whatever you say. Anyway, to get back to Rossi, actually, I mean, but the slowly the whole market is developing. I mean, now you get stories with him and Biaggi, the fist fight. That's mainstream media also. It's going to get bigger and bigger. And then, you know, with 2002, I mean, that shot for me, as you said, the celebrations. But what I like about that shot, you can see how narrow the RC211V is, actually. Yeah. I mean, that was an amazing... I love that bike. That was...
probably one of the greatest bikes ever built.
Yeah, you would have to say it probably is the greatest bike. But the kind of aero on it is kind of important when you compare it to modern bikes, because it was incredibly thin. Yeah. Incredibly narrow, rather. And... you know, they were already doing 5 to 10 miles, 210 miles an hour, which is what, 330, 335 miles an hour, Ks an hour. And, you know, that isn't a nice feeling if you don't have any protection. Yeah. You know what I mean? And Rossi did actually complain a bit about that. But I kind of always liked the look of it because it had a bit of a kind of Judge Dredd look to it. Yeah. It had actually been designed rather than just being a race bike. Okay, let's just make it look like another race bike. It kind of the angles on it and so on. It kind of had a bit of a Judge Dredd look to it, and I really like that. I mean, how different do they look now? I mean, you know.
Can I ask you one question? This, as I give myself the right to digress, you have a question from Bane, which is it's a bit of a digression, but we're here to just chat about. He's mentioning Marc Marquez saying that MotoGP, in terms of what you were just saying, is going the way of Formula One. Do you fear that, you know, that with all the changes we are going there?
100%. You know, as soon as you introduce downforce aero into racing, you've got a problem because you need to be on your own for the aero to work. Yeah. As soon as you get close to another rider and you've got to, so you're leant over through a corner, you come into the draft of another rider, suddenly your downforce goes. You know, so you probably won't crash, but you won't have the grip that you had. You know, so to me it is a huge issue, and not only do that, but also, you know, overheating front tires. There are all these things making it very hard for riders to get close to each other. Yeah. You know, if you get behind somebody, the heat from their bike, because, you know, if you've got 300 horsepower motorbikes, they produce a lot of heat. I mean, you know, horsepower is heat, basically, isn't it? You know, the more power you make, the more heat you make. So you get behind a bike and you're faster than him. Get behind him, but you can't overtake him immediately. Then your front tire overheats, and then you lose half a second because you have to slow down and wait for your.
We've seen this year.
And that is, to me, a huge problem, that they really need to get their they really need to deal with, but I'm not sure they will, because
and there's also the point of the aerodynamics. You saw what happened with Bagnaia in Quartararo in the last race.
Yeah.
When Bagnaia loses a winglet, it has influence on the behavior of the bike, and then you get the point where you have to say you have to go into the pits. You cannot continue. You know.
Also, with the ride height devices, speaking to Marquez at the last race, you know, he said in the old days, well, 2-3 years ago, you know, it was be the top of third gear, bottom of fourth gear, where you could use full torque on a MotoGP. They have so much power, you can't use it all until then. But until then, you'd need to be dancing all over the bike, trying to reduce the wheelie by body position, playing with the throttle. So it all came down to skill, to who could use the most torque, which is what you're trying to do down the straight. So, whereas now, he says at the bottom of third gear, at the top of second gear, you're at full. You can use full torque because you don't have the wheelie because of the ride height, because of the downforce. So very difficult for the rider to make a difference.
Yeah, you saw what happened to Rins in Le Mans. You know, when he went off the track
straight. Yeah.
So there's a lot of issues, including safety.
Yeah.
And the next couple of years are going to be interesting, I think.
You know who was the first to mention the winglets in Assen? If you remember Oliveira, he was moving to the grid position, and he was surprised by, I don't know who it was, I think maybe Bastianini or Zarco, and he actually clipped with the winglet one of them, because they braked it was Mir. Mir braked so early ahead of his grid position that he surprised Oliveira, and he couldn't miss him, so he lost the winglet, and he said the whole race his bike was out of balance.
Yeah, that's also with Bagnaia in Valencia.
Yeah, because we saw, that's when we learned how important that is. So, listening to I love listening to Miguel. I don't know about you guys, because he gives a lot of explanation, a lot of details.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, there is something about his way of giving feedback that I really like, and he taught us actually. So when we saw the winglet flying, we were like, oh, so somebody's going to have a problem. I just wasn't sure if it was Fabio or Pecco. And when you saw Pecco without the winglet, it was like, okay, this bike is out of balance, which it shouldn't be. But it's, you know, actually, Dan, I'm sorry that he's not here. He's in Novi Sad. He actually drove his kid because he's in an international swimming competition. Family comes first. So we're just waving to Dan. I mean, Dan is really, and you met him last night. He's really an encyclopedia of motor racing, and he always talks about this part of MotoGP being like Formula One in the 90s, at the beginning of the 90s. Like, things are changing, the technology is going so ahead of everything else that your influence as a rider is becoming less and less important, which we fear. I have two things just to do. Hi, Miss MS13, because he donated 2,000 dinars, so he's just sending his regards, and he says it's a joy to listen to us all. Thank you. You are crazy, just as everybody else, but I'm just fooling around. And we have a new member on the YouTube channel, Nemanja Mladenovic, so I just want to say hi. Actually, it's called Lighthouse Keeper Beginner. Like, that's what we called it, the memberships. And I want to just thank everybody with Patreon and YouTube, everybody who's buying at our shop, whoever bought the book. Yes, can I say one thing? Tomorrow, who's listening live, at 10 o'clock, we'll have a signing or meet and greet session, whatever you like to call it, with Henk and Matt. And you're free after that, Henk. You can enjoy yourself. And Matt, you're running away. You're going back home. But don't worry, we'll make the flight. So don't worry. It's near highway, so we're going to be there in a jiffy. So basically, I just want to say hi to everybody, because the Infinity Lighthouse does not exist without people who are actually viewing this and being our paid patrons or members or buying in the shop. Actually, I don't know if you'll find this crazy or not, but the books is what helps us a lot. Actually, we didn't have any business plan. There is no thing that we are making money from. And we're spending a lot of money just to, because we love it. I'm not complaining. This is like a dream come true. But with the books, anybody who buys the books really gives us a huge support with T-shirts and stuff like that. Sometimes we feel a little bit funny, like we have to promote ourselves. But We learned from Rossi, actually. I told you that. I'm looking at Valentino and saying, oh, he's doing that. Let's try and do this. And he's really a smart cookie. Anyway, with regards to Valentino, I don't know if you realize we covered like 6 seasons of his.
It's a long one. That's how you know how I felt when I wrote the book. I was like, oh my god,
oh my god, 20 more seasons to go. I mean, that's amazing. Like this is like 2003. Thank you for the correction. I actually thought that was Max in the background, which is a mistake. That's Loris Capirossi. Yeah,
I think it's Mugello.
Yeah, it's Mugello. Yeah,
Mugello.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you can tell. I mean, with the guardrails and the sponsors with Cinzano. Yeah, well, I mean, however it's pronounced. And this is also, for me, it's fun. You know why? Because there are 2 things. His suit is open, so yes, sponsors are important, but his suit is open, and he always does things on purpose. I mean, and obviously Viva La Figa, which is standing there all the time, even to this day and age, it stayed there. And with the earring and everything, now he's a rock star. Like literally, now he's a rock star.
Yeah.
This is it. He just won the Mugello. He's now winning in spades wherever he goes. He's just winning. The Mugello numbers are just going up.
Yeah, he's living in London or pretending to.
Well,
I know he did live in London. When I wrote my first book about him, which was at the end of 2001, I went to interview him in his little service department off St James's Square, and it was a pretty grim little apartment. Actually, it was just I'm
no
living,
superstar.
I'm living in London, honest, and service department, so none of the furniture was his or anything. Just had a couple of trophies in there, and I was in there interviewing him for the book while Ucho was on the sofa snoring away. Because they used to spend a lot of time, charging around London late at night in those days, I think.
From what I've gathered, one of the guys I've never met, but I received a message. He actually was saying he sent me a message when we spoke something about London, and he said, I lived in London back then, and I hate Valentino Rossi because anytime he and his entourage showed up at a nightclub, that was it. All the girls went to Valentino. So basically, he said, I hated his guts because he came full of money, fame, and everything, and he said they liked to party. That was the only thing he said.
They definitely partied then. I think you could still get away with it then. Now, a couple of years later, I was Gary Nixon, very famous American racer of the 70s. He's dead now, poor old guy. He knew how to party, and that was in the days when you could get away with all kinds of stuff that you wouldn't get away with now. And the first couple of years, Nicky Hayden was in Europe. He used to come over and be his kind of gopher. Wanted to give him a hand, and just general assistant. And we used to meet up and have a drink every now and again, me and Gary, and he just said, these guys are going too fast to party now. The days when you could have a good time and race a motorbike are gone. Basically you have to be a supreme athlete now.
Yeah.
Dedicate your entire life. You cannot go out. Maybe you can go to 1 or 2 parties a year.
After the season.
Yeah. Even during the off season, they're kind of, most of the riders now, the vast majority of them are basically teetotal. They might have a couple of times a year, they might have a few drinks.
If you compare it to the times with Lucinelli, Papa Rossi, Sheen,
when the whole thing was
Van Dulme.
If they survived the race, they wanted to celebrate, because you never knew whether you were going to survive the race.
Oh, even the times with Lawson in Suzuka.
Yeah.
After the race.
Yeah, actually, we are translating the more and more books, and one of the latest one we're waiting for a couple of confirmations, and we can then publish it, is the Formula 1 champions. And you read about the old times, 50s, 60s, with Denny Hulme being burnt, his hands being burnt, but because Bruce McLaren got killed, actually substituting for him in Can-Am Championship, Denny Hulme felt so obligated to come and race. He finished, I think, 3rd or something like that, which was important for the McLaren team. He couldn't take his hand off the wheel because his skin was still so raw. He was glued to the metal of the wheel. I mean, crazy things like that. Or Jackie Stewart being actually stuck in his car in Spa, and the other drivers stopped, went to the grandstands, talked to somebody from the grandstands because he was so far away from the finish line that they went to the guy's car, took the tools from the booth, and took the tools of the viewer of the spectator to free Jackie Stewart from the wheel. And then there was no ambulance, so they'd have to take him by car to the ambulance. And, you know, it was like extremely crazy. That's why Stewart was so adamant that the safety has to improve. Unfortunately, this season, 2003, was the year we lost Daijiro Kato.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned Suzuka. I love Suzuka in terms of like virtual racing, because sometimes we sit down and you know, go through the...
it's a beautiful track. Still is. But like a lot of beautiful tracks has been spoiled by chicanes, you know. There's a chicane after the hairpin. There was a fantastic, fast double right-hander after the hairpin. It was uphill and then downhill, and I had in the 8 hours following people like King Kenny Roberts through there. Well, following,
seeing him.
Yeah, you know, and just him just kind of opposite locking it through the right-hander, you know, with smoke coming off the rear tire at like 200 Ks, just and then doing a few years later the same thing. Just I mean, fast corners. Riders like fast corners. Everyone likes fast corners, but sadly, you know,
most are
there comes
spoiled.
a point you have to get rid of them. And although you get a lot more crashes at a chicane, you know, you might get 1,000 broken collarbones is better than one death, you know, or 10,000 broken collarbones is better than one death, isn't it? So you know, that's just the way motorsport's got it. It's got a lot safer. It's got a lot less adventurous. It's got a lot less weird and wonderful.
It's more professional.
You could argue that modern life has got like that as well. You know,
clean.
Everything's a lot more, you know, health and safety and so on. But it comes from a situation which was a complete nightmare. The amount of deaths and so on, and serious injuries were not funny. You know, there might have been a lot of fun, but that wasn't part of it.
In terms of, I mean, fun. I'm obviously a little bit younger, so we came later. But what brought fun was, I think, Valentino and his shenanigans, and obviously the history he was writing. I mean, if you look at what he was accomplishing, is this guy really going to do it? Like, that for me was fun. Like, just thinking about it.
Colorful.
Exactly. Is he really going to win the 125cc? Yes, he is. Is he really going to win 250 in his second season? And then, like, is he really going to win a 500 in his second season? He actually did it. And then, like, is he going to be the first MotoGP champion? Yes, he is. He's going to get into a fight with Max Biaggi? Yes, he is. Is he going to win it? Yes, he is. And then 2003... I mean, that's like, just, you know, do whatever you like. I mean, that season was, I don't know, for me, Australia, that season, we spoke about that, him getting the penalty 10 seconds and then saying like, okay, I'm going to win by 15 seconds on Phillip Island. Like, and we saw how crazy Phillip Island is.
Probably one of his best
wins. Think, for me, that's like the top, because you're fighting against yourself, against the odds, against the clock, against the I don't know, powers that decide, whatever. Like, it's one of the, for me, most rebellious wins, although it looks so corporate almost. But for me, that's like in your face to everybody.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he, you know, you kind of look at his career and it's almost like a movie. You know, you almost, you know, fact is always stranger than fiction, and I think that's Valentino's career. That the kind of ups and downs and the round and abouts. It really was in many ways like a movie, and I'm sure somebody will make a movie about it before long. You know.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna make a movie about a rider, that, I mean, I love hitting the apex and stuff like that. And do you know who actually made the footage of unfortunate footage? Well, I mean, that back then it was news of Dani Pedrosa refusing to shake hands with Marco Simoncelli, our cameraman. Actually, the two of us were the team back then, and we made that footage because they wouldn't let him in. Dorna wouldn't let him in the media center, not the media center, but the press conference room, because he's a motorcycle rider, and he had such a crazy haircut and cut out jeans that they were like, are you supposed to be here? Although he had the accreditation.
That's the strange thing about MotoGP, that if you look like a motorcyclist, you're obviously out of place. You know what I mean? It's pretty
ridiculous.
Weird. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, Tzok is his name. Actually, the two of us, unfortunately, Dorna didn't sign, that it was courtesy of Sport Club, the television station that we work for. And they never signed. I said, we can give you the release, but you have to sign it. And then the movie came out, and we were like, where's the Sport Club? Oh, shoot, we forgot. And I was like, well, thank you for that. But at least we had Brad Pitt voicing it. Lose some, win some. But anyway, with regards to this, also, there was another question, because he was getting more and more information, like, you're just winning more, feedback that he's just winning because of the bike. So 2003, with the secret meeting with the Yamaha and Davide Brivio coming in, to negotiate. For me, that season was also so big because of that, And then there's a lovely shot and there's a parallel. I don't know if that was your intention with Ducati 6 years later, but if you can show the first Yamaha photo when he's standing just watching the Yamaha, that's it. This is Barcelona, right?
Yeah.
And just looking at the bike.
Yeah, he looks at the design, which is very important.
Yeah.
And always he put his personal stickers, he put himself on the bike.
And there's a dog.
Not Koolhaas, but, his the dog and Valentino stickers, he always was doing it himself.
And so this is, I guess, must be the second test after Sepang.
It's in Barcelona. That was the official presentation.
Yeah, so during the Barcelona
test.
test.
Sepang, when he first rode the bike, it was not in the colors.
Right.
This
but
was the first time.
The strange thing about that pre-season was that, obviously he won the first race 2 months after he first tested the bike, and Yamaha were basically, okay, 2004, you're going to fix the bike because it's a complete disaster. Not only hadn't won a single race in 2003, but it only scored one podium.
Yeah.
So, and the amount of crashes that everybody had on it was just ridiculous. And at the first test, so Yamaha thought, okay, it's going to take a year to fix the bike.
Yeah.
And then in 2005, which is the Yamaha 50th anniversary, Valentino will hopefully win the title. But, the weird thing is that they had a 2 or 3 day test at Sepang in early February, the first time he rode it.
Yeah.
And they fixed the bike in 2 days. They had a problem with Barros and all these guys losing the front all the time going into corners. And straight away, after his first couple of exits, Valentino was like, there's something wrong. Every time I shut the throttle and brake, the bike's pushing me into the corner, and I'm kind of losing the front, So they were like, okay, and JB and all that lot, and the Japanese engineers went through the data, and they discovered that instead of the throttle shutting off when he shut the throttle and when he hit the brake, rather, the throttle would open. So you're braking with the front, and the throttle is still driving the rear.
Yeah.
And this is why all the guys were crashing in 2003, but they'd never worked that out. How is that even possible?
I wanted to ask you that. How can the whole engineering team
just
of Yamaha...
bizarre, because they're obviously not looking in the right places, not thinking in the right way. The whole approach is wrong. And not only that, when he was braking, full brakes, about to turn into the corner, he was like, the bike's got a heavy feeling on it. It's like something's jammed or something. And JB was like, they had the air scoop at the bottom of the fairing, the rubber air scoop. And JB was like, is it possible that the air scoop could be touching the mudguard under full brakes? And the Japanese engineers were like,
but it was
impossible.
But it was
impossible. Yeah.
So
they took the springs out, and there it was, jammed against the mudguard, which would obviously make the bike really difficult to steer. Whole front end is jammed, So they okay, so what? We'll raise the bike, and the Japanese were like, Yamaha guys were like, okay, 2, 3, 4 mil, and JB was like, no, 15 mil, and the Yamaha guys were like, you are crazy.
Yeah.
And they said, well, this is what we're going to do, and I think that's the thing with Rossi as well, that any other rider, that wouldn't have got away with it because it was Rossi. They'd go, okay, give it a go. lifted the bike up 15 mil. Bearing wasn't jamming on the mudguard anymore, and also they'd got proper, pitch between the front and rear. So when you braked, the thing, you got load on the front tire, which means grip. And when you accelerated, it went like that, and you had load on the rear tire, so you had grip. So that was it. 2 or 3 things, and the bike was fixed.
It was very nice.
Plus the Big Bang engine that wasn't his idea. That was obviously Furusawa. But
it was nice to watch there. I was there, also with Jerry, with Burgess. They had, I think, 3 different engines, and after some laps, he had already decided that can be taken off. That is not necessary. That you can take off, and we take that engine. Keep it simple.
I mean, the great thing was that we knew none of this at the time.
Yeah.
I didn't discover this until I wrote the book, the details of what happened in that test. So we all went to the first race thinking, okay, he was fast in testing, but the racing's different, and that bike still isn't. He can't have fixed it. Yeah, he can't have fixed it yet. And then he went out and pole position at the first race,
and he won.
And then he won the first race, and it was like, and that was the moment that he was obviously already a superstar. That was the moment that he became a kind of complete legend.
That's mythical almost.
Exactly, and not only that, but also Jeremy Burgess probably became the kind of first superstar MotoGP engineer.
Yeah.
Engineers hadn't really been considered. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit unfair because obviously Yamaha had Furusawa had put in a lot of work as well, but that turned Rossi into a legend, from a superstar into a legend, because he was the first guy in history to win back-to-back races on different brands of motorcycle.
Yeah.
The championship been going through 1949, and he was the first guy in 2004 to do that, and only the second guy to win championships on back-to-back championships on different races after Lawson. So that was, I think, because most people said he was crazy to do what he'd done, and thought, well, yeah, maybe you'll win a race in 2004, maybe you'll fight for the title in 2005, and just bang, straight away. It was remarkable.
And winning the championship.
Yeah. He usually won the championships there is only one season where he had like 6 victories. That was 2009, I think, if I recall well. But usually it was either 9 victories or 11 victories, something like that,
Yeah.
And that year it was 9. But it was amazing, 9 victories. And when I read, I didn't know the details, as you said. When I read in the book, when I was translating the book, and you were saying about the mudguard, I was flabbergasted. I was like, what is this hell? Like,
well, it kind of tells you that whatever Yamaha had been doing before, they were just looking in the wrong places and not thinking in the right way, and getting so, let's say, overthinking, probably looking too deep into the data, trying to find the solution in the data rather than actually just looking at the motorbike and going.
But can you imagine the wrong roads they took because not realizing what the problem is?
No, exactly.
Yeah, but and more also, or less the same happens now with Honda.
Yeah,
so it's nothing new.
No, it's. I think in racing, once you start going down a hole, you kind of tend to carry on going down that hole until finally you start digging yourself out.
Yeah.
And generally, when you're in an upward spiral, it continues. And everybody's, all the different factories are in these states of flux all the time.
Yeah,
at the moment, Ducati is just
in Aprilia
completely, pretty much unbeatable.
Yeah.
12 races from 20. 5 riders in the top 10, constructors title for the 3rd year in a row. But that won't go on forever.
No.
And in a few years, someone will work out how to beat them. I think it'll take a while, but nothing's forever.
Yeah, but with him it was interesting because it looked like it's gonna last forever. I mean, 2004, and then you get to 2005, and things become just more amazing for him. I mean, with 11 victories, I think that's the next shot with the white bike, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody asked me last night.
Colors.
Yeah.
Valencia, last race.
Yeah, they asked me, why are these colors on a Yamaha? And I was like, well, those...
That's from the beginning.
Yeah, those are Yamaha colors.
In the 60s.
Before tobacco companies involved and everybody else.
Yeah, that's interesting. Somebody asked me last night, and today, actually, at the exhibition, he said, Valentino never raced with the tobacco sponsorship, and I was like, well, not exactly.
He didn't want to, but when he had to, he did.
Yeah,
I mean, so 2004, 2005, 2006,
and Ducati years,
and Ducati, yeah.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot about the Ducati years, and then we went by the exhibition and I was like, oh yeah, Philip Morris. But this is a beautiful shot because of everything, like the smoking tire. He won everything. He's unstoppable. You have a classical Yamaha colors. I mean, the helmet is special also. Everything is, but there are still obviously yellow details, and it looks so amazing. I mean, I love this shot just for the pure raw power that it conveys. At least for me, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it kind of looks sort of mythical, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, because of the kind of the mist in the smoke, the mist in the background. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, he was unbeatable then, and then we go into 2006, and everything went wrong. They had engine failures, they had tire failures, they had
Camel tobacco.
I wanted to ask you about Camel, actually, because from what I remember, he actually didn't want to use tobacco sponsorship, and he was the one asking for them to ditch the Gauloise, and then they ditched them, and they come back with the yellow Camel bike.
No, I think as soon as he went to Yamaha and it was, Gauloise is our sponsor, he was like...
Yeah, because they more or less they pay him a salary.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, just everything went wrong for him that year, and you know...
Starting in Jerez.
Yeah, exactly. He got taken out by Elias at the first race. He had a front tyre fall apart at Shanghai. They thought it was the rear tyre.
Yeah. Broke down in Le Mans.
Engine broke in Le Mans. The cooling system problem in Laguna Seca, and the tyre fell apart.
Crash in Assen.
Crash in Assen, really hurt himself quite badly. It was probably his first big injury. He still raced, you know. And then obviously at the last race, because Danny Pedrosa took out Nicky Hayden at the penultimate race, he went in there with 8 points. 8 points elite. So everybody thought, well, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. There's no way he's not going to...
The yellow smoke, the firework.
Yeah, everybody thought it was a done deal.
But the fireworks were yellow.
He got I think there was something wrong.
Yeah.
And he got stuck in the pack, and as of a kind of... what we were just talking now, that if you get behind other bikes and the heat causes you a problem. Back then, you know, even if you were behind a bike then, it reduced your horsepower because your bike's breathing in hot air, and if hot air doesn't, you know, it's not got so much oxygen in it, I think right there.
Yeah.
And basically going fast in an engine is about burning oxygen. So he was lacking speed and probably having to try a bit harder. And I think he probably just got a tyre that wasn't quite right.
He had the patience to wait longer, you know, he had not the time to do it.
Sure. But again, I mean, I think that day when Bayliss won the race, so this guy came in, hadn't raced in MotoGP, never raced on a Bridgestone before, hadn't raced in MotoGP for a full year, and won the race. Rossi crashed, Hayden won the title. I mean, that one weekend is a movie. You know, it was just a completely unbelievable movie script. Really.
Yeah. Because no one thought that Valentin should crash out. You know.
Actually, I don't know if you read Casey's book, Pushing the Limits. He speaks about this in his book, and he says actually, I have that open. Literally, I have it bookmarked. He says the title had gone down to the final race decided between Valentino and Nicky. Valentino had 8 points advantage, and etc. And he said, but as soon as the lights went out, Valentino was in trouble. I was one of 6 riders to pass him on the first lap. And if you watch the footage, you can see how much he's struggling to even keep up with us. His rear and front tires were just not working together. And on lap 5, the front inexplicably folded and he went down right behind me. It is only my theory, but I wonder if he was given a dud tire. This is Casey's book.
You know, all through history, tires, you know,
there can be
tires, it's not like making something with a CNC machine where you can make everything is exactly the same as the last one. Tires, you know, they're still baking a cake, basically. You know, and you cannot make all you always get dud tires. Yeah. There was a theory that Michelin had done it on purpose. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, why, you know, Rossi's 100 times bigger than anybody else on the grid when it comes to the mainstream.
Yeah.
You know, anybody would want him to win.
I'm not giving you like some trick question, but I'm not trying
I think
to
probably
set a
his front
trap.
tire wasn't right.
But
What I
happens.
heard is that because in those days Michelin went back on Saturday to Clermont-Ferrand to make
tires.
special.
But they only did that with rear tires, I think.
Don't know if that happened with the front tire. I don't know.
Yeah, but
we
you know,
should,
you just
we could ask JP. He probably will know.
Sometimes you get a.
I couldn't.
And we get it now.
No, but
even in Bridgestone times, and Bridgestones were very good. Even then, people got.
Yeah.
So that's just the way it goes. You know, when they're mixing up the mix. You know, if it's like when you're pulling a pint.
Yeah, but
you know, you're pulling a new barrel in the bar. You throw away the first few pints, and you have to decide when to stop throwing the pints away.
When you mention it,
and start serving the pints, and it's the same with tires, I believe. You know, they start cooking up the
thing is,
stuff.
Valentino never talked about. Was it his fault or was it the fault of the tire?
Because I think he's bright enough to know that if he was kind of starting to blame the fact that he'd lost the title not on himself and somebody, and you know. Because and that's the thing also, that you can't just say it was then. It was also the engine breakdown. It was also the Elias taking him out. It was the cooling system.
But he was still coming with an 8-point lead to the last race.
Sure. But you can never just say that race lost in the World Championship.
No.
You know, because he had so many.
He lost it in the last race because he was leading the championship.
Lost so many races
of
before
course,
then. You know?
But still, it's not still not.
But I
clear.
think he's clever enough that if you say I lost the championship because of Michelin or something, then you sound like you know.
I don't know.
You don't sound like a true.
We can ask JB.
You don't sound like a true champion, do you?
No.
You sound like you're sour grapes. You have to rise above that, you know? You have to rise above that.
But it's 16 years ago, so maybe they tell the truth now.
Yeah.
Well, for me, what was shocking is that Casey is saying this. And I mean, we know the history in between Casey and Valentino, etc. And he said there are a lot of commercial interests in the sport. This is in his book. I was shocked. I read it 5 times just to make sure I was reading it correctly. And he said, then there could be 100 reasons why it happened, but I'm convinced he was stitched up. I remember watching the race back in the motorhome that evening and thinking, welcome to my world, mate.
Well, Casey, that was Casey's first season in MotoGP, and he didn't like the Michelin front.
Yeah.
He was always losing the Michelin front and crashing a lot. So Casey had quite a downer on Michelin. You know, he was, I mean, you know, he says probably be the biggest reason, well, apart from his talent, obviously, that he won the title the next year was not the Ducati, it was the Bridgestone tires.
Yeah.
So I don't think Rossi was stitched up. I just think he got a bad tire, and that's just completely normal. But it just happened to come at the worst moment.
Yeah.
But you know, if it had happened at Le Mans or something, or Mugello,
it was different.
He wouldn't have got to the last race with 8 points ahead. So you know what I mean. You can't just look at the last race. You can't consider that on its own. You know, the whole season you get 25 points for every race. Yeah. You know, if you lose 25 points at the first race, just as bad as losing it.
That's history.
Yeah. It's history, but for me,
and we had a very, very popular world champion.
Yeah, Nicky. Actually, we have the Nicky Hayden flag. I mean, we all love Nicky. I mean, I don't know, he was always direct when I spoke to him. He was never mincing his words too much. The only time he left me without an answer was in, I think, Brno, when the thousands were making a comeback in 2012. We got the thousands back. And I asked him, you know, you rode the 990 cc's. I mean, he was like, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the race. And I was like, I want because you rode. But he never gave me that answer, unfortunately. But
I mean, Nicky was so at home in the 990 era before the electronics became really important. So you could still steer with the rear tire and so on and so forth. As soon as it went to the 800s, it became more like riding a 250, and he just wasn't made for that.
Yeah.
The last time I saw Nicky was at Portimao on a Honda Fireblade launch, so he had already gone to World Superbike. I guess it would have been February 2017, not long before he died, or maybe the year before. But anyway, the last time I saw him, I was walking through the paddock, and he was in a hire car with his trousers down past his knees. and I walked past and I was like, what are you doing, Nicky? And he was icing he had a horrible knee injury. I can't remember where it was, where he got it, but it was several years old. But so he was in there with his trousers around his ankles, sat in his hire car, and he was just icing his knee. That was all, nothing worse than that.
Yeah, but it was fun. I liked speaking to Nicky. We didn't have many opportunities, but whenever we spoke to him. I don't know. He was a likable guy, and as you said, a really popular champion, and with his dad and everything. But I mentioned previously the castle, the Knights of the Round Table and everything. And I remember that Dorna was planning the celebration for Valentino, and you mentioned the yellow fireworks. That's like
that was all a bit grim, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was
I mean, it was.
It happens.
Great. I mean, again, it was fantastic that Hayden won the title. And B, it was just another part of the story for Valentino. You know, I mean, you can't imagine if he'd won the title in 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. I mean, come on, So his career was like any career, up and down.
I'm answering also some questions.
And I mean, obviously, I'd say in 2006 he lost the title through bad luck. Engine blow up, getting taken out by Elias, cooling system going crazy at Laguna Seca.
Elias winning the Portuguese Grand Prix also.
And then a dud tyre at Valencia. So a lot of bad luck. In 2007, he got his ass kicked.
No, I mean, 2007, that photo, like the new kids on the block. I mean, Casey and Danny are in the photo.
But especially the Ducati on Bridgestone tires.
Yeah, and that's why 2/3 of the way through that season, Danny went to Bridgestone, and then the next season, Valentino went to Bridgestone, and after that,
everyone was on Bridgestone.
Yeah, it was at Misano 2007.
I thought
no, you're right. Actually, I think it was 2000. Yeah, no, you're right.
I think Danny was in 2008. He followed Valentino.
Yeah.
I think he was upset when he saw what Valentino was doing on Bridgestone. That's what I recall.
Absolutely. I mean, you could do things with the Michelin, with the Bridgestone front tire that you couldn't do with the Michelin.
Did they use the rain tires in Laguna Seca? Or something like that. Yeah. That was like with Michelin.
And that comes back to
crazy.
the kind of the argument about spec tires. Like I said in 2008, you just every race. This is a Michelin race. This is a Bridgestone race. And
it's the same what we had in the past.
The tires became more important than the bikes and the riders, which isn't correct.
But what we had in the past with Dunlop and Donington Park.
Yeah, and I think Rossi actually said that in 2008 because Bridgestone didn't want to go single tyre, and neither did Michelin. But I think Valentino was pushing them quite hard. I think Valentino was pushing Dorna quite hard. He wanted a single, because he said, "Look, people don't come to races. They come to races to see their favourite rider win a title, win a race, or they come to a race and want to see their famous motorbike, the most favourite motorbike, will win the race. They don't go to a race supporting Michelin or Dunlop.
You
go there, you go supporting Ducati, or you go supporting Honda, or you go supporting Rossi, you go supporting Stoner. You don't go saying I want that. So that was his argument for having a spec tyre, and makes a lot of sense.
But Bridgestone got upset with him, if I remember.
Yeah, they didn't want to go to a single tyre. Yeah, because if you're racing, you want to be beating. You want to be beating somebody.
Yeah,
because
they were beating everybody.
Yeah,
they were beating everybody.
But 2008 was the crash of the stock market, and
exactly.
Yeah, it was
and that's when everything changed. So we went to spec tyre, and then after that, Dorna were working on, basically. You could have anything from 3 to 6 cylinders. And they were like, no, you can only have 4 cylinders. Yeah. It's got to be 81 millimeter bore maximum. So that was the start of the whole process. Wow, we've lost tobacco money. And then 2 years later, we got the GFC, the global financial crisis. And we're in real trouble. I mean, you look at 2010, there's 10 or 11 bikes on the grid at some races.
It was a mess.
So they're like, right, okay. So they brought the CRT bikes in, which were superbike engines, to kind of fill the gap. Fill up this, make the grid a bit busier.
Yeah, I always thought that was Carmelo's move to make basically the factories buckle.
Absolutely. I think that was part of it. Basically saying, if you don't want to play ball, we don't need you anymore, because who will care if you fill the MotoGP grid with Calyx chassis powered by Fireblade engines and Suter chassis powered by R1 engines. No, if Valentino Rossi and people are on, no one will care. They'll still come and watch the racing. They'll be going 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds slower.
You don't see it.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Yes, no one cares.
Yeah.
So
not many people know.
He certainly, that was part of it. But the more, I think that was a kind of like, oh, hey, not only can I fill up the grid, I can also make the Japanese factories that realize that I'm in charge.
Yeah.
And
make it cheaper.
That was the start down the road of where we are now, of trying to make all the bikes the same. And I think we've got to the point where they're almost too much
that's
the same.
A cup competition. That's no longer a world championship. I mean, that's no longer a prototype competition.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cup. I mean, this photo is like, we actually signed it like I'm back, although the scream does not say that. I mean, that's screaming going into San Donato. But I love this shot because of everything. You can see on the mudguards the Bridgestone logo. You can see it on a basically every place that it's supposed to be. You can see Bridgestone. And it's the details, but it's the different. He won the last 2 titles with Bridgestone. This is Mugello, I presume, 2008.
Yeah.
It had to be. I mean,
the best helmet design without a doubt.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think Daniel Ricciardo. Didn't he do a kind of Rossi replica last season? In Formula 1?
In Monza.
Right,
in Monza. He did the same thing. But I mean, I'm all for the Halo because it saves lives, but unfortunately you cannot see the helmets almost. Yeah. But it doesn't matter. I mean, the Halo saved so many people. I'm pro Halo completely.
Sure.
So many people would have died that we were watching in the last couple of seasons in Formula 1, literally. Without the Halo, we wouldn't have Roman Grosjean, Guan Yu Zhou.
And a lot of that also came from John Surtees' son, Henry Surtees, being killed at Brands Hatch.
No, that was such an excellent.
So, you can sometimes argue that things are getting too safe, but you will never really find the writer saying that.
Yeah, or their families.
But you cannot argue to make it more dangerous.
No.
I mean, even though Casey Stoner said, before he retired, he said it is getting too safe. But I'm sure if you put a wall in a couple of corners, he probably wouldn't have been happy.
No, well, he was really upset in Suzuka when he crashed in the endurance race. I mean, the 8 hours. He hit the bales so hard he broke legs. Although he was more upset with the Honda saying that basically the throttle was not stuck. Because he said the throttle was stuck, and they were like, our throttle does not get stuck. And he was like, I know it got stuck. So they checked, and they were like, oh, we apologize. It got stuck. And he was like, well, we no longer work together. I mean, Casey's really like, cut. We had a great interview with Casey, actually. He spoke to us, I think Bryce Edwards was his PR back then, last season, and he spoke to us for like half an hour, something like that. And he was like, oh, God, this was a good conversation. He never speaks so long. I mean, especially with strange people. But we were asking him literally about the questions. I would ask him again, actually, because back then one of my friends bought a book that he's an introvert, my friend. And he showed me the book, Living in an Age of Extroverts. And basically I asked Casey, do you think as an introvert, I find you an introvert, that we are living in a world that is more aggressive towards people who are introverts, and making them be extroverts when they don't want to? Because if you're not on Instagram, on Twitter, on social media, it's like you do not exist almost. Like you have this civilizational push towards being literally everywhere. And not everybody likes that. I mean, not everybody should be an extrovert. And he said exactly that. I don't like this. I just want to race bikes.
No, he hated being famous. And he had the misfortune to kind of, of being an introvert, taking the title away from the biggest extrovert. And that was his misfortune. And he got some pretty horrible receptions, in 2007, because people were like, he's beating Rossi. We don't like this. And I like Casey to start with, and then I was working with the Ducati team at the time, and I had kind of quite a tricky relationship with him for a while, because in 2002, when he first came, 2002 on the 250 Aprilia. He'd crashed somewhere and broken his wrist. And MotoGP, being MotoGP, they said, yeah, you can race at the next race. And he went and crashed again. And I wrote quite a big story about it, saying, you know, I wasn't criticizing him. I was criticizing the powers that be for letting, he was 16 years old at the time. You know, you've got a duty of care, you know?
Yeah.
And whoever was in charge wasn't taking their duty of care seriously. But I think he got the wrong end of the stick and thought that I was saying, crashing too. So I had quite a frosty relationship with him.
Yeah.
Which is always kind of fun. I mean, you know, you kind of, I've never tried to kind of become riders' friends. You know, I'm not there for that.
Yeah.
I keep the, you know, and I'm sure they're the same, but I keep the relationship on a strictly professional relationship. And if they want to hate me, I don't care.
It's part of the job.
That's
I mean,
fine. That's
you
fine.
have to ask
and you can actually kind of have fun with that as well, you know?
Yeah.
Ian Oney was a lot of fun. You know, he was really he was so hard to interview. You know, you'd ask him a question and you could tell he didn't really want to answer it, and he'd kind of half answer it. So you'd kind of come from a different angle and ask the same question, and then he wouldn't answer it, and then you come from a different angle, and he'd just get more and more angry. Yeah. And I used to really enjoy that. I used to really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Actually, you made me realize I should enjoy those kind of things, because I was really upset with Janone, especially. We had an interview. We had one situation that we were 4 minutes late, but due to the fact that we actually went to the wrong hospitality, and then we went out and we went back into the Ducati hospitality. This is the Philip Morris. No, we were in the Ducati. We should have gone to the Philip Morris. And he stormed out because we were late, but we had a 15 minutes interview. And he said, no, you're not getting an interview. And my boss said, if he's ever late, leave the interview. Like, you leave, because he cannot do that.
This is the number one thing with riders that I'd learned a long, long time ago. Never, ever, ever be late for it. They will never forgive you.
They can be late as much as
exactly. If I added up all the time that I've waited for riders for interviews or debriefs or whatever over the last 35 years I've been doing this, I'd probably have another year of my life, you know. But that's just what it is, you know. They're the guys with the power, you know, and you just have to chase around after them.
You accept it and move with it.
Just have to handle the power. That's motorcycle racing in another way.
Yeah, but to Janone, next time we had an interview, I asked him a couple of questions. He came really abrasive. He was like,
but I think he did with all.
Probably.
With all interviews.
I didn't know back then. You know, I was a lot younger, and I was like, what a guy. I'm not going to use anything stronger than that. And then I was like, well, okay, you want to play it like that? I'm going to ask you really not horrible, but difficult questions. And I asked him about you going to Suzuki. And we spoke about it. Who was his PR guy back? Julian, I think, was his...
Well, no, when he was with the factory team, it would have been Julian Thomas.
Julian. And Julian was like, oh, why are you asking that question? And I was like, well... He was trying to make me not ask that question, but because we're television, we're shooting, you know. And I asked him that question, and he got upset and asked another question, which is a legitimate question. And I just wanted to get him riled up, you know. And he was like, "This interview is over." Cut.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's no better end to an interview, is there?
No, it was perfect.
The guy storming out. I mean, that's kind of.
There are not many who did that.
No,
but he always was special.
Yeah, but you know, he was trying. In Moto2, I wanted to do an interview with him, and he said, no, speak English.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I have to learn Italian, you know, but I haven't still. But anyway, I mean, there is something, when we interviewed Marco Simoncelli in 2011, I remember vividly, he said a lot of Italian, because we were asking him back then, why are there no new Italian riders? Because back then you had no Italian new riders. And he said, because every Italian rider believes after his first victory in whichever category he's in that he's Valentino Rossi immediately. And that was like a huge issue, you know. It was like a huge issue. And he spoke about that. And that's with regards to, you know, Marcos saying that. I'm mentioning that because that everybody believes they're Valentino Rossi, except Valentino Rossi would never do it like that. I mean, he would do it with more style if he wanted to cut into or whatever. And, you know, with Janone, he was behaving like he's the Valentino Rossi, or he's the mega star. Yeah. And you're like, not yet, buddy. I mean, you have so many things to accomplish before you can behave like that. But the point is, once you accomplish them, you usually don't behave like that because you have accomplished them, you know. So.
I mean, you know, all the world is a stage, and you want, in a paddock, you want all kinds of human beings. You know,
Exactly.
you don't want them all to be nice. You don't want them all to be horrible. And we are in quite a weird place with MotoGP at the moment where all the riders just seem quite nice. You know what I
too
mean?
nice.
And you know, and a lot of people are saying, "Oh, this is really rubbish. They need to be fighting with each other. They need to hate each other." But you know, you can't program that kind of stuff.
No.
And we're just going through a period, and next year, no doubt, two of them will run into each other and start hating each other.
Yeah.
You know, and you know what I mean. So the fact that they all, I doubt if it'll go on forever. You know, but the fact that they all like each other, who cares? You know, I mean, it
is what it is.
And I think
You cannot
also
change
now,
Yeah.
the racing is so competitive, more competitive than it's ever been. You know, not more dangerous, but more competitive. And so a lot of the riders are using psychiatrists now.
Yeah.
To try and find that. And I can remember Wayne Rainey's crew chief, Mike Sinclair. He worked with a few people after Rainey got hurt. And he was sort of saying then, I can't understand why the factories aren't spending money on getting their riders to go to sports psychiatrists, because, you know, racing's all about the brain. You can find so much speed, but the problem is now, so they all go to sports psychiatrists to a greater or less extent, or they've read a book or whatever.
Yeah,
you know,
and they have coaches.
But the thing that I really notice about them, they are all relentlessly positive. You know? And that's one of the reasons they don't get into fights with riders, because why? You know, you're chasing thousands, not chasing a half a second, you're chasing 1,000. So any deviation from your focus is a disaster. So why start a fight with another rider? Because that's negative energy, that's just general energy that you're spending on worrying about that, on fighting this guy off the track, you know. And it's the same when you see one of them get hurt, you know, and you know, they go straight away to the hospital in Barcelona. They come out the next day and they got a big thumbs up.
Yeah, in the bed.
You know what I mean? So they never look back. They're always positive. And that's really important. They never let any negativity get into their head, because as soon as you've got negativity going,
that was nice.
Game's over.
The reaction in Valencia after he lost the title with Quartararo, he was looking already forward for Tuesday for the test.
Exactly. Yeah, never look back, and that's an incredibly important thing in sport. You know, without trying to bore you too much, but when I raced, I was the opposite. You know, if I crashed and hurt myself, I would spend the next week going, you know, running through that 5 seconds that led up to the crash. Why did I do that? Why didn't I do that? And so on. Complete waste of time.
Yeah.
Absolute waste of time. And then you're just screwing with your own head, basically. You know, whereas you should be, okay, I made a mistake, learn from it, move forward. So that's a huge thing that goes on now.
I just want to say thank you to Bakhter Abdurrahmanov. He donated €5. So, I mean, I don't know how many times you've been on YouTube podcast or something like that. But, you know, people use super chats or join. So, Bakhter, thank you. Bakhter is our regular member and somebody who watches a lot. He just says hi to everybody, hi to lovely guests and to me. So thanks for that. I mean, most of people have left, you should know, but we don't care. We're doing live and it's going to stay on YouTube because Serbia is currently playing against Switzerland. And like everybody, the whole nation is watching one thing, you know, but it's fine. I mean, usually what happens when such a big match ends, then everybody says, okay, let's go watch this. So, but I hope you're still having fun. It's
all good.
I mean, if you can, I would like to go through the rest of like the exhibition. But what you're saying is so wonderful for us, because you're the voices of authority. I mean, you know so much. I mean, yeah, you are. I mean, maybe it's for you. It's like you know, but for us, it really is. I mean, you both influence us a lot. Unfortunately, we cannot read your stuff enough. But I'm gonna use Google Translate more, obviously, with hope that it's gonna be good enough. You know,
we can still make some more books.
yeah. I mean, I trust me. I think, and exhibitions also, because I mean, from what you have shown me, like the Finland GP and stuff like that, you know, with the paddock not existing, like just having a street being a paddock, that for me, that's amazing. You know, and yeah, it's like, we like this stuff. So as long as we like it and people just want to enjoy the show, I mean, enjoy the passion more than show. I mean, that's what I think with Rossi is also, I mean, if you go back to that picture, 2008, that's a huge season. I mean, how many times have you seen somebody fall down, literally, like in Valencia, and then, if I remember well, in Malaysia in 2007, he actually, in the preseason testing, had the Excalibur on his helmet. With the message, you know, the king of the Knights of the Round Table and the King Arthur, like, who is going to pull out the Excalibur? So he couldn't celebrate as the Arthur in 2006 in Valencia, and he's coming to Malaysia with Excalibur. It's over the top, but it's him, you know, like, I'm going to get my title back. I'm going to get my crown. And he's like, I'm going to pull the Excalibur. Except, first race, I remember the first race because the first time I actually commented on any race was Qatar 2007. And with Casey being the red bullet, like, it was like, just like this year, no, last year more, in the beginning with Suzuki's and Ducatis. It's like Valentino would lead up to the last corner, and then Casey would just zip past, like, thank you. But except everybody was dissing Casey, disrespecting him. And I remember 2008 in Essen, this is a personal thing, and I because you're from Netherlands and it's Essen, I remember taking my brother and a couple of my friends coming along, and they, with Marco and, I don't know, Jovica and Natasha and everybody, we went to Amsterdam, actually, which is like far away from Essen. We drove every day because we wanted to see Amsterdam also. It was a little bit crazy. And we had the grandstands and the how do you pronounce Ramshoek? Ramshoek. Okay, I have to change that. Ramshoek. Okay, thank you. So we were sitting there, and I remember Tommy Moody from Eurosport saying, when you watch Casey, find one spot on the racetrack and watch that spot each and every lap. And I told my brother, watch that spot. And you could see Casey just go every lap. The same. And in the qualifying, Casey was on pole position. Marco Melandri on the same Ducati was 2 seconds slower. I checked this year. He was 2 seconds per lap slower. And he looked scared on that bike.
He was.
Yeah, he was.
Everybody, apart from Casey, and until Dalinho came along and completely redesigned the bike, it was a nightmare for everyone. I mean, Rossi, you know, I mean, he just sounded like a broken record throughout 2011, 2012. Just like, yeah, I lost the front. I got no feeling on the front. I lost the front. And he had a phrase for it, which is the effing black hole. You know, that kind of moment when he knows, here we go. You know, he got so, I mean, you know, his crash rate went up 3 times from 2010 when he was on Yamaha to Ducati. You know, I mean, he was hurting himself a lot, and you know, he was considering about taking a year out, wasn't he? But he knew because he knew that he wasn't allowed to leave Ducati. His 2-year contract was solid, so you know, he was thinking, well, maybe if I don't ride a bike, I'll just sit it on the sidelines. Maybe then he wouldn't get a ride for 2015. I mean, but
it would be more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I think he made 3 mistakes in his career. The first was leaving Yamaha.
Yeah, we jumped a bit, but this is like,
oh, here we go.
Madonna di Campiglio,
and you can kind of see him there already.
Yeah, it's like,
he's kind of looking at it, going, "What the? What is that?" You can actually see, well, you can't because we're in the way, but you can see the wings. First kind of Ducati wings, well, not quite on the lower part of this. First, very basic kind of downforce aero.
Look at the mudguard. The mudguard is also aerodynamically shaped.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. But the look on his face kind of says it all.
What did I do? No, I mean...
and this was at Madonna di Campiglio, which is an Italian, a very upmarket Italian ski resort. And Philip Morris basically used to rent about half the town for a week. I mean, how many millions it used to cost them every year.
Bringing it up with a helicopter.
And we all used to go and just spend a week skiing and stuff. It was ridiculous. I mean, it was a kind of the good old days in a way, you know, when there was still lots of money sloshing around, you know, and people would take you away and actually let you have a nice time, you know.
Henk, you took this shot. Is this digital now? I don't know. 2010.
2000. Since 2002, last race 2000. So
I don't know.
It's digital.
It's digital. Mic, please.
Yeah.
I don't know whether the sign that the aeroplane So making in the background is significant in some way. I don't know.
What does it say?
Yeah, exactly.
But but looking at this, actually, you mentioned that they were lucky with the weather. That it was a nice for the presentation, I guess.
Yeah, the whole week.
But
yeah, they literally used to take the bikes up by helicopter.
Yeah, by helicopter.
Yeah.
But this bike, for me, I'm sorry that Ducati left this way. I know Valentino insisted on it, Jeremy, etc. But this is the bike where there is no frame. This is the frameless bike. I mean, the engine is basically, you have the subframe for the front wheel, and you have you literally have the what's the word in English? It's
you use the engine as a stressed member.
Yeah,
of the chassis.
stressed member. But
and in my way of thinking, this was always, well, obviously Ducati were quite successful.
I mean, the Panigale is made that way.
Well, that's the weird thing that I was pretty sure the reason it didn't work, the more lean angle you get, the less the suspension works. And the less suspension works, the worse the tires will keep the track. Yeah. So the less grip you will have, and then if you have less grip, you have less turning. So this is why frames have a lot of lateral flex in them.
Yeah,
so
and there was no flex.
As the bike's going around the corner, the frame will flex like that. And if you actually speak to Alex Baumgartel, who works for Calix and has won the last 10, 11 Moto2 titles and is now being used by HRC, he knows his stuff. He says that he designs the chassis to actually self-steer in the middle of the corner, so that the forces that are such that as the bike's going around the corner, it actually flexes a little bit. You're probably talking a couple of millimeters. So it actually becomes the wheelbase, instead of being straight, is actually slightly curved.
Corner,
And does that go around a corner better? Of course it does.
Yeah.
So, but when you've got the engine as a main part of the chassis, engines don't flex. Not in that way,
Yeah.
So and you're completely right. When Ducati kind of made it in Superbike, I'm like, well, yeah, hang on though, because they're obviously still using that old concept of the engine as a stress
is made like that for like 12 years now,
and maybe, well, forever. Before it was it's still the Ducati basic concept.
But Ducati was using the steel frame until 2010 in Superbikes, or 2011, when Carlos won the title. I think it was still a steel frame, tubular, and which was a typical Ducati. And then they went frameless. And I remember Casey talking about how sorry he was that they left behind the carbon. Basically, I mean, if you look at the carbon fibers, obviously you can do a lot of stuff with them, but nobody knows how to do it. So you have to invest like 2, 3, 5 years. What rider is going to invest? I spoke with a visitor of the exhibition. He said, "Why don't they go with carbon fibers?" And I said, "It takes a lot of time, money,
the flex."
Yeah, but the interesting, Casey still won in 2009 with that bike.
Yeah, when it went to carbon.
Even with the carbon, he won.
I mean, the thing with carbon, you can do anything. But like you say, you can, the way you layer it up, the different types of
you can make whatever you like.
Weaves, you can do whatever you like.
Yeah.
But
you need the knowledge.
You need the knowledge, and you need the numbers. And when John Barnard was working for Team Roberts, he was like, "You have to go to carbon."
And it was a big disaster for a bike.
Well, he didn't use it at that time, but if you have the money, and John Barnard, who obviously brought in the first.
He made he actually
first
introduced
carbon chassis in Formula One.
Yes,
very clever guy.
The semi-automatic. Actually, everybody who's using the pads on the wheels has to thank John Barnard. Because in 1989 with Nigel Mansell and I think Prost also, they were actually using buttons.
The buttons.
First, and then they moved to pads. And actually, John Barnard is behind that, and everybody now in his car uses the pads.
Yeah.
And it's like it comes from
sure, absolutely. But there's always been this thing with bikes and cars that in many ways motorbikes are much more complicated. Because a car basically goes
stays
like that.
Horizontal.
A bike does this, it does that. It does. and Warren Willing, who used to work at Team Roberts, super famous engineer, sadly no longer with us. He said that a racing motorbike is more like a jet fighter than a car, because of the way the planes it moves in is actually much more like a plane. I interviewed Barnard in 2010 about his time at Team Roberts, and he was saying, I mean, the problem is with motorbikes, no budget. In Formula One, you could go test it, and you know, and he said that he would come up with some idea, and they'd go and test it, and it didn't work, and the team would go, okay, throw that away. We'll forget about that. And he said, no. We need to keep testing it. But you need budget to do that. And one of the most interesting things he said is like talking about downforce aerodynamics.
Yeah.
It's 2010, is it 12 years ago? He was like, when they're at 60 degrees of lean, there's a lot of fairing pretty much flat against the ground.
Yeah.
What can that do? And here we are, end of 2020, where Aprilia, I mean, amazing it took so long. Aprilia brought in the ground effect fairing at Assen, and that was when Espargaro went from nowhere after being taken out by Quartararo and then coming through to fourth. He would have won the race otherwise. And if he had won that race, I think the title would have been quite different. I think but the thing about downforce aerodynamics is also the faster you go, the better they work. And obviously Assen is very fast and it's very smooth, so it's the perfect place to use.
Martin Brown actually said, your grandmother could take the Formula One car through the corner. The trouble is, she believing she can do that. You know, her believing it, because you don't believe yourself. It's impossible to go that way. Except they do it, but they do it because they go so fast.
Sure.
And you know, until you go fast, it doesn't work. And because you're going slow, it seems like it's not working. And it's like, you know,
no, it's a leap of faith. You have to. Racing vehicles generally don't work very well until you're on the limit, you know.
Exactly.
So, but and then so you have to make that leap of faith, thinking it doesn't feel safe. It doesn't feel safe.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm riding a bike, not a car. But that you've somehow got to use your brain to get through that point, and a lot of people don't understand that. You know that to get to that limit is not easy. You know, it's really so it's a scary place. It's a really scary place to be. Yeah. It's a scary place to be. Exactly. But you know, you chip away at it. You chip away and get closer and closer and closer. And then of course you trip over it and crash. But you know, and then you have to come back and do it all again.
Yeah, and that a lot of times, I mean, from what I've gathered, is the rider is sitting down on a bike just so the last recollection does not have to be the crash, but you being on a bike. So let's just get out one lap. You don't have to do it perfectly, but just one lap. So when you get off the bike, you remember riding the bike, not crashing the bike.
Exactly. And people that say bikes are easy, the MotoGP bikes are easy now because of all the electronics. You know, the thing is, as soon as you make a bike easier, it doesn't become easier because you use that ease of use to find some more lap time.
Exactly, another limit.
So you eat up that ease and you reach another limit. And that's just the way it works. I mean, it's easier to ride, but as soon as you've used up that ease to find another limit, you're back to where you are. Yeah. And especially now with the Michelins, these guys are locking the front tire pretty much every corner. If you've ever been on a motorbike and locked the front tire on the brakes, it's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Generally, you crash. And pretty much every corner they're braking for, if they're doing straight line braking, they are locking the front and they're working on the lever like that, lock, unlock. They're kind of there because you're not allowed anti-lock brake.
Yeah.
Speaking to Brad Binder a couple of races ago, and I said, well, how do you deal with that? Nothing more frightening on a motorbike than locking the front tire. Yeah. And he says, well, I just try and I really lock my arms so that it's just locking in a straight direction. Because normally, you know what happens if you lock the front, the thing just goes like that or like that, and down you go. So he's just like basically forcing the thing to keep going straight rather than go into the wall. You know, I mean, you go, oh my God, you know, how do you... So they're doing that probably 25 laps. They're probably doing it 3, 4, 5 laps times a lap. So they're probably doing that
one at a time.
100 times in 40 minutes, 45 minutes. I mean, can you imagine?
That's excruciating.
It's just...
mentally, not
absolutely.
only physically. That's like...
so it's just people that say they're easy to ride have no idea.
Yeah, I completely agree. I didn't mention it to you, but I had an amazing interview with Bradley Smith. Actually, his PR, Milena, at the time, left us alone. And he was like, if he was fooling around, he was goofing around. He said, well, maybe I'm not important enough, you know, to be controlled almost. And we said, well, and I said, can I ask you like crazy questions? And we just ranted off. And he said, well, because people were saying like, yo, the MotoGP bike is easy to ride. And he said, yeah. I have the new cruise control. I have the heaters in my seats and stuff like that. He was fooling around. But actually during that interview, or maybe later, the second one, he mentioned something. I'm just referencing back. He said that for him, it's a real problem that the wings are getting so important, because he felt back then overtaking become very dangerous for him because the behavior of the bike changed. Actually.
If I don't know, I've never done 200 miles an hour on a motorcycle. 320 k's. I've done like 190, something like that.
And that's even slow.
And no, exactly. They're doing 220. Standards. And I mean, doing 190 mile an hour on a motorcycle on your own it's not scary, but you need to kind of know what's going on. You need to know what's going on. And if you're doing that, or 210 with other guys, with the wake that's coming off their bike with these wings, suddenly you've got a lot more surface area. And if the wind is going in the right direction, is pushing down. But if somebody comes past you and interrupts your airflow, suddenly you lose downforce. And that's pretty scary. Pretty scary. I mean, like I say, MotoGP's, it's going in a direction, and I'm not sure it's going in the right direction. No. And hopefully we'll come out of that direction before anybody gets badly hurt.
Yeah. I mean, that's the most important thing. That's literally the most important thing. I mean, I would just like to try and, not wrap it up, but try and go through the motions. But not that. We missed the 2009. You know why 2008 is also important? And I think it has to do also with this shot. 2009 is the last, when the kiss with Jeremy Burgess.
Oh, yeah.
That's and this is a good shot, but we'll get to it.
One,
This one I love. By the way, the 2008, why it's important, Laguna Seca, that moment for me, it was this is 2009, 2008, when I was listening to Rossi's confessions this past season, and he said he spoke to Uccio, and Uccio was asking him what is the strategy for Laguna Seca, because Casey was 1 second per lap quicker than him in all the practices.
In the corkscrew.
Yeah, and he said, today I win or we both fall down, or Casey does not finish. And it was like, I'm going all in. Not all in. Yeah. It was like super
he knew that if he let Casey get in front of him for more than 2 corners, that he'd be gone. That's it. He'd be gone. So he had to just disturb him. And we've seen that. And ironically, that's what happened to Valentino with Mark.
With Mark,
sort of, 7 years later. So, you get what you give, basically.
I mean, it comes around.
What goes around comes around. But I mean, that was a genius victory. I mean, it was pretty hard. It was on the limit, if not slightly more. You speak to Casey about it even now. He's still like Kenny Roberts at Anderstorp 83 when Spencer beat him and won the title. Yeah. Kenny still doesn't want to talk about that, and that's 39 years ago. You know what I mean? So racers, they don't forget. They're like elephants. But I mean, what he did there was just perfect, because he was in a completely no-win situation, and through riding like a maniac, a good maniac, he won the race.
And not only that, Stoner crashed.
Yeah, and it probably wouldn't have worked at any other circuit. Practice at
because
Laguna
you don't have that
there's
opportunity.
Basically, no straight at Laguna. No. Even the straight isn't straight.
It go up and left.
There's no. If it had been any other track, he just wouldn't have been able to stay with it.
No, but it's. I remember because I was actually working. I was commentating on the race. Usually we work in pairs, but I was alone that night. It was night in Serbia at that point in time, as in Europe. I mean, in general. And I remember, something felt electrical even before the race, and I recall saying I was actually trying to convey a secret message to my parents, and because they had a video recorder, they had a VCR, and I was like, everybody should record this race, moms, dads, uncles, and aunts, because my uncle and aunt were visiting, and I was hoping they were listening to, because usually my mom listens to all the races, and I'm the best commentator in the world, and I'm like, yeah, Mom, right, but those are the moms, that's why we love them and they love us. Anyway, and I was like trying to convey the message, like, record this for me, because this was going to be a crazy race. It was before the internet got so, quick and everything. They didn't record it. They were playing bridge, but I don't know. Anyway, I was like sure it's gonna. It was there was something special about that race. And when it started, you could see like this is going bananas. I mean, this is crazy. And in the end, when the stoner fell, I mean, it was like, okay, this is done deal. But him saying, "This is what Casey, this is racing. This is racing," and everything that came afterwards, it was like I still think Livio Suppo holds a grudge for that race. That's I'm not sure. I never asked Livio if he holds the grudge. But Valentino did not endear himself in a Ducati garage, obviously. But afterwards in Brno, Casey fell again, and it just became like a team almost. And he won the title with that race. He won the title with those moves.
Yeah, I think Casey had won the previous 3 races.
Yeah.
So he kind of knew he had to. That was his chance to stop.
That was his only chance.
Yeah, that was the last chance, because then you go on a summer vacation, you're thinking about it, and Valentino went on a high and Casey went on a low, and that was like it was a huge deal. And
also it was not a normal passing, it
was block passing, basically.
Yeah, all the way, all along. But then, I mean, winning the title, it's like I'm back. Sorry for being late. Everything, and then I mean, the celebrations came back. Everything is like, so everything is going back to normal almost. And then comes 2009, but already in 2008 you had the wall inside the garage, and you had Jorge just learning. I mean, Jorge is an amazing rider. I mean, what I remember about Jorge is actually 2011 in Mugello, when he was sitting with Ben Spies in the garage. And that was the first time I had the opportunity to actually come almost within the striking distance of the riders. And what I saw in Ben Spies' eyes looked to me like almost fear. I was like, this guy is going to lose it. And it wasn't because of his riding. I mean, you guys have been to so many races. For us, it was like a couple of opportunities. Now we go to a lot more. But that was the first time I saw somebody in the World Championship, looking completely confused. Because on the other side is this guy winning everything, being so quick. And you see Ben Spies, who won the title in Superbike, and he's not a bad rider, obviously. He's an amazing rider. He looked literally completely out of space, out of everything. I don't know if you've seen that, observed that in the riders, or it was just my imagination.
You do see it in riders, and very, very occasionally, but it happens a lot more. Riders break down in tears, you know, generally in the truck or in the motorhome, when they're scared, or they're just thinking, I'm not sure if I can do this anymore. You know, we've all known riders that kind of seem to be going really well and then retire. Doesn't happen that often, but some riders just think, you know, this is just too much.
Yeah, Lorenzo.
Yeah,
at the end.
I mean, Lorenzo, I mean, with the injury in Barcelona, then injury in Essen, with everything that was going on.
And also Casey Stoner.
Yeah, Casey.
His health was not 100%, and also...
Yeah, I think he just kind of hated the whole thing, basically.
In the end, he looked like he hated it.
Yeah.
He said they want us to be gladiators, just to go and, you know, leave blood, basically, out of the racetrack.
Sure.
Which was obviously not good. But it all kind of influenced what was happening. I mean, the 2008 was so important. And then we come to 2009. And I love the shot. I don't know why you chose it. We never spoke about this. But for me, it was like Jeremy Burgess has to be respected for all that he has done. Because now this team has won with a 500cc Honda, with a 990cc Honda, with a 990cc Yamaha on a Bridgestone, and now you're winning on a Michelin, and now you're winning with the Bridgestone tires, and now you have a second successive title on a Bridgestone. He actually defended the title. I mean, if you look at it, Jorge never defended his title. Casey never defended his title.
No.
Mark was the only one who has defended the title since. Mir did not defend it. Quartararo did not defend it. So it's a feat. Not only coming back, but staying on top. And at that moment, Valentino is already 30. So, I mean, by the way, in terms of parallels, Mark is going to be 30 this February.
Yeah, absolutely,
Trying to make a comeback. Amazing parallels between them. I remember in 2005, everybody saying Valentino is going to win everything, and I heard no voice of reason saying, "Come on, take it easy. Who knows what's going to happen?" And I remember in 2019 when they won the Triple Crown, Mark won the riders title, Honda won the constructor, and they won the team title. And everybody's saying, well, he's going to clean up everything. He's going to be bigger than Ago. And I said, look, I'm old enough to remember somebody being in a similar position and things not working out. And I'm sorry that, he got injured. But I said, look, it's not so unexpected that something will stop you.
It's a brutal sport.
Yeah.
Always has been. There's not... I would say it's probably the most brutal kind of big-time sport there is. I mean, try and think of a more brutal sport that's kind of on telly all the time. I mean, heavyweight boxing, yeah, maybe. But, I don't think there's anything more brutal. I think a lot of fans don't really understand that how vicious and brutal it is, And not only when you're crashing and getting hurt, it's vicious and brutal even when you're not getting hurt. It's psychologically it's very brutal.
Yeah, and the pressure is from everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you put yourself under pressure. I mean, in terms of like young riders being aware of what their families also had to sacrifice for them to get there.
Yeah, the financial side.
Yeah. I mean, you push yourself and it's difference in terms of I'm not underestimating what sports people like girls and boys in other sports go through on a psychological level especially, but here you also have a physical moment. You can really die any moment.
Yeah, every time they go out, they're doing 220 miles an hour
every time,
360 Ks. I mean, a lot can go wrong at that sport.
Or on a wet track.
Yeah, on a wet track especially, yeah. But this 2009, I mean, I remember in book you're mentioning it, and I know you know all these things, like Graziano saying that was the moment, the 2008 was the moment he enjoyed the most.
Yeah.
And then comes the 2009, and already in 2009 there are less victories. Like there is like you can sense, the new kids have arrived.
Yeah, 100%.
Which he was actually a guilty party for creating, because now he is the new norm. The norm is no longer somebody else. No, if you want to be the best, you have to take down Valentino Rossi. This is the norm. And if you want to go above the norm, which you have to do, you have to find something else. And with Jorge and Casey also, but especially with Jorge, I don't know if I'm mistaken, there comes a rider that is like almost like a metronome. It's like each and every lap is the same. It's like, what are we
Well, he had the bike to do it. The Yamaha at that time was a very friendly, neutral motorcycle that kind of helped the rider do what he wanted to do, whereas the Ducati was the kind of opposite. You were fighting against it the whole time.
I just want to show the. I'm writing down to Vanya. If you can shoot the shot from the 2010, and don't worry, we'll make it. So this is not the moment, but he's in the crutches. He's using the crutches.
Coming back.
Yeah, coming back. Yeah,
but you could say it's kind of the beginning of the end, really, isn't it? Really, he's
he was never the same.
He got hurt. Yamaha signed Lorenzo around this time. Well, no, while he was injured, I think.
Yeah.
So funny enough, I always look at these photos. I kind of see who I can see from, and there's William, the PR guy, on the top left in the blue, or nearly top left, and then there's Brivio on the scooter.
Yeah.
And then in the bottom left corner, you can't see because you're looking at me instead, sadly. There's Muzo, a French photographer, who's still doing it. So I always look at the back and think, well, who's still there?
Who's left?
Exactly. Muzo in the kind of denim top with the grey hair. He's still doing it.
You cannot see Henk. He's above.
No, exactly. Yeah.
But that's one of the shots. Like coming back, and then.
And you can see with all the security, everybody wants to touch him. They don't need to touch him, but they're like, oh no, I can't, and that's a difficult thing to deal with when you're famous. People kind of they want to touch you,
In Rome, he cannot walk.
No, of course. Which is why Rossi, and he's pretty much from the beginning, he realized very quickly that the only way to live his life was basically just become a kind of recluse, really.
Exactly.
But obviously in a very big house, in a very nice place.
On a very big boat.
Exactly, and hanging out with his friends, and that's what he does, because, you never see him going to movie premieres or parties for this or parties for that.
Or to the local market.
Launches for this or launches for that. He doesn't go to anything.
Yeah.
Would you?
I mean, he actually vacates in Croatia often. He goes to some island that is not so recluse, but people do not have such a tendency to hog you for attention. Sure. I mean, a shot or something like that, or an autogram, but that's basically it. And we try to recognize which island he's on, like where is he at, because the proximity of Croatia and if I can say so, the lovely community that we have. There are a lot of people watching from Bosnia, from Croatia, from Macedonia, from Montenegro, from all over the world, who understand the language, and which is lovely. And we actually, one guy came from Split, just because we had the I don't know how the anniversary. It wasn't an anniversary, but it was like we celebrated the 100th podcast on Tuesday, which happened like a year and a half ago. But because of the COVID, we couldn't organize the party. So we had a party on Tuesday, and we had the opening of the exhibition last night. And he stayed along, and he just came from Split because of, everybody involved with Lab 76. And he stayed. He was there last night. He actually went on a factory tour on 14th of November this year in Bologna. So he brought us presents and stuff like that. So that's the emotion you get from MotoGP. And then, somebody from Croatia says, Valentino is in Split, or Valentino is on Hvar, and we're like, perfect, what are we going to do about it? Nothing. Leave the guy alone. Literally leave the guy alone. Yeah, I mean, that's the best thing you can do. Just leave him alone. Anyway, I mean, but this is the moment, where he says, okay, I'm leaving for Ducati. And everybody was waiting for that, like Ducati, Valentino. But was it bound to be like such a disaster, like with Ducati being so...
Well, the bike was just a disaster at that time, and they didn't seem to know what they were doing. The right people weren't talking to the right, the test team and the factory and the race team. But did they listen to him at all? Huh?
Did they listen? Because
no, they did, absolutely. They switched from the stress member chassis to a normal aluminum chassis. I just...
But Henk,
but not JB was not able to change.
Sure, yeah. They just
also it had to do with a lot of paperwork. He told me once.
It wasn't just the metalwork that was wrong. It was also the way the factory, the team at the factory weren't communicating with the team at the track. And I mean, that photo says it so much. I mean, they all look just deeply depressed, don't they? And then the funny thing is, I noticed looking at that photo, is if you look on the right, was Alex Briggs
drinking water.
He actually looks like he's giving Henk the finger.
Yeah.
I don't think he is. I don't think he's meaning to, but he is. But and you can see there is another photo of Rossi in the book.
But look at
sitting with his head.
Back, but I like this one. I like this one better. If you see Graziano is almost
on the left.
You see Graziano just speaking. Then you can see Valentino
and you
watching.
Can see Preziosi in his wheelchair behind the bike on the left.
And
then the whole Aussie crew the Kiwi Aussie crew.
I don't know the guy in the black shirt, but he's not even looking at the TV screen.
Mike Norton.
Yeah. He's from Olins. You mentioned him in a book. I didn't recognize him.
Around for a long time. He worked with Valentino an awful lot.
But he's not even looking at the TV screen. And if you look at looking at the fingernails, Brent Stevens just like
they all look pretty fed up. They look pretty fed up.
Yeah, and Jeremy just nonchalantly being I don't know.
Yeah, they look pretty fed up.
Yeah, fed up
with
literally.
Good reason.
But these are amazing photos. Actually, the photo from the snow, Madonna di Campigno, it was actually already reserved last night because by I don't want to say who because he didn't give me the permission, but he came that one. He came and said, and he's a huge Valentino fan, and I expected him to take any other photo, and he said no. This is
it's
history.
Not often you see a MotoGP bike up a mountain in a ski resort.
3,000 meters high.
He said that also. He said, I love Valentino. this is a historical picture. And there's snow and skiing, and I love skiing. And I was like, okay, man.
And he's in his ski gear, and
yeah, the whole works. Yeah. Oh, we have to get you to sign the photos. I must not forget that while you're here,
don't,
Matt, please.
We'll ruin it.
We'll ruin it.
We'll
okay,
ruin
whatever you say.
You know, but whatever you want, you know. But
I don't know, whatever the buyers or audience wants. I mean, that's the only thing important, not what I want. But still, I mean, this shot with the AMG, with Tim, with, you know, a lack of Marlboro sponsorship, and you see the Diesel as a sponsor, Generali, you see a lot of changes in terms of...
Well, and the AMG sticker on the front is pretty important.
Yeah,
you know.
it kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
18 months later.
Now it's Audi.
Yeah, now it's Audi. Well, anyway, and then, you know, it comes the next picture, which is Saw, like 2012. And that's the moment when Audi actually bought the Ducati. Do you think if he stayed in a Ducati, he would have eventually be successful on a?
It was Deligna that turned
if Deligna was 3 years earlier or 4 years.
Yeah.
So Deligna arrived at the end of 2013. So, you know, Rossi would have had to.
Yeah.
I don't think he was going to hang on for any longer. But you know, you look at Deligna. So he turned up at the end of 2013, and here we are pretty much 10 years later, or 10 years later.
Yeah.
And finally they've won the title. So it's been a long road. You know? And Deligna has completely changed MotoGP. One guy. Well, not one guy. I mean, he's obviously working with his engineers and his aerodynamicists.
Very young engineers.
He's taking engineers from Ferrari and so on, and but just his way of thinking. And
he's in the book.
Yeah. Well, he told me that I interviewed him, was it this year or last year? Beginning of this year, and he said he got the idea for the dynamic the ride height adjustment from when Dovizioso raced an Audi, obviously with the Audi Link touring car, a few years ago, and he was telling Gigi that he had some button to press that sprayed. No, not a ride height. It was sprayed water onto the discs to cool them down. If you got a warning that the discs were getting too hot, there was a button and it would cool down the disc. And that made Deligna thinking, okay, well, why shouldn't our guys have to press a button to make something happen? And that was the kind of start of him thinking, you know, a mechanical thing rather than an electronic button. I mean, you know, a mechanical switch. So that was the kind of start of him working towards the shapeshifter.
But that's just how his mind works. I mean, he is here. Actually, we got a tweet from one of the people who read the book, and he said, "I do not believe I'm seeing Deligna in a book because he's not a gray beard or anything like that. He's young."
Yeah, no, I think the book is. I think it's a photo that Henk took at Aprilia.
In Aprilia.
I don't know which chapter it is, but
Henk is one of the not Henk. Sorry, Gigi's one of those guys that definitely. He kind of looks better now than he did when he was younger. You know, so some people take a long time to grow into their black faces. Hair. Yeah. But he kind of looks super cool as a kind of grey wizard now, doesn't he? Whereas then he just looked kind of like,
I know him since he joined Aprilia. So from the early beginning.
But he was for a long time in Aprilia. He brought them the World Superbike title, actually.
Well, a lot of 125 and 250 titles.
Exactly.
No, he learned it from two Dutchmen. From Jan Thiel and Jan Witteveen. That were his teachers.
Yeah, that's well. I mean, that's some of the amazing stories I would love also to hear, and with the stealing speed and whatever, and all the things that were happening. That, you know, there is so much history that when you look at it, you know, comes back later. I mean, it's.
There's many things are not new. Technically, also.
Yeah, that's actually. The Desmodromic is not Ducatis, it's Mercedes's.
Yeah.
Mercedes was the first one to use it. I mean,
it's kind of strange that no one else kind of stuck with it, really, because it was very important then when metal wasn't very high quality and it was very common to break valve springs. And that gave them a huge advantage now. But obviously now everybody's using pneumatic valves and metal technology is much better. But I think the Desmo system is still better. But I think you'd have to spend many years
learning
it. Whereas Ducati have been doing it for 70 years now, since the 50s. So,
you know, the camera guy I mentioned, Zoran Zok, he used to say, not everything that sounds like a tractor is a Ducati. So I mean, because of the noise it makes, and but he loves Honda. He's a Honda guy. Anyway, I mean, with 2013 coming back to Yamaha, I mean, for me, also you mentioned Henk, like, is the wheelie shot, like it's a wheelie, but there are no major sponsors if you look at it. I mean, we spoke about that last night. I mean, he brought the Monster as almost a personal sponsorship, but nobody was betting again on Yamaha and Rossi. I mean, if you look at, there is no Fiat sponsorship.
I don't think it's. I'm not sure it's got to do with the fact they weren't betting on Rossi. I think it's more the
lack of money,
the perpetual lack of money in MotoGP.
But even Rossi couldn't bring in the big sponsor.
Sure.
But like, that's also to do because of the 2 years of
exactly. 5 years previous, he would have bagged in a big sponsor immediately. Now it was him. That was my take.
Sure.
I'm not sure,
right.
but
you could be right.
Because if you look at it, like, who wouldn't sponsor number 46? Like, it would be crazy if he had the opportunity. But back then, it was like, what is this guy doing? Like, he's now 33 years old.
Yeah.
Can he really make a comeback? Any sort of comeback? And he won 1 or 2 races that year. Or it was 2000.
He won in Assen.
He won in Assen.
I
think in Australia he won because KRAJU had fallen in the last lap, but he was second.
In the book.
Marquez fell down, if I remember well.
Yeah.
No, Marquez was disqualified. Actually, not on Phillip Island.
No, I think you're
Lorenzo won.
2014.
Yeah, 2014.
Yeah.
It was 2014. But
yeah,
still,
I mean, the thing is that he spent 2 years on the Ducati losing the front, and that's a very difficult thing to get out of your brain.
Yeah.
You have to work. We were talking about it earlier about having to work up to the limit, and so he had to start that process all over again of not being afraid to charge into a corner and just throw the bike in, because he'd spent 2 years landing on his ass and getting quite beaten up. So it took him, I think Alex Briggs used the phrase, it took him like a year to get the taste of the Ducati out of his mouth. So, but basically he just had to get used to riding 100% again, because when he was, especially the second year at Ducati, he was like, okay, I think his crash rate halved, because he was basically like, you know what, I'm not going to push this anymore because I know what happened. So he'd got used to not riding at 100%, and it takes a while to kind of work his way back up to living on the edge, if you like.
Yeah, and people are creatures of habit.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So there's loss of habit. And next year, I mean, slowly, working without it. I love this shot. You mentioned it. He's looking at you, actually.
Yeah. That's in Le Mans.
I mean, he recognized you. I mean, this is a cool down lap.
And you can really see the happiness there. And I think that's significant as well, because, you only know the good times once you've had bad times. You know what I mean? When you're winning, you probably don't really appreciate it because it's just normality.
Yeah.
But then you have a few hard years. You had quite a few hard years. Then when you start winning again, you're like, oh wow, this is just the best feeling in the world.
That was the same when he won what was later to turn out his last win. When he won in Assen.
Yeah, we'll see that shot
on the podium.
Yeah. Because he knew it wasn't going to happen.
It looks like it was his first win.
Yeah. But I love this shot, with Weiser being so unclean and everything, and he's giving you the thumbs up, looking at you at the camera, and just being happy and being older. You can see with the eyes, and everything. It's not, it's no longer the young guy, but it's still Valentino Rossi. I mean, he's not old, obviously. Like, he's 33. What is that? It's nothing, literally. I mean, you don't realize that until you're like older, and then you're like, with 33, I would rule the world, but with 33, you're like, I'm old. No, you're not, buddy. Exactly, You're not. But I love that shot. And then obviously the famous or infamous 2015, which, and I used this shot because of what we've spoken about. This is, and again, you're magical, Henk, I have to say. I mean, you're writing and you're also taking photos. And I mean, the moments in time that you have, captured with the film or with the camera are, for me, amazing. I don't know if it's also like Valentino Rossi, like you being not lucky, but being in the right place at the right time. In Brno, in Essen for the last win, taking this shot, being in Valencia at that corner, taking that shot,
but that's
it's amazing.
It's luck, but it's not only.
Oh,
luck.
no. You
It's
created
also
the
to have the experience.
You,
For instance, here
yeah,
I could have put on a longer lens,
yeah,
but with a shorter lens, you know, when this happens,
yeah.
it's not only one moment. There will be more moments, and here
Exactly.
Rossi will go into the in the gravel, you know.
Yeah.
So I even got pictures of that because
Perfect.
I put a shorter lens on it.
Yeah.
And it's also the experience where to go when in Assen, you know, when there is a situation like this,
Yeah.
the chance that the race will be decided in the last lap in the last corner is here. It's not 10 corners
Yeah.
before. So then you go here. So I had the same shot, you mentioned it with Freddie Spencer and Kenny Roberts in 83 in Anderstorp. I'm the only one who had the pictures. I was standing in the corner after it. But I know when there's a passing maneuver in the last lap, it is at the end of the straight. So the quality of the pictures is not the best because it's far.
Yeah.
But you can see what happens, and that's more important. And another thing is also the experience, but still you have to push the button.
Exactly.
You know, when I started, when there was a crash, I got it, and then I look, oh, nothing happened. But then it was too late, you know. But you learn to handle then, okay, I have to push also the button.
The button.
Yeah.
It sounds so simple, but it's always simple.
The interesting thing about this, we were talking earlier about Rossi and Biaggi, and I was saying that it was inevitable that they were going to clash because they were so different. And I think it was inevitable that Rossi and Marquez were going to clash, not just here, but in general, because they were so similar.
Yeah.
You know, that they were both
his
very similar,
father and the younger son.
very similar characters.
Yeah.
They were just kind of win or, you know, they would win by any means necessary. And they were both like that. And once you've got two guys like that fighting away, you know that something, well, good or bad, is going to happen. You know, that there's going to be a confrontation. And it was, I think, the opposite reason of Rossi and Biaggi. Instead of them being completely different, they were actually exactly the same in their attitude to racing.
Yeah.
And if you've got two guys kind of fighting for a title who basically will win by any means necessary, then it's going to get ugly, you know.
Yeah.
In a good way.
But it was inevitable.
Yeah. No,
I mean, that's the second coming
it was
together
Argentina,
of the season.
And then
Assen, and then Malaysia.
Then, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And it was just going to blow up.
But I love this shot. I mentioned it to both of you. Why? If you can just show us the shot. If you look at the guy left of the letter E holding his head and just... He knows, like everything has went to hell. Like this is the moment. Like, and I love that because you have the moment. I mean, in Argentina, you can subscribe that, you know, racing, Rossi covered the line. Mark was inexperienced, although Mark said, I learned a lot today from Valentino.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I won't say he did it on purpose, but he knew what he was doing.
Yeah. I mean, and those guys know how to race. And then this comes along, and with Valentino going with a scooter through the gravel on Thursday evening and everything, you know, it's like, and you have the shot. That's why but this is one frame. And it speaks so many things. I mean, I love it because you can see the circuit snaking. You know where they're going to go, and you know what's going to happen, where the Valentino is going to go.
I think in total I've got 10 or 15 pictures of it.
No, that's amazing. Yeah. I mean, what you do is, for me, I mean, it's literally art. I know sports photography is viewed as, you know, like action almost, but this is art. This is beauty. This is literally a moment in time. This is historical moment for all of us who love MotoGP. It doesn't matter who people cheer for, Mark or somebody else or Valentino. Like, this is history, and you can tell with the angle of the bikes and their heads, like they don't care. Like, you know, whatever may come. You know, like look at Mark. He's not looking left. He's like he's watching his line. He knows what's going to happen at this moment. I believe so strongly. Yeah, and Valentino is like,
well, you can just see Valentino just closing him down, going,
no way,
through.
No way.
You're not coming through. Yeah.
We're either both going down or I'm getting through.
As in Lacuna.
Exactly.
Same.
Exactly.
Same.
Except this guy was not going to, you know, back down.
No.
No. He found somebody very similar to himself,
Yeah, exactly.
I think.
Yeah, exactly.
His son.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, that's 2015. But, you know, it's like you said, the bitterest pill, like everything. I'm not going to go into too much details about that. I mean, because that's a podcast in itself. But, you know, I mean, the whole thing was, it blew up. But it blew up. But, you know, I don't know if you've seen this also. I don't know if you use Google Trends. With MotoGP, like what happened back then in 2015, if you look at the search term on a global level, like I'm literally going to use the worldwide, and I'm going to take the 2004 to present day. If you can you see where the 2015 is?
Yeah.
I'll send you the link. You can see it immediately. Literally, you can see it immediately.
Yeah. It got so ugly after that, man. It was for about a year. It was just horrible. Every time Marquez won, there was just so much booing and just, oh man, it was just really unpleasant.
Yeah.
And kind of just completely destroyed the sport from my point of view. For 6 months to a year, you know, for people to start getting over it.
Well,
it was just ugly.
You
horrible.
know,
it was new
yeah,
to the sport.
I mean, you can see where the November of 2015 is. Like the biggest interest in MotoGP since Google started collecting data was the day they came together in Malaysia.
Yeah, yeah.
And from there, the trending is going down. But still, if you look at the latest trends, they are still up in terms of interest compared to 2014. So the biggest marketing campaign Dorna ever had was clash between Mark and Valentino.
In Malaysia.
To this day. I mean, this is publicly available data. I'll send you the link.
And you can see that at the start of the next season when everybody's like, what's going to happen next? You know,
the soap opera.
That's the next bit. You know?
When does the soap opera continue? But what I think happened is actually, it was one of the saddest days, unfortunately. I mean, we were, as I said, we weren't back then present on many races in 2016, the Barcelona, when we lost Salom. Yes. That moment, that's one of the rare occasions I was actually mad at riders. I was like, you couldn't like shake hands before all this happened. Like now you're shaking hands and everybody's. I mean, they're human beings. I was also being unreasonable, but I was just sad to see somebody lose their life, and then you see, you know, they said them saying like, let's bury the hatchets, like now,
for some minutes.
Yeah, for some minutes, but even that for some minutes, because then, you know, they changed the turn number 10, and then Valentino said, why are you changing number 10? And then he still won the race. I remember that. It was a strange weekend. It was really and in terms of car racing and motorcycle racing, which has nothing to do against the people racing cars, it's like the tracks do everything to accommodate car racing. And then, you know, like ditch the gravel traps and stuff like that, you know. But that's altogether.
Sadly, that's the way pretty much it's always been. You know, there's always more money in car racing, and that's just the way the world works.
Yeah.
You know?
It is what it is. But anyway, 2016, I mean, that. I didn't send the pictures? Oh, man. Sorry, man. They're going to be there in a second. Because it's down to me. I made a mistake. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have them pretty soon. Let me find. I have so many folders lately, so I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to thank you once again, because the first time we came with the idea to do an exhibition, it was like 6-7 months ago. And I remember talking to you and trying to explain who we are, what we want to do, and I was just hoping, like, I hope Henk gets, you know, what we want to do and who we are. I don't know if you got if I managed to convey what I was talking about, but I'm happy that you were willing to listen to us. Yeah, and I remember actually writing before we published the book, and I was trying to get to you, and I was like, how can I get to Matt? You know, and I couldn't. And then in the end, I was like, we have your book, and we're like, oh, that's so nice. And funny story, actually, we didn't plan on publishing the book so quickly, so I sent you like the new cover, and you put it on Twitter, and it was out. And I was like, oh, no, Matt, no. And everyone was like, when is the book coming out? And I was like, in December.
Sorry
No. You shouldn't apologize for anything. It was planned in December. And when we got the translation, it was like, we need to change this. And then we had an issue with the paper because the paper mill from Italy stopped working. And then, you know, unfortunately, the war in Ukraine started, and then everything went crazy, etc., etc. Then I went to Chile, and then I realized I have to translate the book, and so many things have happened. You know, it was crazy. But anyway, I'm still. So that's why this is kind of amazing, because we met in Essen, I think.
I don't know.
I think in Essen it was like, hi, I'm Srđan from Infinity Lighthouse / Sport Club / Lab 76 / I don't know. But you were both so kind, so thank you. No, really.
No worries.
And thank you for your time. And thank you for coming along. I know we're taking a lot of time, and I'm sorry, but we're going to wrap it up soon. Don't worry. If you still want to go to dinner, we're buying dinner so we can go someplace nice. Anyway, this is 2016. This is actually a famous race for so many things. Valentino was leading. In the end, he crashed out. They cut the race and then restarted it. And Jack Miller won his first race ever on a Honda. And for me, this shot was interesting because Dowie is the only one following Valentino at this point in time. Mark is 5th. Lorenzo and Pedrosa are fighting for 6th position, and the race is crazy. And we have 25 laps to go. You know, and it all looked like, because Assen is the place where Valentino had most wins together with Catalunya, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not. But Assen was a good hunting ground.
I think because he'd won the previous race in Barcelona, hadn't he?
Yeah.
What was before Barcelona? Le Mans.
I think Mugello.
Mugello. Had he won there as well?
No.
But when he won in Catalonia, in Barcelona, I thought, you may get the title. But when he crashed out of here, I thought,
it's over.
But do you remember 2016 Mugello? His engine went bang.
Right. Yes, his engine went bang.
He lost the engine.
That was the first year of the control ECU, and Yamaha hadn't got the over rev sorted out. So every time over the jump at the end of the straight, the thing was over revving, and that's why his engine blew.
Yeah, Lorenzo lost the engine on Saturday, and Valentino lost the engine on Sunday. I remember because a lot of people from over here went to the race, and you know, I think that was the quietest race ever. Like everybody's Mugello, typical.
Yeah,
silence.
Yeah.
Complete silence.
Well, generally when he crashed or blew up at Mugello, everyone went home. That's just basically why.
Yeah, but that was like again after 2015, what happened and everything. You know, like Mugello was like a band-aid. Now this is going to be good. You know, it for all of his fans, and then all of a sudden, like just a puff of smoke, and you're like, no way. Like, and the last
and it was a nice.
It was a nice smoke. Yeah, but the shot that you gave us with the scream, it's the last time he won in Mugello.
Yeah.
That's the last time, 2008. And this was like 8 years later, redemption is coming. Yeah. Except it was not to be. And this is obviously Essen. And now our colleague from the sales has taken over the place of Vanya's. So if we can move on to 2017. I mean, this year was actually, for me, it was more about Lorenzo and Rossi being against each other and leaving Mark to, you know, fix the bike mid-season and say, well, thank you guys. No, you know, I'm gonna take this title. And Lorenzo leaving for Ducati. And this is an amazing shot because this is like the oldest kid you can see. Yeah. In MotoGP. Like literally his face is like, this is not for television, this is not for photo opportunity. Sure. This is like just pure sheer happiness.
Like I said, he knows it's not going to happen very often again. And it didn't happen ever again. So, you know, I think he kind of he knew that every time he won that point, then it was a
bonus.
Huge deal. And that was a weird race because it was drizzling, wasn't it? And so it was a dangerous race because they were all on slicks, and Assen is very fast, and you crash there through one of the fast corners, you're in trouble. And I was amazed. You know, I mean, Petrucci had never won a race at that point, so he had nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Valentino was kind of already out the title, I think, by then. He had nothing to lose. And wow, I think they just disappeared from everyone else.
Yeah.
No, and then Petrucci had the bad luck with Rins overtaking in the last lap.
Yeah, I mean,
he was in the way.
He was in the way.
Yeah.
He cost him. He was a lap down. Actually, that's the year he fell in Le Mans when he missed the braking in number 8 down at the museum.
Yeah.
And then Vinales overtook him for the first place, and then they went into last sector, and he lost.
Crashed.
He crashed. I remember that because of the kids in the stands. One of the kids was crying, and Dorna was showing the kid who was expecting Valentino to win at first. And I recall start to the last lap.
Yeah.
I said, "This is his race to win or lose. Literally, this is up to him now. He's ahead of Vinales. It's not easy." And he later, if I remember well, he missed the braking marker by 1 meter.
Yeah.
But at that speed, you know,
the problem was when it went to Michelin in 2016. You know, the Yamaha is a corner speed bike, and if you use a lot of corner speed, you have to use the front tire really hard.
Yeah.
And that had worked fantastically.
Not with the Michelin.
The Yamaha on Bridgestones, especially with Lorenzo on it. But they were just losing the front all the time, which is exactly.
Yeah. No, but that race and the camera was showing him, like showing the rider, and him looking at the camera, just pushing the bike, and that was like, and that's the moment that I said, well, that's it, because that's you can sense that he needs everything to happen perfectly, and for him to be perfect at every race, to get the maximum out of each and every one race, to be in contention. And then this moment is like, I have the race victory, like 115, and I was laughing because I was like, if you count the numbers, it's like they come in so rarely now, and this guy has 115. It's amazing. Like the only 2 guys ever above 100 are still Giacomo and Valentino. No one else. 90 victories are for Angel Nieto, and Mark is at 85. I mean, still amazing, 85 or 90, but and this is it. And you have the shot in Brno, first victory, and you have the shot last victory, number 115. This is 2017. Actually, one of my friends, Igor, he was always, because he was present, and he's a huge Rossi fan, he was always cheering afterwards that this is his last victory, so he can say he was present at his last victory. And I said, you're selfish, man. But, it's just good fun. Well, Vanya, 2018, I mean, we are slowly now going towards the latter years. This is also a happy hunting ground, but you can already see the change of times. I mean, Mark is leading. There's Lorenzo on a Ducati that he can use. I mean, that's after his win in Mugello. This is the second win also. I mean, Tito Rabat on the left, Dani Pedrosa, Dovi chasing his friend, and then Zarco on a monster Yamaha. And in the background, you can already see the KTMs. I mean, a sign of changing times, I guess.
The big change there is the amount of aero the
wings and
the
winglets.
The Ducati has got. And notice also that Lorenzo, who's leading the race, is using the downforce, and Dovizioso, his teammate, to
number 4
to the left, number 4 isn't, because Dovizioso, he used to get into big fights with Gigi Dall'Igna to the point where they didn't speak anymore. He didn't like all this new stuff. He said, well, these wings make it heavier to steer and blah blah blah. But Lorenzo needed front grip, and the front downforce gave him more front grip, which allowed him to enter the corners faster. So this is kind of the start of kind of the modern aero era.
Yeah.
So 2017, although it had been building, you could say that 2017, when Ducati came out with that fairing, I don't know whether they come exactly when they came out with it earlier that year. I can't remember, but yeah. So
2018 was like, this is the year.
Yeah.
And
so this is the kind of start of. I think it was late 202017 when they came out with that aero.
But you see the same. You see the same. Now Marcus also
and
has
Danny.
the wings,
Yeah.
but Danny not.
Yeah, Danny does not.
For the same reason. Because
Yeah.
Danny is the way he's so tiny, had no strength. So he was already using all his strength to steer the bike, and if you put wings on it,
It's
it
even
takes
heavier.
even more strength.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but it's a lovely shot, obviously with the heat and everybody in the whip zone looking over like, what's going to happen in the starter guys and everything. And I don't know. Barcelona is also always it can be a fun race. It really can. Except why next year this race was so bad was with Jorge missing like the breaking point and taking everybody out in 2019. I remember going into Dorna's office and they were like, "Oh no, like we lost the season," because everybody knew by then Mark is going to win it. And this is actually this photo has been reserved for sales because the guy came and said, "I want the bike with wings." I want the Valentino on a bike with wings. And I said, okay, buddy, I mean, you're our friend. I mean, it's reserved for you. Don't worry. So we made 2 sales already, Henk. You should know. Maybe even the 3rd. I don't know.
No.
Which is also amazing. I mean, but it's not why we made it. I mean, we made the exhibition to have the exhibition. It's because it's good fun. And I love this shot. Actually, a lot of people ask me if the windscreen is broken. But you can see the pole actually.
Sure. Yeah.
But a lot of people, is it broken? I said, no. It's just, the reflection.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like cartoonish also. With the helmet and everything.
Yeah, Aldo Dourdy's work.
Yeah. But he's working to this year with the Gresini. I thought that color was not going to work. I was like, what?
No, it's different.
But it worked. It worked amazingly well.
He explained to me, I want to have something different.
Yeah,
and it's different.
That's what I mentioned with the numbers. I mean, you put number 1, now you're different.
Sure.
Because nobody's doing it anymore. That's my reasoning, nothing else. But this is over-branded. I mean, look at Monster. Monster. It's everywhere. Everything is branded.
We're getting into the era of post-huge title sponsors. Like even in Formula One.
Yeah,
now,
it's changing.
The cars are just covered in... When it was tobacco, the companies could buy the whole car, or the whole motorcycle, which is why they look great, because they weren't
only one big
covered
sponsor.
with 100 stickers.
Yeah.
Whereas now, no one wants to put in the budget on their own. Yeah. So it's just a combination of...
You see the same, for instance, in Red Bull Formula One, you know?
Yeah,
much more sponsors.
I mean, if you look at the Red Bull is not the biggest brand logo. The biggest logo is Oracle. Which paid $500 million for a 5-year contract with Red Bull. $100 million per year. I mean, and Oracle is the biggest sponsor. I mean, Red Bull is obviously the name of the team, and you can see the balls and everything.
You wouldn't have £100 million sponsorship on the whole MotoGP grid.
No. I mean,
dollars or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, but that's just one car.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a championship winning car.
But
if we speak about Petronas with Mercedes, like Petronas could buy, I mean, the whole Moto2. I mean, they can sponsor, they can make it a cup competition with that money. 5 times. No, it's amazing how less money there is in MotoGP compared to Formula One.
Yeah.
And
or you can say the other way around.
Or the other way around, yeah. Yeah. And this shot is like a parting shot. It's not the end of the career.
Not yet.
But it seems that way.
It's the beginning.
It's the beginning of the end, yeah. But for us, I mean, Dan and I are in agreement with this. We think our position is, I'm obviously maybe too extreme, but we believe, despite the results and everything, Yamaha should have kept him, not taken the Quartararo. You should sign Fabio, obviously, for obvious reasons. But, you're signing Maverick Vinales in February. It's like so early. You're basically telling Valentino the time is up. But I think they should have, because this guy, I mean, we have been speaking for 4 hours almost. And we have covered 25 photos, 30 photos of his career. I mean, actually, the first special show we ever did was number 46, lap 76, number 46. Because it was 46, so we decided to talk a little bit about Valentino. We ended up talking for 5.5 hours. And we didn't cover his career. it was like, oh my God, what next? And we were going also to statistical information, like this and that and that and that. It was super crazy. And for me, I mean, you don't get too many Valentino Rossis in your sport. So I believe you should use them, you know. And I have a sense like it cost Yamaha dearly this year. I mentioned that to you. I don't know if it makes any sense to you guys, but Fabio had nobody to talk to. Pecco had Valentino on the phone, and Pecco had Casey on the phone. And I think that's important for them because they never went through this. Fabio was not alone, but who do you have? I mean, who do you call to tell you, to help you out?
I don't know if he needs it.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs it. That's for sure. But, you know, it looked to me at one point in time that help of that kind might work for Fabio. But I'm not obviously trying to say Fabio does not know how to do it.
He just needed another 20 horsepower. That's what he needed.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, but if you don't have it, what do you do?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, he was just, you know, once Ducati got their problem sorted out, it was game over, really.
Almost,
because, you know, on that Yamaha, if you're surrounded by 2, 3, 4 Ducatis and a Honda, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Because you can't, you know,
the
way it used to use its lap time was with corner speed. And if you're trying to use corner speed where all the V4s, the Hondas, the Ducatis, the KTMs, the Aprilias are using a more kind of V-style corner, they're in your way. You can't, so you've lost your you know,
the strongest point is gone.
Quartararo was the same last year, and even this year. The only way he could win was by bolting,
leading, exactly.
But now you've got 8 Ducatis, so if just getting on the second row was quite a problem for him.
And he was so good in qualifying in his first year on a Petronas. Sure. He was amazing in qualifying.
Yeah.
You can tell.
But
even
Ducati was still, you know,
finding its feet.
They've got that sweet point now where they, you know, everybody talks about how.
But it works in
how they find an extra second. Are they playing with tire pressure? You know, probably because tire pressures aren't policed in qualifying. They will be next year.
Yeah.
Tire pressures were policed in this season, but if you broke the rules,
what happens?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So are they policed?
So this year was like a Wild West.
I would say
you were allowed to cheat. And everybody knew it was the last chance. So next year, when everybody has to, I mean, it's just such a boring thing to speak about high pressures. You know, but I mean, the problem is that it's the most important performance factor now. You know? And next year the limit is going to be 1.9. And if you get to 1.9 bar on the front tire is the important one. If you get to 2.1 bar, it starts to be a problem. If you get to 2.2, it starts to be a real problem. You get to 2.3, you crash. 2.2, 2.3, you crash.
Yeah.
Unless you slow right down. So you're dealing with, you need to be between 1.9 and 2.1 bar for the 45 minutes. It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
It's going to be a problem.
Maybe only one, not for the one who's leading.
No, exactly. But if they didn't know they were going to be leading, so they've set their tire pressure to be in the pack, and then they're leading, they're going to be under pressure, and they're going to get thrown out the race.
Yeah.
So whichever way you go, it could be a real mess.
It will be interesting.
It could be a.
Yeah, but this year,
you could do whatever you want. You could do whatever you want, and I got into a lot of trouble for publishing
for talking about it. Well, actually, it was mentioned here. You know, we were quoting you quite a lot, extensively.
Yeah,
and everybody's saying, so what now? Well, nothing. We can only observe it and say.
I mean, I spent the rest of the season trying to get tire sheets from anybody that I could think of, and no one would give me any more. But I would love to see the full season to see who was cheating the most.
Well, the issue is it's not you who are supposed to be, doing it, but somebody else. But that's okay.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go that way because it's a can of worms. I mean, I would love to, but I think we have one more season to go, basically. But I still think it could have ended differently. And watching it, Valentino last year actually, and this year with Franco Morbidelli, both Dan and I were like, was he really so slow? I'm not saying he should have stayed any longer, but you know, it looks better than it did 12 months ago. You know, because Franco this year, he disappeared.
It's a very hard thing to work out. But then on the other hand, it isn't. Maybe he has just kind of lost that ability to just stick it out there and risk his life, to put it bluntly. Maybe he's just like, you know, and if you're knocking it back a tenth a second now,
that's it.
Which is like 0.01% in performance terms. If you break a lap time down into percentage points, it's tiny. So if you're just knocking it back by 0.something%, that's it, game over. You're going to be 10th instead of first. But also, I mean, I'm speaking to a particular crew chief who works for a factory I won't mention, whose results last year weren't very good. And he said, 100%, I promise you that we never went under the tyre pressure limit on the tyre. A lot of teams, obviously. This team, I'm not going to mention them because I'll get into trouble. They said, and their results weren't very good. And they were like, no, we are not going to go under. So
let's wait and see.
Yeah, it could change everything. It might change nothing, but it really will. You may get a good idea of who was cheating this year.
Who was flexing the rules.
But I think also the riders they're all trying to make the bikes easier to ride when the front tire is ballooning, basically. And what happens when the pressure goes up, front tire balloons, and it gets stiffer, so the contact patch gets smaller, so you have less grip, so you're more likely to crash, and you have less turning. So it's a very crucial part. So we're going to see that next year, and will the races be slower? Will there be more crashes? Will the people who were in front this year be behind this year? You know what I mean? It could be really interesting, in a good or bad way, I don't know.
And there is the fact, is the winner the winner? Because when they are on the podium, they're still analyzing pressure.
Well, I would hope they would. They need to check it pretty bloody quickly after the race. Because if you're having wins being taken away because some guy was 0.1 bar under the limit. Well, even if you have a guy crossing the line first and then 2 minutes later, he's not the winner. You could not imagine anything worse for a championship.
Yeah, but that can happen now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you know, that's something we have discussed in quite a detail, in depth, in terms of even in Formula One. I mean, you have Leclerc being punished in Japan.
Yeah, and then Verstappen doesn't know he's world champion.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
It was like, and the rules, the way they actually...
Was that for tire pressure?
No,
because the chicane.
Yeah.
He got 5 seconds penalty.
Yeah.
So he dropped back, and that means that Verstappen was world champion.
But only if they get full points, except they were driving for less than a half a race.
Yeah, and that was not clear.
And that was not clear because they forgot the whole amendment. And the way they actually, in February, they said, we don't want to repeat of last year's Belgian Grand Prix. So we are introducing, like, if this percentage of laps is finished, you get this number of points. And we all were looking at that rule and saying, well, Verstappen is not a champion. Except there was one guy in Liberty Media who runs the graphics department, obviously, who was putting out the full amount of points and saying Max Verstappen is a world champion. And we were all shouting, he is not the world champion, like everybody. Except, why was he a world champion? Because the race was not stopped. It finished. So, by the rule book, since it's not stopped, even if it was only for 3 laps, because they have a time limit, 3 hours, and they let the race run after 2 hours, and they started, they stopped, then 2 hours later they restarted, and they finished like, 40% of the laps. But because now the time has run out, the race was not stopped. So we give you full points. And we're like, but that is like completely ridiculous. Well, sorry. And actually they read the rules properly, but we were all mistaken.
Almost no one knew it.
Yeah.
No team manager, most of the journalists not.
Nobody knew. Max was like, I think they made a mistake. And you can hear him on camera. I don't think I'm a world champion.
Yeah,
but
in the park for me.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But the push was so big.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Exactly. The push was, and everybody's saying, you journalists don't know how to do your job. And I said, well, no, the rules, the way they were written, are confusing.
Too complicated.
If the rule book is too complicated, what do you expect? But the push was huge for him to win the title in Japan. Because what happened, I mean, talk about playing around. Red Bull actually demanded the freeze on the engine development because Honda was leaving the sport. So they froze the engine development. So Red Bull stays in Formula One until 2025. From 2026, the new rule book is kicking in. Except now there is no longer Honda, but Honda Racing Corporation. So they pulled all the engineers from F1 department, put them in the HRC, which is the company whose sole mission is to race, which is amazing in itself. And now you have HRC. Except a couple of weeks before the Japanese Grand Prix, Honda said, well, we are not back, but we are back. So here is Honda on the cover. And we were like, wait a minute. You said you're leaving. These guys, Mercedes, Renault, Ferrari, signed up to freeze the engine development. And now you're back being for 8 months HRC. And now that you're going to win the title, you're back to being Honda. It's like a mess. And then they pushed for Max to win the title in Japan. And he won the title in Japan, which was by the book, rule book, but it is like everything went crazy. So that's an amazing question because I remember 2011 when Zarco pushed Terol
in Barcelona.
In Barcelona. I asked Akiayo about that, and he said, I still think he won the race, Zarco. And I said, okay, I just wanted to hear it from you. And actually, the Dorna was so quick in punishing him. I don't ever recall such a quick, actually, decision ever. And Nicolas was on a top step of the podium. I was like, come on, guys, a little less obvious or something like that. And it was no. But that's an amazing question. It's same with the green and whatever stuff. But yeah, you helped me out now because the first time we do the commentating in 2023, I'm going to say, let's wait.
On Saturday already.
Oh, Saturday already, yeah. The first sprint. Oh, that's going to be fun. And we have just one more season left, which is Petronas years. And I still think Petronas did not use this opportunity to, this is with Carlo Pernat. This is poignant, maybe. I mean, that's the guy who opened the doors.
Yeah.
Still present.
We are both favorite of him.
Yeah,
Great
I like
character.
Carlo a lot. He couldn't be more old school, and he's very important for Enea Bastianini because what he does is he just sucks up all the pressure. You know what I mean?
He protects him.
Whatever Enea does, however, if he pisses off Ducati, Carlo will be there in between them.
Yeah.
Talk to me. Don't talk to the rider. So, and that's a hugely important thing for Bastianini. But anyway, we're here. With
Carlo. No, I wanted to mention because that's what we say every race, basically. Without Carlo Pernat, this year would not have been possible for Enea Bastianini. That's my opinion. Without his protection, let's put it like that, because Carlo
he's very clever.
He for sure is, and all the doors are open for him. That's funny for me. You can see him in any garage he's interested in. He just strolls in, ciao, and everybody's like, and his champagne podcast, I love it. Like Prosecco podcast. It's like enjoying the Prosecco and having fun. They would kill me now for saying champagne, but I'm sorry. but I love it. And and I forgot one chapter, and that is with Marco Simoncelli. I mean, that was for me. I didn't know that with Carlos staying in Paolo's house, trying to also convey the information that look, something so terrible has happened that to Valentino. I think that I overlooked it also. I mean, I cannot even imagine. I don't want to imagine the feeling that he must have had in Malaysia.
Impossible to imagine.
It's a disastrous thing, and yet he stayed for additional 10 years in the sports.
Well, I think you have to compartmentalize everything. You just if you think bad things can't happen when you're racing, then you're not really thinking very hard. And you can kill your friend or your friend can kill you. And literally that's what it wasn't his fault, so he just had to go, okay. Get on with it.
Yeah,
because it can stuff like that can happen anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime.
But at the same time, that moment, why is he not coming to visit? I mean, what can he tell to the parents? What can you say? I mean, there are no words. But that also was the genesis of VR46, the academy, and everything else. Yeah. So, a lot of good came out of that. I mean, I'm sure everybody would exchange that for having Marco present. But still, I mean, what he did was, he actually became, for me, he became the National Federation of Italy, Motorcycle Federation of Italy. Because, again, coming back to what we spoke with Marco, like 11 years ago, is like, he's also was saying, like, there are no young riders, etc. And I think Valentino is actually giving them the not even the platform, the environment in which you can thrive as a motorcycle racer. And for me, that's one of the chapters that is, we didn't cover it in the exhibition, but VR46 Academy is like a true testimony for somebody. But if we can go back just to Petronas, I think like this is like his last ever bike. For me, this is like at the same time so amazing and not sad. I won't say sad because he had such an amazing career. But for me, it's like they didn't use this opportunity. I would have had the prettiest bike ever, and I would have given him any amount of money just to have this for photo opportunity in each and every one of his races that year. Just imagine Lewis Hamilton in Mercedes and Valentino Rossi on a Petronas Yamaha in the same year. The Petronas Towers, they would be Hamilton Rossi for like, this one is Hamilton's, that one is Rossi's. Like those are like, can it get bigger than that? This guy has 7 titles in Formula 1, 103 victories. This guy has 9 titles, 7 of which in MotoGP, and 115 victories. I mean, talk about history. And this is history. Yeah, and this is literally the end. I mean, he was sweating. It was like he was done. But what amazed me afterwards, they were celebrating. Everybody who approached him, he was taking selfies all day long. It was quite a day. And yeah, just a short note. Like I would have preferred Dorna making a much bigger celebration, because I think they missed a huge opportunity of just having the reruns of Valentino Rossi's last race.
They can start doing that next year,
Yeah. No. But I think they should have made a huge celebration. But that's beside the point. He concluded the career. What an amazing career! I don't know what to say even. And the turtle was still there.
Yeah.
The turtle from the mini motos was still there. Guys, we talked so much. I don't know if you're aware. Like it's been 4 hours. What? 4.5 hours. Yeah, we should go to, if you still are up for it, we should go to dinner or something like that. I don't know if you like. Marhin is going to kill me probably. I apologize for holding you so long. No, thank you.
She knows that. She knows that can happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I guess we like talking about motorcycle racing.
Yeah, go on forever.
Yeah, could, but we have to stop at some point in time. Sorry,
Vanya. Because we only talk about Rossi.
Yeah, we talk about Rossi. Yeah, this is about...
If we go back to Roberts, Swans, of Lucinelli and Sheen.
Yeah, it's going to last a lifetime, basically.
Yeah.
Well, but thank you for everything that you do, basically, above all else. And thank you for being here and being here tonight. Thank you for the time you have dedicated to all this.
It's been great.
Yeah.
Enjoyed being here.
Yeah, that's
thanks.
No, thank you, and
thanks for people watching or listening or whatever.
Yeah,
you've lasted this long.
Yeah, we have to translate this for everybody for everyone who doesn't speak English. But I mean, this was for me. I'm telling you, I don't want to repeat myself, but this is really amazing. And as they were asking, is this going to last 6 hours? And people are getting upset about the soccer. I mean, we are losing 3-2 to Switzerland at the moment. But that might mean that the restaurant is going to be empty.
Yeah, that's good.
Looking at some of things. Anyway, I don't want to hold you up anymore. And I'm just going to switch to Serbian for the end. Thank you once again, Henk, for everything. It's really a huge honor. Matt, thank you also.
Thank you.
Huge honor. Especially, it's not even a double honor. It's like squared honor having you both at the same table.
That's been great.
No, and hopefully we'll do some more books. For sure, we'll see each other. And if the road ever takes you this way, you have a place to be. We'll make sure that you have good hosts. So
Okay.
if
Thanks.
you come along, I'm not sure, but if who knows, maybe make another exhibition. So we
Who
make
knows?
this a tradition.
Yeah.
But with shorter podcast. Anyway, I'm gonna switch to Serbian. Ljudi, nadam se da ste uživali. Ne znam šta bih vam više rekao, mi smo ovde uživali, ja sam bar uživao, Vanja će me malo ubiti, ali dobro, Vanja, gubimo, pazi, gledaj to tako, ali ako preokrenemo na 4-3, onda idemo dalje, ja se nadam da će se to desiti, pa ćeš me ipak ubiti, bolje da reprezentacija prođe dalje, ali čuli ste Meta Oxley, čuli ste Henka Kuelemansa, bukvalno su legende u pitanju i jedan i drugi rade ovo mnogo dugo, mi od njih non stop učimo, privilegija i čast da su nam u studiju na kraju Univerzuma, pomalo nestvarno, nadrealno, i ko želi, ko sluša ovo u vremenu i prostoru koje je u decembru 2022. od 1. do 7. i dalje je izložba Valentino Rossi sve njegove sezone u galeriji. Galerija Štab. Dođite, pogledajte fotografije svakoga dana od 10 ujutru do 10 uveče. Ko sluša večeras ili dovoljno je odslušao, sutra u 10 ujutru će Henk i Matt biti tamo da potpišu fotografije, ćaskaju, slikaju se, šta god želite fotografišu. Dođite, bit će zabavno ako ništa drugo. Ko je sa nama večeras, hvala vam. Znam da je trebalo odvojiti vreme od utakmice, ali udrite like, udrite subscribe i sve ostale lepe stvari. I Vanja, hoćemo ono naše pa da se odjavljujemo, da ispoštujemo sve ljude koji nas podržavaju. So what I'm going to do might seem a little bit crazy, but it's not, because I strongly believe in respecting everybody who is supporting us, respecting the community that we have. So I'm going to read aloud around 200 names, because with Patreons and YouTube members, I always like to personally thank everybody. So this has also become kind of a salute from the whole Infinity Lighthouse, and Ciao svima is something that we often use. And now you will hear the music, and I'm going to read aloud every single one of them, so don't mind if this sounds a little bit crazy. So, thank you to Dinstero, Vuk, Đorđe Janjić, MS13, Drago Veković, korespondent Tatjana Lemajić, Kosta Berić, Koja 7, Ivan Vincetić, Bojan Gitarić, Igor Ninić, literally everybody, Milan Bačić, Ljiljana Milutinović. I mean, these are the people who are not only supporting us in terms of watching, liking, subscribing, they also support us financially because they're members of the YouTube channel. Actually, I don't know if you know, but you have these guys and boys and girls and everybody in the book. I don't know if you're aware of that. In the Serbian edition, the last page actually contains all the names. Sorry, help. So you will see there. So everybody who supported us, we put their names in the book because, so they forever, until, well, the books exist, they will be there. So I'm going to proceed now. Drago Veković, korespondent Tatjana Lemajić, Kosta Berić, Koja 7, Ivan Vincetić, Bojan Gitarić, Igor Ninić, Milan Bačić, Ljiljana Milutinović, Dato Gaming, Ivan Hornjak, Aleksandar Nikolić, Aleksandar Kockar, Marko Bogovac, Nikor 24, Aleksandar P, DG Regi, Toleador, Sejdo Mujičić, Uroš Ćosić, Marko Stojilković, Nikola Božović, Nikola Vulović, Ivana Vesković, Nemanja Bračko, Maksi, Mensur Kurtagić, Galeksić, Uroš Čuturilo, Alin Jesenović, Žarko Ivanović, Voča Pero, Vladen Đurić, Marakos, Zlatko Marić, Milan Knežević, Aleks Vulović, Nemanja Cimbaljević, Bojan Pejković, Almir Vuk, Resničanin, Petar Bjelić, Kro Robi 00, Pavel Lukić, Milorad Reljić, Saša Stevanović, Toni 76, Nikola Niksi, Branko Rašević, Nikola Grđan, Miloš Stanimirović, Bakadu, Ivan Magdalenić, Ivan Vujasinović, Veselin Vukićić, Branislav Dević, Vukašin Vučenović, Almedin Ahmetović, Nemanja Labović, Miloš Zed, LFC, Nikola Kojić, Nemanja Miloradović, Marina, Vlada Ivanović, Oliver Nikolić, Jelena Jeremić, anonimna osoba, zatim Nemanja i Bojan Markov. Ko želi, može da klikne join i da nam se pridruži na YouTube-u. S druge strane, ko želi da nas podrži na drugi način, patreon.com kroz Infinity Lighthouse i možete da budete naši pokrovitelji i da nas podržite u daljem radu, jer kao što vidite, sad vidite gde trošimo vaše pare, da organizujemo izložbe, da doću Meti, Henk i tako dalje i hvala vam na tome, nadam se da ste zadovoljni. Samo da vidim da nisam propustio neko pitanje naših Patreona, da ne budem čovek koji je promašio priliku da postavi pitanja koje ste vi postavili. Samo da vidim da li smo nekoga. I'm just looking out if I missed something. Vaktor Abdurmanov, naručio sam knjigu, to je to. Da, autogram. Naruči, imamo jednu... Bahtjere, ne brinite, we just had a request for an autogram, but we'll solve that all a little bit later, or in the morning, that might be even better. Dakle, hvala patronima. 352, Đurđica Martinović, Salim Okanović, Matija Binotto. We have a Matija Binotto supporting us. At least that's the guys, the way he signed himself. So, like, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's really Matija Binotto. I'm pretty sure it's not. Anyway, Lje Đurović, Danka, Mladen Tešić, Đorđe Milovanović, Stefan Vuletić, Marko Kostić, Jelena Veljković, Aleksa Valter, Ivan Milatović, Dušan Delić, Luka Martinović, Vojin Kostić, Marin Antunović, Aleksa Lilić, Sead, Dorijan Kablar, Matej Sopta, Igor Jankovski, Nikola Milosavljević, Marko Kozić, Marko Petrkanović, Milan Apro, Branimir Nijevec, Nemanja, Jasmina Pešić, Matija Rajić, Zoran Cimeša, Danijela Ilić, Đole, žena mi zna, Andreja Milodinović, Borislav Jovanović, Miloš Radoslavljević, LFC, Crnogorski džedoj, Grgo Živaljić, Vlada Ivanović, Jugoslav Krasnić, Andreja Branković, Nebojša Živanović, Ivan Rečević, Andrej Bicok, Veselin Vukićević, Dimitrije Mišić, Ivan Ciger, Snafet Isljami, Ivan Panajotović, Boris Erceg, hvala još jednom svima, Džigi Bau, Branislav Kovačević, DPS Cody Garban Fan, Aleksandar Jurić, Vladimir Filipović, Vladimir Petković, Pavle Nj, Miloš Todorov, Emir Mešić, Andrija Todorović, Ertan Prelić, Alen Stojičić, Bojan Markov, Bahtjer Abdumarov, Darko Trajković, Dejan Đokić, Darko, posebno zahvalnost što je juče pomogao da se postavi izložba. I'm just saying, one of the guys that you met yesterday was also responsible for helping us set up the exhibition, and Darko came almost as a volunteer. He just wanted to be involved, and he really helped us immensely. So special shout out. Dejan Đokić, Ferenc Laslov i Branko Bisački, Žarko Milić, Aleksandar Milosavljević, Vukašin Jekić, Branislav Marković, Igor Vučković, Aca Vizla, Dejan Vujović, Nemanja Zagorac, Aleksandar Antonović, Novak Tomić, Boris Kujundžić, Tijana Vidanović, da žena ne sazna, Dušan Petrović, Lazar Pejović, Stefan Deljković, Alen Vuletić, Zoran Majdov, Nikola Stanović, Jesenko Samardžić, Bojan Majstorović, Antonio Novak, Stefan Milošević, Miroslav Cvetić, Đole Bronkos, Ognjan Marinković, Aleksandar, Nemanja Miloradović, Marina Mihajlović, Luka Maritašević, Zorana Vidić, Marko Horg, I'm close. There is just 50 names left. And we're done. Boris Golubar, Mirjana Živković, Josip Kovačić, Andrej Božo, Boris Gvozden, Nenad Simić, Petar Relić, Bojan Mijatović, Milan Nešković, Boris Božunović, Marko Ćurčić, Mlađan Antić, Kristijan Šestak, Stefan Vidić, Ivan Žorž, Luka Savić, Jelena Maka, Goša 46, Kovačević, Omer, Monika, Erceg, Nenad Đorđević, Nikola Božinović, Filip, Mihajlo Krgović, Đorđe Radović, Predrag Simić, Ivan Simunović, anonimna jedna osoba, zatim Zoran Šalamun, Aleksa Vučin, Miloš Banduka, Mario Vidović, Zoltan Mizej, Stefan Lešnjak, Ivan Uksimović, Toni Ruščić, Milan Đorđević, Nikola Grujičić, Marko Mostarac, Mladen Krstić, Marko Čuković, Stefan Dolić, Ivan Toškov, Sava Dugi, Jelena Jeremić i za kraj Ozren Prpić. Dragi ljudi, šta da vam kažem nego hvala još jednom po milioniti put. Vanja, udri total da kažemo šta treba da kažemo i da pomognemo da se postavi sve za 99 yardi. Guys, thank you once again and that was it. Lab 76 special. Ćao svima!
Thank you.